Thank you, members. Before we start proceedings today, I wish to advise members that the Speaker is unwell and will not be in the chamber today, so I'm sure we all wish him a speedy recovery. Okay, in relation to matters of the day, Pat Sheehan has made a request to make a statement under Standing Order 24. So, Pat Sheehan.
And I wish to make a statement on the worsening situation in Gaza. And despite Israel's publicly declared strategy of starving the Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip and the plans to increase the attacks on Gaza even further and displace the population, the US, British, French and German governments continue to pander to this murderous Israeli regime. Already we know 20,000 children have been killed. Tens of thousands of other Palestinians are dead, many of the bodies still buried underneath the rubble. Schools, hospitals, universities, mosques, churches, UN food depots have all been destroyed. Now the Israelis have decided to use starvation as a weapon of war against an already malnourished population. More than 2 months have elapsed without a single truck of aid entering Gaza. Children are dying of hunger. Hospitals have no medicines, no anaesthetics, no painkillers. This blockade is not just a violation of international law, it is an instrument of genocide as defined by the UN Convention. Dr. Mike Ryan, the Irish Executive Director of the World Health Organization's Health Emergencies Programme, called it what it is. We are breaking the bodies and the minds of the children of Gaza. We are starving the children of Gaza. This is an abomination. Professor Avi Shlam, the renowned Jewish Israeli academic, said this in regard to those who justify Israel's action by saying Israel has a right to self-defense. He said, "I would say to the Israeli apologists that under international law, Israel has one right, to end the occupation and get out. Israel does not have the right to self-defense as defined in Article 51 of the UN Charter. Israel is the occupying power in Gaza under international law. It's time to end the occupation. It's time to end the genocide. It's time to end the starvation of poor, innocent, defenceless children. It's time for all that to end now."
Thank you, Pat. I call Paul Free.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise also horrified at the scenes of what is a war-torn land in Israel and in the Gaza Strip. And I do also worry around the activities and to state that there's very clear rules of engagement with war. There's very clear rules with regards to the Geneva Convention, and there's very clear laws around the international law. There's also law within a state that should be adhered to, and I would hope that all investigations into lapses of that Geneva Convention and international law should be and would be investigated thoroughly to ascertain if there have been any breaches of that law. And the people who suffer are the Israelis and the Palestinian people when it comes to war. And we would all like to see the end of war. But the Palestinian people suffer not only because of war in their area and in their land, but the Palestinian people have suffered for so long at the hands and under the burden of terrorism in the form and guise of Hamas. And we would all like to see the day, I'm sure, where those Palestinian people will be free from terrorism, free from war. So my heart goes out to all who have suffered in this war. I would hope that war would end, and I hope that war ends soon. And I hope that people can go back to what remains of their lives with their losses that they have occurred. And I pray that we will see peace there in that land, that ancient land, sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Paul. I call Stuart Dixon.
Principal Deputy Speaker, the situation in Gaza is getting worse every single day. Tens of thousands of people killed and neighbourhoods destroyed. Over 1 million people displaced without access to food, water or medical care. That is an obscenity. My party has consistently supported the recognition of Palestine as a sovereign state, including our most recent general election manifesto, where we believe a two-state solution is the only way to deliver lasting peace in the region. Since the outbreak of violence in October 23, we have repeatedly condemned the war crimes that are being committed by Israel and Hamas. The targeting of civilians and the collective punishment of entire populations is wrong, and taking of hostages is equally unacceptable. In our party, we have taken action. We have written to the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary calling for an immediate suspension of all arms export licences to Israel and a renewed commitment by the UK government to the two-state solution. We have called for accountability through the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court for all breaches of international law, no matter whom or by whom they were committed. In this Assembly, we have supported a motion calling for the immediate recognition of the State of Palestine, the release of hostages and an immediate ceasefire. Principal Deputy Speaker, the international community, including the United Kingdom Government, must do more to end the illegal occupation of Gaza, halt the persecution of Palestinians in Israel and the occupied territories, and demand a negotiated peace. This conflict will not be resolved by bombs or barricades. It will only be resolved through political courage, diplomacy and unwavering commitment to human rights and international law. Ending arms sales, securing a permanent ceasefire and renewing momentum towards a two-state solution are the only moral imperatives. They are the only route to peace. Principal Deputy Speaker, international aid agencies like Christian Aid have said as a priority, we must protect and promote and defend the human rights for the protection of Palestinians in the Middle East. We must strengthen the resilience of individuals, communities and institutions so that they can respond when faced with threats to lives, land and livelihoods. And finally, Principal Deputy Speaker, we must deliver humanitarian responses that are accountable, impartial and strengthen local communities. Humanitarian aid must be allowed into the Gaza Strip.
Thank you, Stuart. I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank the member for bringing this matter of the day, because it is of deep consequence, and it should be of deep consequence to each and every one of us. When we think back to the actions of this past couple of years in the Middle East, and particularly in Israel and in Palestine, if you're not moved, if you're not angered, and if you're not disappointed and horrified at times, then I would say you have a heart of stone. It's a deeply complex region, but what isn't complex is humanity. What is not complicated is sanctity of life, and what is not up for debate is the fact that too many have suffered. Very often in our own media, and sometimes politically in the chamber, we are accused of taking sides and trying to pit one against the other, and I don't think that has been the case when we look at the conflict that is there. But what is going on at the moment is simply unacceptable. The failure for aid to reach those who are suffering, those innocent hundreds and thousands. And when I think particularly of the children that we read about, that we see the faces of, that have been so deeply affected, have either lost their lives, lost their homes, and perhaps lost their future. It doesn't bode well for the future. And for all of those in that region who have acted irresponsibly, they set themselves up for an eternal conflict which doesn't need to be the case. We think about, and I don't mean this in any facetious sense, when we think about our own conflict here, it was never going to be achieved by anything but talking, sitting down in a room and working out differences and commitment to strictly peaceful means going forward. What we should be doing here as a chamber is sending out a message, one that the only route to lasting peace is to talk. It is to end all hostilities, to respond by the return of all hostages, all of those people who have been held away from their homes on both sides of the conflict for far too long. But in the meantime, we do need to see the restoration of power, of clean water, of food, of medicines to those that suffer and those innocent people who are paying the price for the acts of terror. So let's hope, Principal Deputy Speaker, that there are those that are listening, those that have their finger and maybe the ear of those in power in the Middle East in that sense, and see that real change happen as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. I call Cara Hunter.
Madam Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak again today on the ongoing atrocities in Gaza, which I and my party find truly unforgivable. Just yesterday, Madam Speaker, I watched a video online of children starving in Gaza, wishing for food, children who have been blown up, who have been murdered by Israeli bombs. And I ask myself, and I ask this chamber, what kind of world are we living in? Speaking up against these atrocities is an issue that is beyond an issue of faith, of different background or belief. We have a collective duty as politicians, as advocates and as people to call this collective punishment, particularly through starvation, as absolutely unacceptable and unforgivable. This is an issue about humanity and the sanctity of human life. We have seen total cowardice from both the current and the previous US and UK governments. When having the power in government to bring an end to this horror, they have been cowards, they have been quiet, and I find it utterly shameful. Government representatives can use their voice for change, but have been more concerned about their own career progression than that of the end of the slaughter of innocent children in Gaza. There have been massive civilian casualties and displacement suffered by the Palestinian people since October of 2023. Over 52,000 Palestinians have been killed, most of which are women and innocent children, comprising the majority of these casualties. The Israeli military campaign has led to the displacement of approximately 90% of Gaza's 2.3 million residents, forcing them into overcrowded shelters or makeshift camps. Particularly what we're seeing at this moment is the severe hunger and imminent famine that is ongoing due to the Israeli blockade, which has been in place for over 10 weeks, which has halted the entry of essential supplies, pushing Gaza towards nearly famine. Nearly 477,000 Palestinians are experiencing catastrophic hunger levels, and many communal kitchens have shut down due to lack of available aid. There have been attacks on healthcare workers and aid workers, and it is absolutely unforgivable. There have been many global calls for a ceasefire, and even in this House, we've supported that as well. International leaders and organisations are urging for an immediate ceasefire and an end to this ongoing violence, and particularly our new Pope as well, asking for compassion and aid delivery. Each of us in this House and outside of this House should reflect on what we can do and say in this point of history, to speak up against genocide as referred to by the UN Convention. And I would urge each and every one of us in this House with a voice to speak up, to condemn these horrific actions and to put an end to what is the biggest atrocity of our time. Thank you.
Thank you, Cara. I call Timothy Gaston.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and indeed we all share the deep sympathy for the innocent people of Gaza, men, women, children, caught in the midst of a terrible conflict not of their choosing. But it's hard to take seriously the hand-wringing from the member for West Belfast when, in 1978, he himself took part in the bombing of Akash and Kari, an act that showed no regard for innocent life. There were little concerns for civilians that day.
Mr. Gasson, this is about Palestine.
Yes, and indeed.
Could you please return to the topic of the matters today?
It is worth remembering that while the member now speaks of protecting life, he once risked taking it. Principal Deputy Speaker, I also want to comment on the recent calls from RTE to have Israel banned from this year's Eurovision Song Contest. These calls are not only misguided, they are morally confused. The Israeli contestant they are seeking to silence is herself a survivor of the Hamas massacre at the music festival on the 7th of October. A brutal act of terror, the largest mass killing of Jews since the Holocaust. Were it not for that atrocity, there would be no war in Gaza today. And yet, in typical Sinn Féin fashion, they cry foul over Israel while backing the use of council land for a kneecap concert, a group that publicly declared support for Hamas, just as Sinn Féin long supported the IRA in their campaign for violence.
Take your seat, okay? So I'm going to move on to the next matters of the day. which is open water safety in light of the tragedy in Donegal, and Ciara Ferguson has made a request to make this statement under Standing Order 24, which fulfils the criteria set out in Order 24. I wish to remind members who wish to be called they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject. I would remind members that interventions are not permitted. I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has been finished. I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to express our deepest sympathy right across the Assembly with the community of Buncrana today, and the families and the school friends from school Wura and Crana College of 16-year-old Emmanuel Famalola and 18-year-old Matt Sabanda, who tragically lost their lives on Saturday afternoon after getting into difficulty in the water. Matt and Emmanuel were understood to be playing football on Saturday when they went into the sea after the ball. This area is also a popular swimming spot, but sadly we know that the waters can change both dramatically and quickly, as the Swilly has a big tidal range and the water also behaves differently in different parts. The devastating loss of these 2 young men who had their whole lives ahead of them cannot quite be placed into words. I know right across this Assembly we will want to express our gratitude to the individuals and organisations who contributed to a large-scale search and rescue operations throughout Saturday. We also want to acknowledge the medical professionals who intervened, and to the hundreds who gathered to pray both at the pier and again at yesterday's vigil at St Mary's Oratory in Buncrana. Emmanuel and Matt have been described as deeply respected and valued members of their school communities, as 2 men with warm and kind personalities and gentle natures. Emmanuel had just completed his work experience as part of his transition year in the Department of Foreign Affairs in Dublin, and Matt was just due to begin his leaving cert next month. As the next May bank holiday approaches, and as we enter another period of good weather across Ireland, we need to make water safety part of our conversations with family and friends alike. A focus needs to be put on the Water Safety Week, which is soon approaching, so everyone, young and old, are aware of the hidden dangers posed by the water. Across Ireland, and particularly in Donegal, which alone boasts over 100 beautiful beaches, we are very blessed for the natural beauty of Ireland, but we just need to take our advice from the RNLI and others about respecting the water and remaining vigilant at all times. In closing, I want to send our thoughts and prayers to Famiola and Sabanda's families. We know the people of Buncrana, Inishowen and Donegal will continue to rally around these 2 families, school friends, response teams and all those who have been affected by this devastating tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ciara. I call Carrie Middleton.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I too, on behalf of myself and on behalf of the DUP, send our condolences to the families of the Famola and the Sabanda families. It is a very sad tragedy what has happened over the course of the weekend. 2 young lives taken far, far too soon. Many of us will have heard the tributes been paid from right across the community, not least from RNLI, who so clearly articulated what had happened over the weekend, the way that the emergency services responded, the way that the families and the local community joined together to pray for Emmanuel and for Matt, and indeed for the other young person who managed to get out of the water. Sadly, these tragedies are not unique. We have seen these, unfortunately, within our own constituency as well. It's a stark reminder of the dangers that open water can pose. Whilst we take great pride in our open waters and the beauty that they provide, sadly it is the case that they can also take lives. We need to ensure that people are aware of the dangers that open waters can bring to individuals who want to get into it, whether it be the cold shock of the water, whether it be hidden currents or unexpected depths. This is a very, very sad reminder, but again, the thoughts and prayers of our party are with those individuals, families who sadly will have to deal with this grief in the time ahead.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Gary. I call Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for bringing this, albeit tragic, subject forward. On behalf of the Alliance, I certainly want to associate myself with the comments previously made and extending the deepest sympathy to the families of the Sabanda and Famalola families, and indeed just the name Matt Sabanda and Emmanuel Famalola. It was an absolute tragedy. It is an absolute tragedy, and it's difficult to process, to be honest with you. I know certainly whenever I was listening to it coming in the car this morning, it was incredibly difficult. But I think the respective schools of the two boys, School Muir and Carana College, again listening to the tributes they paid was quite uplifting, and the positivity that they had in the Buncrana community in their time there, I think. And again, similarly, just again to touch on the services that were held, again, it shows the incredible community support, not from Buncrana. I know it, I've been holidaying up there, but I mean, it was, again, to see that community spirit was quite something to behold. Again, just want to pay on the thanks to the rescue and recovery efforts of the RNLI, the Coast Guard and the entire Buncrana community. And again, listening to the efforts that went in by the RNLI and the community, that, as described by, I think, Mr. Joyce, was incredibly moving. Principal Deputy Speaker, I think we all, anybody that takes part in it knows the physical and emotional and positive attributes that outdoor swimming comes with, but the danger of entering the water cannot be underestimated, and I think it's all incumbent upon us to educate our families, our loved ones, and the wider community where we can on the dangers on once entering the water. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I call Robbie Butler.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, I want to echo all of the words of sympathy and support that have been offered in this chamber, and thank the member for bringing this very important matter for discussion this morning. Because when we look at the faces of those two young boys, we can't help but associate perhaps our own family members. If you are blessed enough to have a son or a daughter of similar age, what you do as a parent very often is you transpose that tragedy or that instance and say, how would I cope? And I don't know how I would cope. It's incredibly sad to see two young lives so needlessly lost in something that we sadly speak about far too often in this country. But what has been perhaps of some heart and hope to those families is the response on both sides of this border. To the community in Buncrana, who have rallied around and shown unequivocal support in all manners, through prayer, through in person, and through rallying around to help in whatever way that they can, to the help from the members' constituency and the response by the emergency services in that area. Because the reality is, as some of you may know, the ripple of these deaths will extend further than the family that's been affected. For those that were at the beach at that time or in the vicinity, who will have seen things that they will never forget. For those who responded in the hope of saving life, because when you go out to respond, you hope to make an intervention. But unfortunately, sometimes it just becomes a recovery operation. And that is so tragic to see two young lives lost in such a sense. But I will do what all the other members have done, is issue a warning, not just for our coastal waters, but particularly even for our inland waters, where we have lots of quarries, where unfortunately young people congregate and think they'll go for a cold dip. And those waters are often much colder and pose much hidden darker dangers than even our sea has. And we do really need to get to grips in terms of the advice that we get and the advice that we give yearly, especially when the temperatures rise and the temptation is to get into the water, because the water is indeed dangerous. But I'm just going to finish, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, by offering sincere thoughts, condolences and prayers for the families of the two young boys that have lost their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On Saturday, as the sun shone brightly and temperatures soared, many of us, young and old, families, friends, gathered at beaches and various resorts across the island of Ireland to enjoy the weather that we haven't been able to enjoy for some years. With that, unfortunately, comes tragedy. as has happened at various times over the years, not just in open waters, but also in quarries and other areas as well. A simple day out for three friends, three young lads, who were playing football near the shoreline when the ball entered the water. In an attempt to retrieve it, entered the sea and unfortunately encountered difficulties due to the strong currents. Sadly, as a result of that very simple getting together, enjoying the sun, together with friends, 2 lives have been lost. Emmanuel Famolia, 16 years of age, originally from Nigeria, and Matt Sabanda, 18 years of age, originally from Zimbabwe. Luckily, if that's a word we can use even in the context of this, there wasn't a third victim. And today, our thoughts are with the young lad who is recovering in hospital, who, from the details I've heard, is lucky to be alive. It is so important that we put a very clear message that open waters are not safe. Please act with great care. And can we ask parents of children and young people who will be out enjoying the weather in the week ahead to alert their young people of the very real dangers. I have known numerous people my age, younger and older, unfortunately, from my own constituency, that have died in the last number of years by entering various waterways in West Tyrone. The tragedy is incomprehensible. I can only say that today, and certainly on Saturday when the news came through just after 4 that this was happening, our hearts were in Donegal. Our thoughts and prayers were with the 3 young lads, their families, and the entire community. This is something that affects us all, because at any time in life, these tragedies could come to our own doors, and we need to be conscious at all times of how easily something can go wrong. I think, Madam Speaker, it is important to thank the multi-agency response and also the community, the Irish Coast Guard, RNLI lifeboats, the Rescue 118 helicopter from Sligo, local Gardaí and ambulance services, and to thank everybody who rallied to support the families in what is a very devastating time. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. That ends Matters of the Day. If members would just take their ease for a moment before we begin member statements.
Okay, members, the next item on the order paper is members' statements. Before calling members to make a statement, I wish to remind members that Standing Order 24A states that a statement must not relate to a matter scheduled for debate in the Assembly, address a question that has already been decided by the Assembly within the previous 6 months, and or be used to impugn or attack another member. A statement must also relate to a topical matter of public interest. Members should not use their 3 minutes to speak about as many topics as they can within that time limit. It should relate to one topic only. Any member who is not compliant with these provisions may be asked to resume their seat. If that is clear, we will continue. If members wish to call to make a statement, they should do so indicate by rising in their places. Members who are called will have 3 minutes to make their statement. I would also remind members that interventions are not permitted, and I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until this item of business is finished. And I call Philip McGuigan.
Last Karen Collier, and I want to highlight and promote a single topic, but 2 events coming soon within my own constituency of North Antrim. Firstly, can I congratulate Ballycastle Coltis for organising and bringing the Antrim Fly to Ballycastle Town. It runs from next Monday the 19th of May for a week until Sunday the 25th of May. I have no doubt that the Fly will attract huge numbers of people right across North Antrim, County Antrim and beyond. And I myself am very much looking forward to being in Ballycastle during the week and seeing and hearing what I know and I'm sure will be an amazing lineup of talent, celebrating North Antrim's rich heritage of culture, of Irish music, language and dance at the different free events at the numerous venues throughout Ballycastle town. So more Oriv Alig, good luck to all involved. And similarly, Lascan Collier, to complement the FLA, there is the annual Rathlin Sound Festival, which runs from the 23rd of May to the 1st of June. This festival, around the famous Rathlin Sound body of water, connects Rathlin Island to the shores of Ballycastle, and the festival brings to life the people, culture and heritage of the area. So, as anyone who has been to the festival before will know, there will be many visiting vessels to both harbours of Ballycastle and Rathlin throughout the festival period. And again, many people across Ireland will travel to Ballycastle and Rathlin to enjoy the various arts, music, storytelling, artisan markets, food and drink that will be in offer. So it's an exciting few weeks ahead for Ballycastle and Rathlin. The FLA and the Sound Festival will be welcomed and supported by locals and will obviously create a welcome boost to the local businesses and the local economy. I hope the good weather we are currently experiencing continues well into June, but regardless, I have no doubt that Ballycastle and Rathlin will be buzzing and bustling with excitement, colour and much joy over the next couple of weeks, and I want to wish both organisers and both events the very best of luck and success.
Joanne Bunting.
Speaker, I rise in solidarity with the McCartney family following yet another glorification and further attempt to airbrush and rewrite history by Sinn Féin. I have previously met with the McCartney family as a member of the policing board. I have read the transcript of the trial in the aftermath of Mr McCartney's murder, and I have read their book. Their brother's murder was brutal and merciless. The omerta that followed was shocking, and instead of being shown support and sympathy in a time of bereavement, that family could no longer reside in the area in which they lived. The whole situation was repugnant and was eerily similar to the murder of Ian Ogle in my own constituency, also all because of an accusation of looking at somebody the wrong way. The details of Mr McCartney's murder from court transcripts are brutal and harrowing. His sisters and partners' pain and anguish is understandable and deeply moving. No family should have to endure the added trauma of seeing the individual who they believe ordered their loved one's murder publicly honoured. Sinn Féin seems to be willfully deaf and blind to the impact of provisional IRA victims on their weekly glorification roadshows. It is disgraceful and insensitive, though no surprise. Once more, they've reverted to their old faithful routine of do as we say and not as we do. It's one glorification after another, in circumstances where on the one hand, literally millions of pounds of taxpayers' money is being spent by the executive to tackle paramilitarism and move our society on. And on the other, the biggest party in that executive is hailing as heroes those who did the damage. The hypocrisy and double standard is shocking. Sinn Féin has the audacity to chide DUP ministers for taking a meeting with those who are actually trying to steer people and groups away from paramilitarism, the past and criminality, while lauding those who murdered and maimed. We will take no lectures for encouraging people to change, start over and obey the law. The continued failure to hold anyone accountable for Robert McCartney's murder is a stain on our society. I have previously urged those with information to come forward directly to the police and also encouraged the police to speak to those who gave statements to third parties at the time. I do so again. We in the DUP support the McCartney sisters and all innocent victims in their pursuit of truth and justice. We will continue to oppose all glorification of individuals associated with paramilitary violence and will press for a justice system that treats innocent victims with the dignity and fairness they deserve. Thank you.
Danny Donnelly.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to mark International Nurses Day. International Nurses Day is celebrated each year on the 12th of May, which was Florence Nightingale's birthday. Today she would have been 205. It was also the International Day of the Midwife last week, and I have no doubt that members across this chamber will join me in thanking our nurses and midwives for all they do across the health service for all of us when their care is needed. I'm very proud to be part of the wonderful profession, and I would encourage any young person who wants a challenging and rewarding career to consider nursing. The theme for this year is Caring for Nurses Strengthens Economies. It seeks to highlight how a healthy and secure nursing workforce is crucial to the overall functioning of healthcare. Without healthcare staff, there is no health service. We frequently hear about the pressures on the health system, and it is true to say that the service runs on the goodwill of healthcare workers. This isn't fair or sustainable. Nursing is a safety-critical profession, and nurses working on the front line, in overcrowded A&E departments or in busy wards, frequently work under high pressure for long periods. There are high rates of sickness absence due to stress and mental health impacts, and there is a significant moral injury. This year, I hope to see the Health Minister progress the Safe Staffing Bill that is urgently needed to improve the health, well-being and safety of patients and staff. We need to prioritise well-being of nurses so they can continue to provide the high-quality care that is critical to the health of our communities. We need them to be there for us all. Thank you.
Carl Hunter.
Deputy Speaker, and today I rise to address the ongoing issue international sport of camogie and to highlight the importance of having equality on the pitch. And firstly, I'd like to thank all of those who volunteer and devote hours of their life coaching and engaging with our young women and girls and encouraging them to get out on the field, particularly those within the Camogie Association. Mr. Speaker, full disclosure, I haven't played a game of camogie in well over 10 years, but I still miss it. I still miss the cut and the thrust of combat on the pitch, and I do feel really strongly on this issue. I think it's really important to highlight the concerns of our young ladies in camogie who have been very vocal on their want and their desire to choose to wear shorts on the pitch. And a recent survey by the Gaelic Players Association revealed that over 83% of players prefer the option to wear shorts, citing they're more comfortable and more practical. I actually did my own experiment yesterday wearing a skirt to the gym, and I can tell you it was far from comfortable. These conversations have escalated recently when players from Dublin and Kilkenny took to the field during a Leinster semi-final, only to be told that the match would not proceed unless they changed into skirts. And I think it's not right, and the Dublin captain herself described the incident as a career low, questioning why female athletes must still fight for the right to wear the attire that really suits their needs. And our own SDLP councillor Catherine McDaid in Derry has done a fantastic job highlighting this issue. Further protests have led to the postponement of the Munster final between Cork and Waterford, as both teams intended to wear shorts in defiance of this ongoing rule. The players there expressed the feeling of feeling completely let down and stating, to us it feels like a massive step backward. And today I'm here to say we feel players must be supported. In response to this ongoing issue, the Camogie Association has scheduled a special congress on May 22nd to vote on allowing players the choice between skirts and shorts. And I am hoping that the correct decision is made and a choice will be upheld. Shorts are practical, shorts are comfortable, and options on being able to choose what you want to wear for women in sport is so important, and it really is that simple. Some will say that this is a small issue. I disagree. Some will say there's bigger issues that we can debate or raise in this House. I disagree. I think this is a matter of equality, and I would often say as well that people wouldn't say that about issues within male sport. We must listen to and respect the voices of all our athletes across this island, and ensuring that tradition does not hinder progress. Solidarity with these ladies fighting for equality, and I urge all those stakeholders listening today that on May 22nd make the right decision, empower our young camogie players with the freedom to choose attire that reflects their comfort and their choice, and we in the SDLP wholeheartedly support them.
Ashley Riley.
Thank you.
And Chapton on Mesac Muirslanche
This is Mental Health Awareness Week.
the beginning of Mental Health Week. Agus tugann si Jay.
Gives us an opportunity to draw attention to the urgent action required to ensure that our mental health services and supports are adequately resourced to meet the demand.
Le Frastal or a Neilif. To aber Intach a Janu a group.
My own constituency, Tusur and Sheds,
Bohan Navar, Bohan
and Sheds, and other charities and groups have been doing great work, providing a refuge and a safe space for everyone
Yeah.
That in turn supports their mental health and their well-being, and promotes a sense of community and place in our society. The work of those groups, to name but a few, is to be recommended. However, mental health provision remains a huge issue. People and their loved ones must not be left to rely solely on the support of the community and voluntary sector. It is vital that the Department of Health carry out the critical suicide prevention work contained in the Protect Life 2 Action Plan. Early intervention and prevention are critical, and services need to be easily accessible to all. We welcome the recent review into addiction and rehabilitation services. However, we must see enhanced wraparound rehabilitation services made available at the point of need for those who require them. We also welcome the recent expansion of the MDT model in GP surgeries, in which mental health professionals are available to help and support those at primary level care. That must be available throughout the 6 counties, regardless of one's postcode. Thank you.
Call Alan Robinson.
Deputy Speaker, 100 years ago today, on the 12th of May 1925, the Prime Minister of Northern Ireland, Sir James Craig, rose in this very House to pay tribute to the late Prime Minister of New Zealand, William Ferguson Massey. Craig described Massey as the greatest living Ulsterman of his day, a reflection of the deep pride Ulster took in one of its most distinguished sons. William F. Massey was born in Limavady in 1856. An Ulsterman by birth, he emigrated to New Zealand at the age of 14, where he became a farmer, earning the affectionate moniker Farmer Bill. However, Massey's impact extended far beyond the fields. Through sheer determination, skill and an unwavering sense of duty, he rose to become one of New Zealand's most significant political leaders. The New Zealand parliamentary debates recall Massey as an organised, articulate and well-read statesman, sometimes to the point of verbosity and deeply influenced by biblical references. He took an opposition that had all but ceased to exist, and through force of personality and astute leadership, transformed it into a well-organised political force. Massey went on to serve as Prime Minister from 1912 until his death in 1925, making him New Zealand's longest-serving leader. His obituary in the Times declared that all through his career, through a New Zealander of New Zealanders, he would never allow it to be forgotten that he was an Ulsterman. His legacy, therefore, is not just one of political transformation, but also of a deep connection to his roots in Ulster. Today, Limavady proudly honours Massey with an impressive 2-metre bronze statue outside the Council building in Connell Street. The statue is surrounded by plants of New Zealand origin, symbolising the enduring bond between his birthplace and his adopted homeland. Moreover, here at Stormont, the avenue leading up to this very Parliament buildings bears his name, a lasting tribute to his legacy. In May 1925, the New Zealand freelance newspaper published a moving tribute to Massey, which includes the following lines: "O Limavady, grief is here, O little town where he was born, across the space of sea, or saddened hearts, with you in silence more. Today we laid him down to sleep, and wisdom chose the crest that he, who guided still may guard the sacred spot, command both land and sea, true to his God, loyal to his king, faithful to all and foe to none. We sorrow for a friend, but little town, you loved him, as a boy and as a son." As we mark the centenary, let us remember William Ferguson Massey, not only a great leader of New Zealand, but also as a son of Ulster, who carried the values of this land across the sea. His legacy continues to inspire, reminding us of the profound contributions that individuals from this small but proud part of the world can make on this global stage.
Call John Stewart.
Mr Deputy Speaker, as I'm sure you'll agree, Mr Deputy Speaker, East Antrim is a constituency that clings to the sea and has some amazing promenade views for people who like to walk and cycle along that. Sadly, on a large part of White Abbey and Jordanstown, in recent weeks, the Department for Infrastructure has installed something akin to a prison wall along that, a six-foot tall fence with mesh on the front of it. And I have been contacted, Mr Deputy Speaker, by hundreds of people who live and work in the area and who use that walkway and cycleway. And also, I want to speak on behalf of the many thousands of people who have also signed petitions against this. This fence was installed without consultation, with not enough consultation, at least with the local council, and certainly not with consultation with local residents. And both myself and council colleagues who have been engaging with DFI officials in recent weeks have been calling on the Minister to look into this and to review it. We continue to hear, Mr Deputy Speaker, about the financial pressures on the Department for Infrastructure, yet somehow they have found an excessive amount of money to install a fence that quite simply is not required. One local described it as a sledgehammer to crack a non-existent nut, and I think that is fair. We're all in the interest of safety, but when it comes to our promenade views and respecting the local area and the aesthetics of that area, I think it is very important that something is looked at. So I'd like to call on the Minister for Infrastructure today to look at this and to engage with officials and work with local council to try and do all she can to try and find a solution to this. I know a solution can be found. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Sinead McLaughlin.
Speaker, the recent funding cuts to Echo Dance Theatre, one of our city's most vital, inclusive and creative institutions, is more than just a funding decision. It's a profound blow to the cultural soul of Derry. Echo is not just a stage, it is a community. A space where people of all ages, backgrounds and abilities have come together to create, to move, to heal and to imagine something better. It supports artists, it reaches into communities and contributes to our local economy. Removing its funding does real damage to the legacy we built as the first UK city of culture. Equity are actually holding their annual conference in Derry today, and it's dreadful that the first item of business was a rally this morning against the harsh cuts to this wonderful, wonderful dance theatre. We must value our artists, we must protect our cultural institutions, and we must not allow Derry's creative future to be dismantled piece by piece. I urge Minister Lyons to review this decision, to restore funding to Echo, and the work with the Arts Council to develop a fair, transparent and sustainable approach to arts investment, one that supports every part of our region, not just a few. The arts sector in Northern Ireland is underfunded when compared to the rest of these islands, and now we see decisions being made that compound regional imbalance. Derry and the North West deserve better. Deputy Speaker, I'm also concerned about the Minister for Communities' letters of expectations to the Arts Council, which includes language suggesting funding could be withdrawn from any group whose work is deemed disrespectful of any tradition. That is vague, it is subjective, and it risks silencing creative voices. We must safeguard artistic freedom, not stifle it. This decision comes at a time when communities are facing deep social and economic challenges. In moments like this, the arts are not a luxury. They are a necessity. They offer connection, resilience and opportunity. The recent decision to withdraw funding from Echo Dance Theatre following last year's cut to the Waterside Theatre is not just a budget line, it's a cultural loss, a blow to community wellbeing and a threat to the creative economy of our city. Deputy Speaker, I'm deeply concerned about the growing pattern of disinvestment in the arts in Derry and the North West. Enough is enough.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. May is Women's Health Month. For many women and couples in Northern Ireland, the journey to parenthood is not straightforward. It is shaped by uncertainty, emotional strain, and too often by disappointment. Fertility treatment offers a real chance, but here that chance is more limited than it should be. We are falling behind the rest of the United Kingdom. While others offer 3 publicly funded IVF cycles, we still offer just 1. That commitment to expand access was made years ago, but it hasn't been delivered, and every month of delay matters. IVF is physically and emotionally demanding, and critically, it's time sensitive. Women are spending so long on waiting lists that that by the time they reach treatment, they no longer meet the age criteria. The Regional Fertility Centre in Belfast, our only NHS IVF provider, is now only contacting women who were added to the list in October 2022. That's a delay of over a year. And during that time, some have lost eligibility, not because of medical reasons, but because the system is too slow. The window for success is narrow. A delay of days, even hours, can make a real difference. Some couples are now choosing to travel abroad, taking on financial pressures that they simply can't afford, just to have the family that they long for. Every IVF cycle carries enormous emotional weight. When it doesn't work, as it often doesn't, the grief is profound. This week is also Mental Health Awareness Week. We must acknowledge the toll fertility struggles take, the stress, isolation, the anxiety that touch every part of life. Yet support is limited and counselling is inconsistent. To make matters worse, many women are excluded by rigid criteria, strict age and BMI limits, or just because their partner has children from a previous relationship. These rules don't affect real lives, and they disproportionately affect women already navigating a difficult journey. So today, Deputy Speaker, I want to acknowledge those going through this quietly, under pressure, and often with little support. They shouldn't be left behind. And Northern Ireland must implement the 3-cycle commitment. We must modernise the criteria, and we must treat fertility as a central part of women's health and well-being, because that's exactly what it is. Thank you.
Alan Forsyth.
Deputy Speaker, there have been a number of debates and motions in this place on the safety of women in Northern Ireland. There's an event today in Parliament buildings, Nothing About Us Without Us, Trans Voices in the Halls of Power by the Rainbow Project, which raises huge concerns for me in this space. This event has an extremely rigid code of conduct imposed by its organisers for anyone wishing to attend, including the removal from the event of anyone who dares to express dissent or any gender-critical views. The irony that such a code of conduct should be imposed on an event billed by organisers as just a conversation should not be lost on anyone. On the other hand, attendees are being encouraged to use women-only facilities in this building today, including whichever toilets they feel best aligned to their gender. Parliament buildings facilities are used by members of the Assembly, staff, members of public, including a number of school visits of children, many of whom have expressed concerns over this and how it makes them feel uncomfortable. Women and young girls who use this building should feel safe in female-only spaces. This morning I've emailed the event sponsors on behalf of all of our female DUP MLAs, asking them to reconsider their support for and facilitation of this event, because as advised by the Chief Executive of this Assembly, sponsors and organisers of an event are ultimately responsible for the conduct of their employees and guests during events. This party will continue, as always, to stand up for women's rights and safe spaces. How long will it take for the three parties opposite in this chamber to understand and respect what a woman is and be meaningful in their contributions towards debates on the safety of women and of young girls?
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to mark the beginning of ME Awareness Week and to highlight the ongoing, often invisible suffering of those living with myalgic encephalomyelitis. This complex and debilitating neurological condition affects thousands across Northern Ireland, yet remains chronically under-recognised and in some cases underserved within our health system. ME can leave individuals housebound or bedroom-bound for years. It causes profound fatigue, pain, cognitive dysfunction and hypersensitivity to light and sound. Many patients face disbelief, sadly still, stigma and a lack of appropriate care. And despite its severity, there are currently no specialist services for ME patients in Northern Ireland. I'd just like to also make members aware that tomorrow there will be an event in room 115 that you'll be more than welcome to drop into, because for over 14 years, Hope for ME and Fibro Northern Ireland has worked to fill this gap. Through their advocacy, education and efforts, they have kept ME on the public health agenda. And I have been proud to support and work alongside the group over the years, recognising the essential advocacy they provide for a community too often overlooked. They have hosted 17 international medical conferences, contributed to biomedical research, and collaborated with Queen's University and Ulster University to educate the next generation of healthcare professionals. This work is driven by dedicated volunteers, but is ably led by the founder, Mrs. Joan McParland, MBE. Joan's personal resilience and leadership have made a lasting impact, ensuring ME patients are not forgotten. So as we begin this important week of awareness, I pay tribute to all who continue to shine light on this devastating illness and encourage members to spend some time in room 115 tomorrow with us. Thank you.
Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Like a previous speaker, I am deeply troubled that Parliament Buildings is hosting an event this afternoon entitled Nothing About Us Without Us, Trans Voices in the Halls of Power. Let me be clear, I do not object to debate, I do not fear disagreement, but I do object to the forced endorsement of radical ideology under the guise of inclusion. To attend this event, individuals must accept the Rainbow Project's so-called Code of Conduct, a code that reflects the Assembly's own deeply flawed transgender policy. That policy explicitly states that biological males are free to use restrooms and facilities belonging to the gender with which they identify. In plain language, that means a man can use the ladies' toilets. It gets worse. The policy demands that official records reflect a person's chosen name and gender identity, regardless of biological reality. This guts our system of accountability and undermines basic scrutiny and security. What good are records if anyone can change their identity on a whim? Even more disturbingly, the policy allows complaints to be filed against anyone who fails to affirm a person's gender identity. This should be a place of free speech, but that is a policy of compelled speech. This Stormont guidance came into effect in 2023, seemingly without meaningful consultation, except, it seems, with the LGBT lobby groups. The quality screening form, which I have unearthed, claims the policy doesn't affect people of faith or those with differing political views. But Christians who believe that God made male and female, well, our concerns are simply disregarded and brushed to the side. Those of us not on the transgender bandwagon are referred to the Commissioner for Investigation. Most gallingly of all, the screening form claims this policy positively impacts women. Where are the voices of women who asked them if they agreed to the scrapping of female-only spaces within this building? Was legal advice sought? If so, it must have been pretty poor advice. The Supreme Court ruling hasn't changed the law, it has only reaffirmed it. Single-sex protections remain in place. Stormont must reflect that. This policy is not inclusive, it's intolerant and illegal, and must be withdrawn immediately.
I'll call Paul through, but remind you, Paul, that we've only got 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to talk about the spectacle that we had last week, and the amazing spectacle that is the North West 200. I wish to lay on record my sincere thanks and appreciation to Clerk of the Coast Stanley Murray, to Mervyn White and all of the team who put on a tremendous spectacle for all sports fans and tourists alike. Thousands and thousands travel to the north coast of Northern Ireland to view the bikes and not least the riders and some amazing races that we witnessed. My heart goes out to Michael Dunlop, Paul Jordan, two of our own who won on Saturday and Thursday, and also the spectacular Davy Todd and Richard Cooper who put on a tremendous show. We should value the North West 200 more, Mr. Speaker. We in government should support it more and get in line with the sponsors who know a good event when they see one. So well done, the North West 200.
Thank you, Mr. Frew, and thank you for getting all of that information and that positivity into that 1 minute. Point of order, Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, will you confirm that the facilities in Parliament Building are under the responsibility of the Assembly Commission, with all 5 political parties that are represented on it, and the current policy that was outlined by Mr. Gaston, has that been challenged by any of those 5 political parties on the Assembly Commission?
I have to inform you that issues around the Assembly Commission and its policies are not matters of procedure for this House and are not therefore points of order. The member can table written questions to the Assembly Commission on such matters. Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on tackling unacceptable cancer waiting times. I will now ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly expresses grave concern at Northern Ireland's cancer waiting time statistics, believes it is deplorable that between October and December 2024, less than a third of patients were seen within 14 days following an urgent referral for breast cancer, stresses that lengthy waits for a diagnosis can negatively impact on a patient's prognosis, available treatment options and their mental health, notes the £215 million allocation in the Executive's budget for 2025-2026 for addressing waiting lists. Further believes this funding must be ring-fenced for initiatives which increase short-term capacity whilst driving forward lasting improvements to efficiency within our health service. Highlights in particular the value of elective care centres, rapid diagnosis centres and mega clinics in addition to service reviews. Welcomes a commitment in the programme for government to establish a delivery unit within the Executive Office to drive reform and transformation across the public sector. Believes that the delivery unit can and should play a key role in supporting the Department of Health to reduce hospital waiting times, and calls on the Minister of Health in this context to engage proactively with his executive colleagues on how best to apply ring-fenced funding for tackling waiting lists going forward.
Thank you. I now call on Diane Dodds to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Ms Dodds, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to debate what I think is a hugely important issue for everyone in this chamber and in Northern Ireland. I submitted the motion last month. It was agreed at the Business Committee and circulated on the provisional order paper on the 30th of April. I was a little bit surprised but delighted that the Minister came to the House with his statement last week on waiting lists and the unacceptable times people wait. And I'm sure the timing of that statement could only have been coincidental. The length of time we wait for healthcare serves as an indicator of how people view the overall state of our service. And I specifically wanted to debate the topic of cancer waiting lists because I am extremely concerned that the Department continue to issue appalling statistics for Northern Ireland, but they only get a cursory mention, either in the press or in this House. Cancer Focus NI indicate that none of the departmental targets for cancer have been met since 2012. 2012. Are we now so immune to these shocking statistics that they pass us by without notice, or we just decide it's the way it is? And I want those who are currently dealing with a cancer diagnosis, or those who have lost loved ones to cancer, to know that we in this Assembly are determined to do better, and that, Minister, we will continue to hold you to account on this very important issue. To do anything less would be a failure of our duty as the scrutiny body of the Executive. Cancer has touched everyone in Northern Ireland, with half of us expected to receive a cancer diagnosis in our lifetimes. The most recent cancer waiting times published last month revealed that 87.5% of patients started treatment within 31 days of diagnosis, against a target of 98%. This has decreased from the previous quarter and from the same quarter last year, with the poorest performing areas being urology, gynecology and skin cancers. And perhaps, Minister, in your response to this debate, you will explain the issues specifically relating to skin cancer in the first quarter of this year. The 62-day treatment target for GP referral was worse, achieved in only 37.9% of cases, far short of the 95% required. For the 14-day breast cancer target, 31.7% of women were seen within the target time, against a target specification of 100%. 31%, less than a third of women, are seen within the target time. That is down further on a year ago. So just imagine the fear and distress of a woman who finds a lump in her breast, who then has to wait a significant amount of time before she is seen by a consultant. This is letting women in Northern Ireland down, and it really must be rectified. Minister, in an answer to a question on the 7th of October 24, you explained previously announced plans to regionalise breast cancer weights into a single list. I'm hoping that you have good news for us today, and ask if you can provide an update on this regional list, how effective it is proving, and certainly that we might hope that it is much more effective than the 31.7 on the 14-day referral target. If it's not fully in place, I think this House deserves an explanation for the very slow progress in relation to this particular issue. And just to digress ever so slightly, but to give a voice to children in Northern Ireland who languish on waiting lists. Minister, you recently provided me with startling statistics that almost 25,000 children are on waiting lists to see a paediatrician in Belfast and the southeastern trusts. 2,000 children are on a waiting list for surgery in the same trusts. I would suggest by any departmental standards that this is an abject failure. I do welcome the ring-fencing of funding for health waiting lists. It will require prioritisation within the health budget and additional funding from the Executive. And I hope that as we progress to multi-year budgets, that the focus promised in the programme for government on waiting lists will continue. I also note the SDLP amendment, but do fear that it diminishes the responsibility on the Health Minister to act in conjunction with his executive colleagues, unless, of course, the member can persuade us otherwise. I note the Minister does not appear either last Tuesday or at other stages to have picked up or embraced the potential for the delivery unit to provide assistance, as referenced in the motion. There can often be value in another set of eyes examining problems and offering a different perspective, and that is why I've referenced this in the motion as well. I've said before, and I'm not alone in this, that I fear that the elective care framework is not nearly as ambitious enough. It promotes more of the same, more small-scale offerings to our relatively modest independent sector, the majority of whose staff are already busy working for local trusts. Rather than actually really tackle root and branch reform of this elective care procedure, Minister, you seem to prefer to resurrect a drip-feed reimbursement scheme in the form of the waiting list reduction reimbursement scheme. In this, the department is paying full price for every procedure, and not to mention that it is a proposal which turns the principle of the NHS on its head and allows the wealthy to jump the queue. What possible benefit does the Minister's Republic of Ireland First scheme really offer? There's only a finite sum available for overall waiting list activity. So for every person who has the financial means to travel south to Dublin or elsewhere, that money will be gone and not available for treatments locally in Northern Ireland. And those next in line who have waited longest will miss out. It doesn't broaden capacity, and I struggle to see the benefits. It doesn't result in more people being treated. It just means that companies in Dublin will benefit financially. I would suggest, Minister, that you look again at the proposed scheme. HSE workforce statistics demonstrate that in the 6.5 years since the end of March 2018, our number of doctors has increased by more than 1,000. 24% additional doctors in Northern Ireland. Over the same period, our number of nurses and midwives have increased by more than 2,500, a 17.5% rise. So with all of these additional staff, why can waiting times, ED performance and other metrics continue to head in the wrong direction? The last update on the elective care framework stated at paragraph 50, surgeons, I quote, one of the most expensive resources in the health and social care system, spend less time in theatre than surgeons in other jurisdictions. The Royal College of Surgeons advised that surgeons want to have more theatre time and to be able to operate more. What progress has been made on improving this position? The Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, has said that without better productivity and health prevention, health costs could dwarf other areas of government. And indeed, Professor Bengoa pointed out in the autumn that without reform, that our system, which now takes up more than half of the block grant, would soon require all of the block grant. While Northern Ireland's performance deteriorates, it was confirmed last month that NHS in England has hit a key waiting target for the first time. NHS statistics confirmed that 80.2% of patients urgently referred for suspected cancer were diagnosed or had it ruled out within 28 days. The Secretary of State and the Prime Minister have announced innovative plans to slash the waiting lists in England, although they are nowhere near as bad as ours. Patients are to be offered community diagnostic centres open 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, where you can book scans after work or at weekends.
Members' time is up.
Thank you. Minister, I do hope that you have some good news for patients waiting on those waiting lists.
Thank you,
today.
and I call Colin McGrath to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind on the amendment. All other speakers in the debate will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the open to the debate and indeed having this debate on what is an incredibly important motion for us to be discussing here. The sort of things that we should be discussing in this place, because it absolutely goes to the core of what impacts people in the community and what frightens and what scares people in the community, and one can think of nothing more than getting a diagnosis of cancer. I want to begin by saying that the amendment is offered in a spirit of trying to support and help this debate. We want to see that there is the plan for dealing with the issue of waiting times, especially for cancer. But we also, and I know that the Health Minister regularly says that there are difficulties with finance, and that's why I think that from a cross-executive perspective, if we were able to ring-fence that when it makes its way towards you, then that's exactly what it would be spent on. But it means that everybody in the executive would be taking the issue of the cancer waiting times and using the funding, having that funding, knowing exactly what the outcome, X amount of funds will reduce waiting lists by X amount, and we all up front and we know what it is, and then there can be no competing for budgets whenever we get the money down into the departments. I have mentioned there about the issue of fear, and I use that word deliberately because it's a word that is all too often associated with cancer and cancer waiting times. And for generations, the word cancer has carried with it a weight unlike any other. In the past, it was whispered.
it wasn't spoken. It was the big C, the diagnosis that people feared more than any other. And we know, sadly, that that fear still remains. No matter how far medical science has come, those two words, "it's cancer," can simply land like a hammer blow. And for the patient that was receiving them alone or with a family member, it changes their life completely. And as an elected representative, the people that I have spoken to can recall with perfect clarity the moment that they heard that it was cancer. And we all have colleagues within our parties and within our families that have received that news. And we know that the world goes quiet, that the breath leaves your lungs. And then life also becomes before the cancer diagnosis and after the cancer diagnosis. But when we add waiting on top of that fear, the waiting to be seen, the waiting to know, the waiting to begin treatment, then it just becomes unbearable. It's no longer just the illness that hurts, it's the delay, it's the uncertainty, it's the feeling of being forgotten in that system. And that's why we cannot speak about waiting times as if they are just dry statistics or just sort of an executive target. These are the stories and these are people's lives. So I think it is our duty to respond with urgency and compassion. And I have no doubt that members across this place are committed to that cause, because none of us are immune to cancer and its impact. We know that more must be done to combat cancer, and it's important to look to best practice, which we perhaps could consider adopting here. And some of that has been referenced, and again, an example, several NHS trusts in England and in the South are now utilising AI and high-resolution digital imaging to analyse tissue biopsies, just little things that are being done in different ways which help to speed up the diagnosis and therefore the access to treatment that people can get. It has enabled faster and more accurate diagnosis, particularly in breast, lung and prostate cancers. And in some instances, it's cut diagnostic waiting times by as much as 30%. We can clearly see how this reduces hospital pressures and helps also to address health inequalities, where people are maybe more prone to receiving those diagnoses. And while we know that work is commenced by the Patrick G. Johnson Centre for Cancer Research, it is something that we should be supporting further. And while these new and emerging technologies and ways of running services are delivering better outcomes, we know that they carry a financial cost. So therefore, it is essential that how we fund these services is ring-fenced and across multi-year budgets. And the reason for proposing that is because we know that in any sphere, if you know what your budget is going forward, then you can start to plan the work that you're actually going to do. You can't do that if it's just one-year budgets all of the time or money that comes in for monitoring rounds. If we decide as an executive and supported by an opposition in this House that we want to tackle waiting lists, that it's one of the biggest issues, then let's really throw all of our might at it. Let's give the department the tools that it needs to be able to tackle away at those waiting lists and get them reduced, and especially in the issue of cancer. Because as I've referenced several times, there can be nothing more fearful and nothing more frightening than getting that diagnosis, but nothing more insulting than after you get the diagnosis, there's just radio silence for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks while you wait to access that treatment. So I really do believe that the ring fencing of budgets would help. It would give another tool to the Health Minister to be able to get in there and continue, not to start, but continue with his work of challenging these waiting lists and giving those people in our community that get the cancer diagnosis the best possible fighting chance that they have to be able to overcome it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Call Philip McGuigan.
Last Collier, and I want to thank the proposers of the motion for bringing the issue to the Chamber today. The most recent statistics for waiting times for cancer patients do not make good reading and highlight a situation for cancer patients that simply isn't good enough. As we have heard, only 87.5% of cancer patients started treatment within 31 days of a decision to treat, instead of the target of 98%. And only 37.9% of patients started treatment within 62 days, following an urgent GP referral for suspected cancer, when that target is set at 95%. And just 31.7% of people were seen within 14 days by a breast cancer specialist following an urgent referral, despite the fact that all urgent breast cancer referrals should be seen within a 2-week period. As I said when I made a member statement a month ago on this issue and after the figures were published, we do have to acknowledge that there are several caveats at play with any statistics, so some caution should be exercised. However, what is clear that the expectation that people will have when beginning their journey of cancer tests and, if appropriate, diagnosis and treatment is falling far short of reality. It is important to remember that these figures are not just statistics, they equate to real people. In many cases, our own lived experience or that of our family members, friends, work colleagues, neighbours or people within our wider communities. Any delay in diagnosis or treatment has the potential to impact on both physical health and mental health. And anyone who has ever waited for an appointment following a red flag or urgent referral will attest to the worry and anxiety that fills that time between then and getting their results. And for those who receive a cancer diagnosis, the need for urgency to get any necessary surgery and begin treatment can become all-consuming. So we are acutely aware now of the importance of catching and treating cancer early to improve outcomes. Awareness-raising campaigns encouraging us all to be alert to early indications of certain types of cancers have been very effective and allow opportunities for screenings of people without symptoms continue to grow and have no doubt helped to save lives. So it is important then that this is followed up with timely intervention. That this is not just good for patients but also for the health service as a whole. We are now into the 3rd year of a 10-year cancer strategy and we must do better. We need to see the Minister building on the recommendations within the cancer strategy, including a focus on cancer research, which has a key role to play in improving diagnostics, treatment options and ultimately patient outcomes. We also need to see the concerns raised in the recent Auditor General's report into the condition of some of the imaging equipment such as MRI and CT scanners addressed, and the Minister will hopefully provide an update on this in his response. But where improvements and progress to reduce waiting times are being made, it should be acknowledged, and the rapid diagnosis centres and mega clinics referred to in the motion are good examples of this. And I welcome the additional 10 million being allocated towards these clinics and the commitment to invest in red flag and time-critical services, capacity building and clearing the backlog. The Minister's statement last week is to be welcomed, but the implementation plans, when they're published later this month, must include clear targets, timelines and performance indicators. And transparency will be key to building public confidence that this investment is being used to its maximum effect. In moving towards conclusion, Lascan Collier, today is International Nurses Day, so I want to put on record my support, appreciation and thanks to all our nurses and all those training to be nurses for your compassion, for the hard work that you do and the invaluable role that you play supporting patients across all settings within our health service, helping our communities and keeping our people healthy. In the context of this debate, we are all aware of the pressures on our health service and on the people who work within it. So again, I want to take the opportunity to recognise this and the work of all our healthcare professionals.
Neil McAllister.
Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague on the Health Committee for bringing forward this motion today. I, like others who have already spoken, rise to express deep concern and dismay at the current state of cancer waiting lists in Northern Ireland. Unfortunately, it's not the first time we're doing it here today. We have discussed it for many months since the return to the Assembly, but the hope at the end of that is that the situation and outcome gets better. I say as a member of the Health Committee that I am frustrated at the lack of progress. However, I recognise attempts at the progress to be made. I can only imagine how difficult it is for the member of the public and how they must feel when they do not have the capacity to get the answers
that they require to when they will receive their diagnosis or treatment. As has been highlighted already by many of the speakers, only 31.7% of breast cancer referrals were seen within that 14-day target of 100% from September to December 2024. Like my previous colleagues have said, we have heard from the Minister last week regarding the breast cancer regional referral system, and I asked in that ministerial statement whether we could receive an update on that, and perhaps if the Minister doesn't have an update today, we could ask at the Health Committee at our next session for that update. Regional planning is very important. Breast cancer is just one of the cancers that can be targeted on a regional basis. I also, in my ministerial questions my questions to the ministerial statement last week, asked regarding planning of other regional waiting lists, because many medics have highlighted that there are multiple people on multiple waiting lists across different trusts. We have also seen that 1,445 cancer patients started treatment following urgent GP referral for suspected cancer, that 37.9% of them started their treatment within the 62-day target, but the target is 95% that has previously been highlighted. When we speak to the medics on the ground, whether it's emergency medicine workers, staff, consultants, or resident doctors, many have said that some of these diagnoses are actually being made in our A&E departments. That is not the situation that we should find ourselves in. These are just two examples of a slight increase from the previous quarter, but 31.7% and 37.9% are not good enough targets, and I don't doubt that the Minister agrees as well. When you consider the 2020 study published in the British Medical Journal, that for many cancers a 4-week delay to surgery increases the risk of dying by 6 to 8%, it adds even more weight that we should do something now to change this outcome permanently. Statistics from Cancer Research UK show that almost all of those who are diagnosed with breast cancer at stage 1 will survive, compared to only 3 in 10 who are diagnosed at stage 4. Likewise, with bowel cancer, where 9 in 10 people diagnosed at stage 1 will survive, with only 1 in 10 who are diagnosed at stage 4. We are talking about people whose lives are so drastically impacted, not only to them, but their families as well. Another issue that many of us touched upon today is the fact that statistics are not entirely complete. With the rollout of Encompass, I would like to ask the Minister when we can start getting complete statistics so that we can compare and see where the progress has been made. We stood in this chamber last week and we welcomed the progress that was highlighted by the Minister on tackling waiting lists and the initiatives created. But what we need now is to see and evaluate the effectiveness not only of those actions, but actually of the actions that have been taking place since the Assembly was restored. I am delighted to support the motion here this morning. It is just very difficult that we have to get up time and again to actually talk about the unacceptable delays in cancer waiting diagnosis and treatment. But thank you very much for bringing the motion to the House.
Alan Chambers.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, few issues are as important as cancer care. As we all know, it's a disease that doesn't wait, and instead it often thrives in any periods of delays. And that is what makes the current challenges which have existed for a considerable number of years, so intolerable. And the delays are being compounded by increasing levels of prevalence. Cancer is increasingly becoming one of those diseases that will impact on all our lives at some point, either directly or indirectly. So this motion understandably is shining a light on the undoubted challenges facing the broader service. And of course, behind every statistic, every percentage or every missed target are patients and families going through the very real fear and anxieties that come with cancer. So as MLAs, and no doubt the Minister, few issues are considered as seriously as delays in time-critical treatments. Thankfully, there have been tangible actions taken and progress made in recent times. For instance, the pathways and treatments for blood cancer were far too disjointed, but the reviews of the three main pathways have now been completed, and new ways of working adopted with the primary objective of faster treatment and better outcomes for patients. Equally, waiting times for breast cancer assessments have been genuinely awful. But again, there have been major progress made even in recent days, which I hope will see much greater equalisation of waiting times in the months to come. The postcode lottery and waiting times, which has seen women in some trusts having to wait much longer than others, we should all hope will now be at an end once and for all. Excuse me. Last week we also heard an overview from the Minister on how he's going to allocate the elective funding that has been ring-fenced in this year's budget. Within that, he has understandably and rightly prioritised a proportion for tackling the urgent and time-critical waits. But as the Minister is likely himself to highlight once again, the vast majority of the £215 million is not new or additional money. I do welcome the amendment that has been selected, which again emphasises the importance of multi-year funding. However, just for the avoidance of doubt, and perhaps to help inform the remainder of the debate, I'd invite any of the proposers of the amendment by giving way if they want to clarify that their amendment is asking the Minister of Finance to commit to additional funding rather than commit to ring-fencing already existing health funding.
Absolutely. I mean, there isn't enough money to be able to deal with the issues that we have at the minute, so I would entirely expect that it's going to take additional funds and ring fence to be able to give the health minister. If we're truly serious about this, if we're serious about dealing with this issue, then absolutely we need more funds, but ring fence so that it specifically goes there, that the public can see what it's doing.
I thank the member for that clarity. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, can I say that I'm really disappointed with the continuing negativity from Mrs. Dodds around the reimbursement scheme, which is a genuine attempt to reduce our waiting lists. And to say that it won't have an impact on the waiting list is a nonsense, because if it takes 1,000 people off the waiting list, that's 1,000 people less in front of you as you're waiting for your procedure. So I would be interested if, when summing up on our proposals, if the DUP would clarify if Mrs. Dodds' point of view is in fact the DUP policy now towards this particular scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Ciara Ferguson.
Speaker, this subject touches each and every one of us in this chamber, indeed throughout our communities, whether through personal experience, a family member, a friend or a neighbour. We've all been affected by cancer, and if by some small chance you haven't been yet, you will be, and that's obviously just the brutal truth of it. Let's be absolutely clear, lengthy waits for a diagnosis can devastate a person's prognosis. It limits the treatment options available and places an unbearable burden on the mental health of the patient and their family. This is not acceptable, not in 2025 and not ever. I welcome the £215 million ring-fenced in the Executive's budget to address waiting lists, but what matters now is how that money is spent. It must be spent efficiently and strategically, not to be lost in any bureaucratic layers or swallowed by systems that are no longer fit for purpose. We need a dual focus, short-term capacity and long-term reform. Elective care centres, rapid diagnostic hubs and mega clinics can make a real difference. So too can better data, better planning and better cross-community trust and cooperation. We cannot just pour pour money in the old models. We must invest in smarter, more sustainable outcomes. And this is not just the Minister for Health's responsibility, it's a shared responsibility. The Health Committee, other parties across this chamber and the wider health and voluntary sector all stand ready to help the Minister. The people we represent want to see action, and we urge the Minister to take the lead and engage proactively with executive colleagues to drive change across the board. It is also imperative that the voice of teenagers and young people are heard on this issue. We have around 115 teenagers and young adults who are diagnosed here with cancer every year, and they must be fully represented in healthcare planning and support services. We also need to confront a serious issue. Women are more likely to experience late diagnosis and worse outcomes in many non-sex specific cancers. In bladder, kidney, colorectal, gastric and head and neck cancers, women face significantly longer delays than men, sometimes by weeks. These delays cost lives. Too often, women's symptoms are dismissed or misattributed to stress or menstrual pain. At the same time, women are underrepresented in clinical trials, leading to gaps in understanding how treatments affect them. Between 2019 and 2023, male-only clinical trials outnumbered female-focused ones by 67%. This is unacceptable. We must raise awareness, equip healthcare professionals with gender-sensitive training, and ensure that clinical research includes and reflects the needs of women. And I urge all women to attend breast and cervical screening, but also to take up bowel screenings, skin checks and other cancer diagnostics. As we know, vigilance saves lives. And also like to take this opportunity to commend the works of Cancer Focus, Cancer Research, and a local organisation, Hive Cancer Support, in our own constituency, who do fantastic work in raising awareness to the local population of the key symptoms and signs to look out for. And I would urge everyone here to continuously, when they do see information around that, to be sharing it in social media. Finally, we must think beyond the borders. There are real opportunities in the Cross-Border Healthcare Directive and in an All-Ireland approach. We already have outstanding All-Ireland cancer research bodies. We should be building on that, sharing knowledge, expertise and capacity across the island to ensure no one waits longer than they have to for a diagnosis, a treatment or a fighting chance. Let us match our words with urgency and compassion. Let us ring-fence the funding and make it count. Let us reform, not just react. The people of Ireland deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Paul Frew.
Rise to support the motion from my party colleagues, Ms Diane Dawes and Mr Alan Robertson. And can I place on record our satisfaction and gratitude to Diane and Alan for the work, the sterling work that they do in the Health Committee, both in representing the people and, second of all, representing this party and the views and policies of this party. It's service that is second to none, and I think it's reflective of this debate today by the wording that Diane and Alan has put down, a measure of the strength that they have in that committee, that we have nearly unanimous support by the part in this chamber today for this motion. We as a devolved assembly, if we cannot assist in the helping of our nation's health, then we may as well shut up and go home. There is nothing more important than the health of our people, because with health springs everything else. And so it is vitally important that the people out there have a health service when they require it. People need to have trust and confidence in our health service, but not only our health service, our health department. And I'll distinguish between the two, because I'll tell you now, it's very rarely that you get a complaint about a staff member. The caring nurses and doctors that meet and greet our patients under traumatic circumstances with diagnosis of the most serious nature. And we don't usually get walk-ins to congratulate the health service. We usually have to praise it out of people, but usually when you do get to speak to people, they can tell you they've had a really good service and they had a really good, caring bunch of professionals who looked after them. But there are so many horrific stories of people who come into our office who are still waiting, and who are still waiting. Diagnosis can be devastating, traumatizing, horrific. But imagine the fear and distress when they have to wait and wait and wait. The stats, and they are people, are absolutely shocking and shameful. And if this devolved assembly cannot get to grips with waiting times, not least cancer waiting times, then we will have failed. So what do we do? Because I believe that trust in our health department is probably at the lowest ebb it has been for decades. So it is very important that we have a strong minister. Probably more important for all of us that we have a strong minister in health compared to any other department, to be all honest. And I was sitting listening to the members speak on this debate, I couldn't help but think of the members, even in this House, that have been touched or affected by cancer. I've been here since 2010, and I can rack up a few members who have been affected, either indirectly or directly, by themselves or family members. And my prayers and thoughts have always been with those people. But that just shows you what cancer does and how it rips through communities and families and people. And so it is probably the biggest enemy that we have and our people have when it comes to health. So why can we not get to grips with it? I can remember being in someone's house the week after they were diagnosed with cancer. And unfortunately, it was the week when our previous health minister said during COVID that cancer patients would be turned away. Now, words can be clumsy, and I'm as much a victim of that as anyone, culprit as that as anyone. But the devastating effect that had on that lady, it was as if she was melting away in pain, sorrow, and anxiety. And so when people sit on waiting lists, it's as if the clock goes faster and they become more and more anxious and stressful. And of course, stress, being as it is, will impact and affect people waiting on waiting lists, not least with cancer. So this is a devastating illness which needs to be tackled. And we should reinforce ourselves to do all we can. But if we think that we can simply throw money at this without the health department and our health service being transformed, we are mistaken.
Time's up.
Because one must come with the other. Thank you.
Call Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thanks to Mrs Dodds and to Mr Robinson for bringing this motion today. We have heard plenty of statistics already, and they are harrowing. We miss every target. Unacceptable delays are now normalised, and yes, the numbers are awful. I fear that in all the noise we are beginning to lose sight of what the numbers actually represent. We're here today because every missed cancer target is a person, a woman waiting weeks to hear whether a lump is cancerous, a father whose treatment is delayed, a family that is trapped in uncertainty. The debate is not about systems, it's about lives, and as mentioned previously, we will all know somebody who has been impacted by cancer in our own lives. The statistics represent not a marginal failure but a systemic breakdown, and critically it's not a one-off. It's part of a pattern that has become dangerously routine. We regularly get updates on missed targets. Not delivering has become normal, and as Ms Dodds highlighted, the news reports barely even mention this now. We know, and the evidence is clear, that early diagnosis and treatment saves lives. A delay of just 4 weeks in starting cancer treatment can increase the risk of death by up to 8%. These aren't abstract figures, they are measured in lives shortened, in more aggressive treatment plans, and the emotional toll on patients and families who are navigating a longer and more uncertain journey. The Executive has recently allocated £215 million in the budget to address waiting lists. This is a significant investment, but let's be honest, money without vision and money without accountability won't be enough. We cannot ignore the fact that we already have a comprehensive cancer strategy, one that was launched in 2022 with broad political and sectoral support, yet 3 years on, it remains largely underfunded. A strategy without resources is just a press release. If we are serious about change, we must back our ambitions with actual investment and not just intentions. And let us not forget that sustainable health reform cannot be delivered on one-year budgets. Hospitals, trusts and frontline services cannot plan staffing, invest in diagnostic capacity or roll out innovations with only 12 months of certainty. Multi-year budgets aren't optional, they are essential if we are to stop firefighting and start planning. Every pound we spend must be tied to outcomes. We absolutely need short-term wins, more appointments, faster access, the backlogs cleared, but that alone won't solve the problem. We need lasting structural reform. There has been progress, investing in long-term capacity, rapid diagnostic centres, mega clinics, elective care hubs, better use of digital systems and technology to streamline care. And I welcome the Minister's recent announcement and the plans to address waiting times, but I must stress this cannot just become another forum for discussion. It must deliver. It must challenge departments and it must be empowered to cut through the layers of bureaucracy and prioritise frontline services where they are needed most. That means institutional reform. For too long, our health system has been burdened by the fragmented structures, sluggish processes and recurring pattern of stop-start governance. This instability has paralysed long-term planning, undermined investment in critical services and left departments scrambling to manage crisis after crisis. In the 9 years since the release of the Bingo report in 2016, we have had a functioning assembly for only 4 years due to the shutdowns in this place by the two biggest parties. We know the assembly is only as stable today as it was the day before the last shutdown. Cancer care, like so much else, cannot thrive in a system where governance is intermittent. What we need is a stable government that functions consistently, cohesively and with accountability. The current model is failing patients and it cannot go on. It is also vital that we protect and support our health workforce, because the truth is no reform, no matter how ambitious, will work unless we have the people to deliver it. Nurses, radiologists, oncologists, so many are exhausted and too many are leaving the system. I urge the Minister to look at increasing availability of screening by lowering the age of bowel cancer screening, for example, and bringing forward a plan to screen for lung cancer, and maybe he can speak to this in his remarks. I know the Minister is keen to act in this area, and certainly he has mentioned previously that this is something that he does care about. Sadly, we know that 1 in 2 of us will get cancer in our lifetimes. Mr. Speaker, cancer does not wait, and neither should we. Thank you.
Stuart Dixon.
Much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, cancer is not just a disease. It is a thief that steals time, it steals futures, and it steals lives. And while cancer does not discriminate, sadly our systems do. Between those who get seen in time and those who do not. Between those who survive and those who become a statistic. I know this because I stood in those shoes. In 2019, I sat across a table from a consultant and heard the words that no one wants to hear. You have cancer. But I learned something else that day. The difference is speed, expertise, and what the difference that speed and decisive action can make. Thanks to the extraordinary staff and skills of NHS, from my own GP, Antrim Area Hospital, the Cancer Centre and surgeons at the Belfast City Hospital. Before I move on, I have a question to the Minister. The theatres at the Belfast City Hospital are always over capacity. So, Minister, may I ask you when plans are going to be provided for the new elective care theatres at the Belfast City Hospital site? When will they be built to take pressure off the existing facilities? I stand here before you today having survived one of the least survivable cancers. Deputy Speaker, my story should not be the exception, it should be the norm. Instead, far too many people right across Northern Ireland, the system is failing them at the moment they need it most. The latest figures are not just disappointing, they are a disgrace. Between October and December 24, only 34% of patients began treatment within 62 days of an urgent GP referral, and the gap is widening. 10 years ago, the figures were more than double. As for breast cancer, only 1/3 were seen within the critical 14-day window, down 5 percentage points in the previous year. Let me be clear, this is not just inefficiency, it is injustice. Every day it is a gamble with lives. Research from the British Medical Journal shows that a 4-week delay in cancer surgery increases the risk of death by 7%, rising to 13% for radiotherapy and chemotherapy treatments, while for breast cancer, delays of 8 and 12 weeks can increase the risk of death by 17% and 26%. Deputy Speaker, these aren't numbers. These are parents, partners, children, and our friends. They are people who can be saved, but only if we act quickly and with the urgency that the system demands. Funding alone isn't enough. Yes, £215 million allocated for waiting lists is welcome, but questions remain over implementation, which I hope will be provided in the elective care framework, which will be published later this month. We need to see detailed plans and programmes to improve outcomes, and a workforce that retains the specialists that we're losing. Above all, we need to treat this with the urgency that it demands, because behind every statistic is someone's mother, father, or child running out of days while we stand here and debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must never forget the human cost of those failures. To those watching today, waiting for a diagnosis, waiting for treatment, waiting for hope, I see you because I've been there. I have sat where you sit. I know the frustration, the anger, and the sadness. I have seen it in patients around me who didn't make the journey that I have made. But I also know this: change is possible so long as we and the Minister have the political will to act. So to the Minister of Health today, I say this: why has it taken so long to get to this position? Why was this not part of your day one brief? The time for warm words is over. Now is the time to show the real plan, measurable, timetabled, and action for delivery. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion and also the amendment, and I can commend the proponents of this motion, because these issues are entirely the issues that this House needs to be talking about. Our role as public representatives is to improve public services, and certainly in this area, this is where we are certainly not, or could be doing better. The state of cancer waiting times in Northern Ireland is not only unacceptable, it is deeply unjust. And on Women's Health Month, I want to talk about breast cancer waiting times. We've heard the figure: fewer than 1 in 3 patients referred urgently for suspected breast cancer were seen within a 14-day target. Just over 1/3 of patients referred with suspected cancer began treatment within 62 days. These aren't just missed targets, they're missed chances to intervene, to reassure, and to save lives. I know what this feels like. I recently found a lump, and like many women, I was red flagged. That should have meant an appointment within 2 weeks. I waited 12. Had I lived just a few miles away in another trust, I would likely have been seen much sooner. And that postcode lottery is as real as it is unfair. Thankfully, my result was just benign breast tissue. But for 12 weeks, like so many others, I sat with uncertainty. I was as sick as a dog. Every time I showered, I felt it. That fear, that awful question hanging in the air, is something too many people across Northern Ireland are recognising right now. When I was finally seen on a Sunday, thanks to an additional clinic capacity, the service was outstanding, a one-stop shop where if I had needed a biopsy, I would have got it that day. The staff were compassionate, the system was efficient, and all of that should be the norm, not the exception. But what really struck me most was that waiting room. Packed, women of all ages, of all backgrounds, of all ethnicities, some sitting on their own, some holding hands, all waiting in silence. The weight of anxiety was palpable, and that's why this debate matters, because it's not just about capacity, it's about fairness, it's about the emotional toll of delay. It's about making sure that no woman, no patient is left sitting for weeks or months without answers, especially when we can do better. As public servants, we can do better. I welcome the regional breast assessment list. It's a vital step in ending this postcode-based inequality. It makes sense, and why it hasn't been in place before now baffles. I welcome the 215 million allocated for the waiting list work, and I support the call for it to be ring-fenced and applied in a way that genuinely increases short-term capacity and long-term reform. This issue will repeat itself in 10 years if we don't do, as the amendment said, if we don't have multi-year budgets. Mega clinics, elective care centres and the new delivery unit all show promise, but they must be expanded and embedded as part of systemic change, not a pilot project that comes and goes when funding does. Let's also be honest about the need for sustained multi-year investment, not just headline announcements, because reform will only succeed if it's resourced, strategic and focused on patient outcomes. This motion asks us to step up, not just as politicians, but as people entrusted with the care of our communities. We must fix this, and we can fix this. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Members, as question time begins at 2 p.m, I suggest the Assembly takes its ease until then. This debate will continue after question time, when the next member to speak in the debate will be the Minister of Health. Please take your ease.
Members, it's time for questions to the Executive Office. I will start with listed questions, and question 13 has been withdrawn. I call Owen Tennyson.
Question number 1, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Principal Deputy Speaker. With your permission, I will answer questions 1 and 10 together. The delivery of the strategic framework to end violence against women and girls requires a whole-of-society approach. We've engaged with Ofcom on online safety and mobilised work across all councils through our Change Fund. The Online Safety Act of 2023 introduced new UK-wide laws that protect both children and adults from online harm and place specific obligations on online service providers. We support Ofcom's call to tech companies to play their part in addressing the risks of online harm and recently met with them to discuss this important issue. The Ending Violence Against Women and Girls SBRI Challenge Fund has identified a number of innovative solutions for women and girls' safety, including challenging problematic behaviours online. There is currently a consultation that is out by Ofcom, specifically looking at protection of women and girls online. And I am pleased to have got confirmation in the last couple of weeks that a person has been successfully prosecuted under a Section 181 charge against me. That was sending messages by way of online communication conveying a threat of death or serious harm, and at the time of sending intended the individual, which was me, would be in fear that the threat would be carried out. So that is one of the more serious charges in that legislation. I am pleased that there has been a successful prosecution of that and that he will be sentenced very shortly.
Thank you, Minister. I call Owen Tennessee for a supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Deputy First Minister, for that answer. And may I express my solidarity, first of all, to you, Deputy First Minister, on the threat and abuse that you have received, and hopefully the individual in question will be held to account for that. Can I ask, Deputy First Minister, there has obviously been speculation that tech regulation and online safety regulation may be on the table as part of trade negotiations that the UK Government has undertaken with a number of countries. Do you agree that we should not sacrifice online safety regulation and the safety of women and girls online as part of those negotiations? And have you made representations to the UK Government to that effect?
Minister.
Thank you. The member will be aware of some recent announcements in relation to the UK-US trade agreement just announced last week. We're working through the details of that, but I know that many will be pleased to see that this rumoured aspect of that did not feature. The member will also be aware that for many years, myself, along with my colleagues, have advocated for stronger protections of women in particular. But of course, we've seen in recent months threats and abuse of public representatives right across this House, men and women. We have raised before that there is a particular issue, as recognised by a number of reports, towards women in this particular incident, and I know that many of us get a significant amount of abuse, but in this particular case, with a specific allegation, a specific threat of death being communicated via communications, I am glad that that legislation was there. It is a good demonstration that the Online Safety Act can and will be used to successfully prosecute, and we await the sentencing of that. I think it is incredibly important that the courts do take these matters seriously as well, and this is an issue I think that unites all of us to stand shoulder to shoulder to say that it is absolutely wrong that there's abuse, threats and violence towards any public person, never mind elected representatives, just simply trying to do their job.
Call Harry Harvey for supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the Deputy First Minister agree with me that it is completely unacceptable that any woman in public life should have fear of violence simply because they are doing their job?
Minister.
Look, absolutely. Women have a right to participate in public life without suffering abuse or threats of violence, and indeed we want to actively encourage women to get into public life. However, we sadly do know from personal experience, and we've heard the stories from many people, not just throughout this place but in other public roles as well, that women in public life are subjected to serious and sustained severe abuse on social media. It is not often that you can identify who that person is, or that threat may include a very specific act or threat of violence. But nevertheless, the abuse builds up, and we know that, and the negative impact, not just on those individuals, but of course in terms of the participation of women generally, women not wanting to be part of public life or to become a public representative due to this. So it is an important issue. It is there, right at the heart of our strategy of ending violence against women and girls. It's one of the many behaviours that takes place throughout that is based on those values, based on that prejudice, based on that misogyny, and it needs to be stamped out.
Thank you, Minister. I call Cara Hunter.
Speaker, and I just want to put on record my solidarity and support for you, Deputy First Minister, and no one should have to face any kind of threat just when doing their job, so just to express my support for you in everything you're going through. Deputy First Minister, just following up from the initial question, recently at a discussion in the European Union Parliament, there was a suggestion that perhaps there could be a sort of a direct helpline when it comes to digital abuse, a 911 if you will. Do you think we should have something similar here here in Northern Ireland specifically to tackle misogynistic digital abuse?
Thank you. I thank the member for her sentiments and indeed her important question. And I think in all of this, of course, there's always a balance around free speech. There's always a balance in terms of people being able to, in any democracy, to freely express a view. But where that crosses over into abuse or to threats, that is clearly wrong. And I welcome the fact that it has been recognised that in order to deal with this, there needs to be a number of different tools, not just the offences and the new offences under the Online Safety Act, which we've seen in action already, but of course those aspects of that legislation which compels those social media and online companies to take action. That is why that consultation that is out at the moment by Ofcom is really important. It is open, I believe, until about the 23rd of May, and I would encourage members to respond to that, to tell of their own personal experiences and the types of issues that that guidance needs to cover, because that's going to be vitally important moving forward. I don't want any woman or girl to suffer abuse online. I certainly don't want it to get to the levels, of course, that that young person feels that they don't want to go into politics, or that a woman feels that they want to step back from frontline politics as well. So I think it's really important that we do tackle this, because it's important that that inclusion is there and that our public representative space is a safe one for people to be able to do what they need to do.
Call Sinead Annis for supplementary.
Pre-Laskin Corlan, can I too send solidarity to the Deputy First Minister and to everybody across this House indeed who's experienced abuse in the course of doing this role. It's completely unacceptable and needs to be called out. Can the Deputy First Minister provide an update on the Power to Change public awareness campaign, please?
Thank you. Yes, indeed. And in terms of the broader abuse, we know that that type of abuse causes significant distress. We know that it can make people very scared. I felt afraid. I continue to feel afraid in terms of looking to the future because of the actions of this individual. And I think that is just utterly wrong. I think all of us get into public life despite our differences of political opinions and aspirations. We all get into public life to try to make a positive difference, to do what we can, either to push forward an agenda we feel passionately about, or indeed to help the individuals that need that help and support in their individual cases. And I think it is just so fundamentally wrong that in trying to do that, that that we can suffer that abuse and certainly those threats, and to be put into a position of feeling fearful about that. But of course, our strategy recognises that this behaviour starts at a much earlier stage. It starts at the point where, as I said, that those values, that those prejudices, that those opinions are formed. And that's why it is so important in terms of that campaign. That campaign is about encouraging people to be active bystanders, to call this out at the earliest possible opportunity. It's not a bit of a laugh. It's not just, oh, it's just a bit of this, that and the other. It's not. It represents a certain type of view, and it makes people very, very uncomfortable, and starts at a very early stage. And unfortunately, what we often then see is that threat and violence and worse, where that comes to a particular point. So, look, I'm glad that the strategy deals with this in the broadest possible way, and this is an important campaign as part of that.
Thank you, Minister. I call Tom Buchanan.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Question number 2.
Minister.
The recent Supreme Court judgment on the For Women Scotland Limited and Scottish ministers ruled that for the purposes of the Equality Act 2010, the definitions of sex, man and woman, refer to biological sex. The issue is currently under consideration within the Department, and I'm aware it's under consideration right across. It is important to remember that this judgment is likely to have tangential and other impacts. It is likely to have an impact here in Northern Ireland. I have no doubt over the next number of weeks there will be much discourse, much debate, guidance and other things that will be issued. But of course it is also important that our public bodies and our departments and others do pay attention to this particular judgment and make sure that we are complying with the law.
Tom Buchanan for supplementary.
Thank you, and thank the Minister for a response. Does the Deputy First Minister agree with me that it is fundamentally wrong and unfair that trans people who are biologically male have been able to compete in women's sports, use women's bathrooms and be placed on female prison wings?
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for his supplementary question. It is a very topical issue at the moment, and for understandable reasons. I do commend those who have campaigned on this issue, those that have been subject to a significant amount of abuse for trying to stand up and protect female spaces for women. In this debate, we always must be conscious that it should be carried out in a way which is not about offending anybody. Of course it's not. It's not about not recognising the existence of people or demeaning them, but this is about recognising biological reality. It is about recognising the right that women have to be protected within women-only spaces. It is about recognising, in my view, very, very strongly the fundamental unfairness that somebody who is born male would have in a sports team or sports arena. This is fundamentally common sense, and I think the vast majority of people out there do recognise that. They don't want this to be carried out in such a way to hurt or demean, but they do want the rights of women to be stood up for, and indeed to be implemented in a way that protects women, particularly in vulnerable spaces or where there would be a significant unfairness.
Matthew O'Toole for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Deputy First Minister, notwithstanding the outcome of the court case, and it is a court case which needs to be understood and acknowledged, there are ordinary trans people, including in this building today. They're having an event upstairs. Can I ask whether you, as Deputy First Minister, will make any attempt to reach out to people in the trans community who do, notwithstanding the outcome of the court judgment, feel anxious and frankly at times threatened by some of the language used in politics? Can I ask, will you specifically reach out to the trans community to ensure and assure them that they are esteemed and should be treated with proper respect? Is that something you would do?
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. I can assure the member that I have engaged with the trans community on a number of occasions up until this point, and everything that I say, and I say this very, very clearly, everything that I say, I make clear that no person should be subject to harassment or to discrimination, and indeed that people should be attributed dignity. Of course they should. But it is in that space that I think it is only right. I feel very strongly about this issue, that personally speaking, this has been an issue which has been toxic. Those women who have taken a different view, for example from the trans lobby, have been subjected to vile abuse, to threats, death threats, threats of violence as well. That is wrong. There will be different views on this issue. I fundamentally believe it is a common sense approach that male and female relates to biological sex, and that in terms of the implementation of this, we must protect women in women-only spaces, and we should also ensure fairness, for example, when it comes to sport.
Jerry Carroll for supplementary.
Condemnation of threats towards yourself, Minister, and violence or threats towards violence of anybody is disgraceful and wrong, whoever that is. Minister, given that the BMA say that the Supreme Court ruling is biologically nonsensical and scientifically illiterate, do you think we should listen to the medical experts rather than foolishly follow the Supreme Court ruling here?
Minister.
Thank you. Let's be very clear. The Supreme Court is the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom. They are the people who sit and make a judgment on these legal matters. But it is a matter of biology as well. A woman is a woman. I am a woman. I know what I am. And so with the greatest respect to the member, as I said, we can engage in this debate in a respectful way. But nevertheless, there are very strong views on this, and those strong views should be respected. I have a strong view on this. Many women, and indeed people across society, have a strong view that the Supreme Court was correct, and we look forward to seeing that implemented in a way that, of course, does not harass or demean people, but does so in a way that protects women.
John Blair.
Speaker, if I could ask, if I may, that we move away from opinions and views to fact. And in light of that, could I ask what impact the clarity of the assessment with regard to the need for non-discrimination on the basis of gender reassignment will have on the work of the Executive Office regarding equality for all, including members of our trans community?
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. As indicated in the initial response, these matters are under current consideration, but I think there is no doubt that legally speaking, it's not just a matter of opinion. Legally, looking at the Supreme Court judgment, it's very clear that there will be tangential impacts of this. There will be a significant impact of that judgment across many areas of operation within departments, agencies, arm's length bodies, etc. So, of course, there needs to be very clear guidance given in relation to the law, that is something that is a duty on each of the departments and bodies. I know there's been some reference to the Equality Commission or other bodies. Those can, of course, issue their own guidance, and we will look at that very carefully. But the legal position is the legal position, and therefore bodies and departments must make sure that they are complying factually and legally with what the Supreme Court has said. So we'll be looking at these issues very carefully.
Aoife Finnegan.
I want to thank the Minister for her answer. Could the Minister outline what protections currently exist for trans people here?
Thank you. Indeed, there are significant protections that remain in place for individuals from the trans community here. For individuals undergoing or having undergone gender reassignment, the Sex Discrimination Northern Ireland Order of 1976, as amended by the Sex Discrimination Gender Reassignment Regulations Northern Ireland 1999, and the Sex Discrimination Order 1976 Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2016. There's also protections within the Employment Equality Sex Discrimination Regulations of 2005. So there's quite a bit of protection there, as there is indeed across the UK. Of course, the judgment was referring to other legislation or other guidance that may refer to men or women without those specific interpretations set out in some of those other pieces of legislation. So there are protections there, and I can assure people that there are protections there. But this is about also protecting those places for women where women are particularly vulnerable, for example, or where there would be a significant or any unfairness in relation to inclusion.
Colm Alicia McHugh.
Question number 3.
Minister.
Thank you. We are currently considering options for filling vacancies on the MLK Development Corporation Board. We do recognise that the vacancies place an additional burden on the remaining board members, and we are grateful to them for their continued efforts and commitment. We would be remiss to discuss the Maze Lawn Care site without mentioning the Balmoral Show, which will take place later this week from the 14th to 17th of May. It is truly a fantastic showcase for the region and indeed for our agriculture and agri sector, and we would encourage everyone to visit if at all possible. We would also like to highlight the fantastic work of the Ulster Aviation Society, who, as members may well be aware, recently brought the Spitfire replica to Parliament buildings just last week as part of the commemoration and celebrations of 80th anniversary of Victory in Europe Day. The UAS attend a variety of shows and events, but of course members of the public can arrange to visit the collection in the hangars, and I would genuinely encourage people to do so. They really have a remarkable collection at the site, so it's a really good day out.
Alicia McHugh for supplementary.
I
thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer.
Detail for me what is currently happening with the retained and listed buildings on this site.
As a member is likely aware, the listed and retained buildings, there's an obligation in terms of maintenance, and that is what continues at this stage.
I call David Honeyford for supplementary.
Well, Deputy Speaker, the role of the Maze Lawn Kish Board is there to deliver the development of the whole site. You've mentioned the Ulster Aviation and Balmoral Show, which are great examples of what can happen, but we've also heard our Deputy First Minister talk about sensitivity, but that shouldn't mean doing nothing. When will the Deputy First Minister enable progress that we'll see the board being able to fulfil their job?
Minister. Thank you. I thank the member for his question. He will be aware that I have a local constituency interest in the site as well. Look, I think the site has huge potential. I would love to see the economic potential in particular unlocked about that site. The member will be aware that there is no agreement, alas, that until there is agreement in relation to the listed and retained buildings, the then Deputy First Minister Martin McGuinness had set down that there would be no further development above and beyond what had already been agreed. There was a subsequent agreement to allow for the air ambulance to be located on that site, and I welcome that particular agreement. But at this stage, yes, that issue has stopped that economic and other potential of the site, and of course I would appeal to my colleague in the Executive Office, but also to others, to use a pragmatic approach to allow some of that potential to be realised in the meantime, while we continue to take a look at some of those other tricky issues.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Speaker. Will the Deputy First Minister join me in noting the very positive contribution that large-scale events like the Balmoral Show, Northwest 200 and the Open Championship coming up at Royal Portrush has in showcasing the very best of Northern Ireland and the impact that has?
Look, absolutely. I thank the member for his timely question. I was at the Northwest 200 just on Saturday. I know that the First Minister was there on Thursday evening, which I believe was her first time at the Northwest, and it was really a spectacular occasion. I think over 100,000 spectators there enjoying the sunshine for a second Saturday in a row on the Northwest. It really brings the spectators out. But my goodness, what a showcase of our wonderful North Coast through that event. And indeed, events like that, it's not just in terms of spectators, the riders, the participants here in Northern Ireland, and I've no doubt that the Open and other events like the Balmoral show, like the VE Day celebrations of last week, that these showcase our fantastic offering here in Northern Ireland. There will be people, millions of people all over the globe watching the Northwest 200. There will be millions of people all over the globe watching the Open this summer, and they're seeing our beautiful coastline, they're knowing about Northern Ireland, and we hope that they will go, well look, I'm interested in finding out more, and that's a real opportunity for us to attract those tourists or to attract that investment and that business. It's a unique aspect of what we can offer, and we should be using every opportunity to really promote Northern Ireland.
Before I call Paul through, can I remind members and indeed the Deputy First Minister that all answers need to be related to the question? So you're going to have to repeat yourself in question 5, okay? So can I call Paul through, please?
Number 4.
Minister.
Thank you. The Victims Payment Board, which makes decisions on entitlement to payment through the Victims Payment Scheme, has advised that the inclusion of postcode information when applying is not mandatory. This means that there are a large number of applicants who do not provide this data, which means it's not possible to use the board's IT system to get a breakdown of successful applications by constituency. A manual review of applications would be required to retrieve this information. I have communicated, though, I believe that this would be useful information, particularly in terms of the planning of services, and to communicate that with the Department of Health as well, because we know that there are many people coming forward to the board and they haven't been diagnosed with particularly in the mental health side, those conditions before. So again, this would be really useful in terms of the planning of those support services that we had that data. But as outlined, it's very challenging at the moment to try to extract that from the system. But as of the week commencing the 28th of April 2025, there have been more than 11,000 applications submitted to the scheme. There have been a total of 3,204 determinations made, resulting in more than 89 million being paid to eligible applicants since the scheme opened for applications.
Thank you. I call Paul free for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy First Minister. Maybe the reason why we can't get that data is the real fear and concern some victims have over the terrorist threat. Does the Deputy First Minister agree with me that the crass and hurtful glorification of terrorism by the First Minister goes against the Code of Conduct for Ministers, goes against the spirit of peace and reconciliation, and makes a nonsense of the claim to be a First Minister for all?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. The First Minister, of course, is answerable for her own activities, but I can say very clearly to this place that I believe that any glorification of terrorism is wrong. Of course, families may want to remember their loved one and can do so privately. Of course, that is understandable. But the public glorification of those that have been convicted of terrorist activities, in my view, is absolutely wrong. It has no part to play. It never had any part to play in Northern Ireland, and it certainly has no part to play in our future. And I would like us all to be able to stand absolutely united against paramilitarism, intimidation, threats, and indeed any glorification of the same.
Justin McNulty for supplementary.
First Minister, I know your colleague, the other First Minister, believes that the violence, the horrendous violence and futile violence of the past, and her party believes the same thing, that was justified. Do you believe that it's justifiable that many of the victims of that violence are languishing in pain, unable to access the the permanent pensions disablement scheme, and are suffering in pain and suffering with impairment both physically and mentally? Is that justifiable?
Minister.
Thank you, and I thank the member for his important question, because of course I've met also with many of those who have applied to this scheme, many of those that had been severely injured or have those permanent mental scars from what they experienced during the Troubles. That's what the scheme is designed to try to support. I am pleased to say that I was very much involved in the support of this scheme right throughout, and in pushing the UK government at a time that this place wasn't sitting to try to ensure that that legislation was brought forward. And I'm on the record at Westminster on really pushing this issue. As outlined in the initial answer, this situation is very complex. At least 1 in 3 of the cases that come forward to the Pensions Board include multiple incidents. Much of that data is historic data. It is across records kept over many decades, and unfortunately that is taking time to achieve. However, I am pleased to say that when you look at the amount paid out in 2023 and 24, it was around the 24 million mark, but in 24-25 that has increased to in and around £46 million being put out. That is almost a double of what went out in the previous year, and I think that's a very good indication that the processing of these is speeding up and money is getting out, with almost £90 million now being paid out to give that essential support to those who have suffered the most during the Troubles.
Thank you. I call Paula Bradshaw.
First Minister, for your answer so far. Just on that issue of the processing it, I'm sure you'll agree with me that the voluntary sector organisations who have been providing support with applications have been doing an amazing job. But just once the application then is submitted to the board, how often are you reviewing that process, and are there any changes planned for the future to make it easier for applicants? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. And yes, look, we've recently met with the chairperson of the board to talk through these issues and to be assured that they are continuously reviewing their system. There's been a number of significant changes that you will be aware from your role on the committee, that the business improvement programme has been implemented in terms of the key strands that came about following the recent innovation and consultancy services review. So that looked at all kinds of things, including the improvement of IT systems, an attempt to avoid duplication, trying to give that additional support, because of course we're working within the health trusts, with GP practices, with the PSNI, with many of those legacy files. That all requires very often manual application of trying to find and to gather that information. That inevitably leads to delays. There is a significant number of applications, over 11,000 that have come through, so understandably it has been a very logistically challenging thing, but nevertheless we want people to get that support as quickly as possible, so we will be continuing to work closely with them, as our officials do as well, to try to do everything in our power to get this sped up as quickly as possible.
Thank you. I call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Question 5.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. We promoted the Open during a visit to North Carolina as an example of Northern Ireland's attractiveness as a location for golf, for major events, for investment and for tourism. I further highlighted the Open during my visit to Washington DC. Hosting the Open featured in speeches at the Northern Ireland Bureau breakfast in Washington DC, where the claret jug was on display for the 250 guests and media outlets. While I was in DC for St Patrick's Day, a number of people mentioned Rory McIlroy to me. So what an incredible export that we have, that he is an internationally, of course, recognisable name, but also that he is recognisably from Northern Ireland, and the promotion opportunities around all of that, as of course our sports people do right throughout many of our sports. I want to put on record once again our congratulations to him on this magnificent victory and completing his career Grand Slam. People across the entirety of Northern Ireland are incredibly proud of Rory and what he has achieved. And what I don't think we could have imagined a better setup for the 153rd Open Championship at Royal Portrush, which will be the largest ever sporting event held in Northern Ireland, broadcasting a stunning beauty and hospitality around the world. It's one of the most prestigious events in the global sporting calendar, attracting international business leaders, investors, tourism stakeholders and global media. It is predicted to generate more than $213 million in total economic benefit for Northern Ireland.
I call Maurice Bradley for a supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers. The Open has previously given a significant economic boost to Northern Ireland. How can we ensure that we build on this and maximise the economic benefits of the Open this year? And I'd like to thank the members for their praise of the events in the North Coast, the Open, the North West 200, Super Cup, NI, etc. And we ask the members to recognise that on those days there are over 100 to 200,000 people in the area, with the nearest hospital being the Altnagelvin in Londonderry.
Sorry, run out of time.
Apologies.
Okay. So that ends the period for list of questions. We'll now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Topical question 5 has been withdrawn. I call on Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Deputy First Minister, you mentioned in your remarks that the importance of showcasing things and visiting things, and you've certainly, along with your colleague, made a habit of visiting things. You mentioned North Carolina, you mentioned Washington DC, you mentioned the Northwest 200. But when I looked at the TO website, I found that in terms of announcements, it's been more than 2 months since there's been a substantive policy announcement from your department. That was the appointment of a commissioner, or the beginning of a competition on the appointments commissioner. Can I ask, Deputy First Minister, what is it that you and the First Minister actually spend your day doing?
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure whether to thank the member for that question or not, but nevertheless, I will answer it. Of course, we're hugely busy in terms of what we're trying to drive forward, and that is an ambitious programme for change right across the executive. Thus far, in the 14-15 months that we have been in post, we have secured agreement, unanimous agreement as well, in terms of the executive in a programme for government, the first to be agreed in well over a decade. We've secured agreement in terms of the transformation programme and the spending of that money. We secured agreement in the executive to the budget and key reform aspects moving forward. We have gained agreement in terms of the establishment of a new AI unit, in relation to the establishment of a delivery unit. We have been working on all of these things because we are committed to doing things differently and driving forward that change. Yes, a significant part of our role is also being out there, representing Northern Ireland, championing Northern Ireland, showing our support to those great organisations and events. But I can assure the member that we are continuing to work hard to drive forward that progress against those 9 key priorities as set out in our agreed programme for government.
Matthew O'Toole for a supplementary.
Deputy First Minister, I appreciate that you have secured agreement to a programme for government on the budget. Those are the bare minimum that any government should do. What I think most people watching politics here have seen is your party, probably with the happy acquiescence of your partners in government, Sinn Féin, deliver nothing but inaction, but rather turn politics here into one long, old, firm game. First Minister, Deputy First Minister, people here, particularly young people, want more than endless rows over signs and statues. So can I ask whether you think that you and the First Minister, given all the money you've spent on travel, are providing value for money for the public in Northern Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Principal Speaker. I think it's an absolute nonsense to say that there hasn't been that delivery and commitment to driving through. And quite frankly, I would say to the young people of Northern Ireland that they're sick of negativity. They're sick of people trying to put a spin on things because you want something to oppose. This is an executive that has delivered a programme for government. It has ambitions. It's got 9 key priorities. We've already seen the announcements about our actions to tackle waiting lists that could only be done because this is an executive that prioritised and ring-fenced funding to tackle waiting lists. From our own executive office, in terms of the priority on ending violence against women and girls, we not only produced the strategy, we produced the framework, and money is already out the door, and with organisations, campaigns have already been running. There's a series of actions that are taking place. I'm sorry that the member hasn't focused on those, or perhaps is unaware of those, because I can assure you very, very strongly, we have not been focusing on some of those other issues that your party have been focused on in terms of trying to find wedge issues. We have been focusing on driving forward progress in this place and making Northern Ireland work.
Excuse me. See, before I call the next member, I couldn't even hear half your response because your party colleagues hearing in the background. Okay, so could you snap it in the head? It's not cute. And the same for the opposition. Andrew, you will be heard.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Deputy First Minister. As representative of South Down, I've seen the growth of the film industry within Northern Ireland, namely in some of the stunning site locations that we have in South Down due to the landscape. But can I ask what engagement there has been to mitigate the impact of potential US tariffs on the Northern Ireland film industry?
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you. Thank the member for his question. I, for one, I'm glad of the support behind me, but nevertheless, I can say that the film industry in Northern Ireland is really genuinely fantastic. And both the First Minister and I have had the opportunity on many occasions to promote that industry. It is a key part of our offering. We have invested heavily in that, including through the city region deals, of course with Studio Ulster, for example, opening in mid-June of 2025. So of course we were concerned to hear that there was a potential of tariffs on the film industry. We do have a number of US investments in terms of our creative industries, and we would want that to continue. Of course, it's not the only aspect of that. There are many other countries that we're engaging with in terms of trying to get production of those in Northern Ireland. We'll continue to do so. But yes, we have been raising this. We raised this just last week to the Business Secretary of State, Jonathan Reynolds, to just flag that we are concerned about this. There's no details as yet as to how that would actually operate. And I think most people agree it would be very difficult to implement that type of tariff on that type of thing. But of course, we will be vigilant about this, and we'll be doing everything in our power to make sure that people are aware of the importance of that sector for Northern Ireland, and that we are mitigating against that at every opportunity.
Andrew McMurray for supplementary.
Thank you, First Minister, or Deputy First Minister. When will an international relations strategy be published, taking into account the specific needs of the film industry as a source of not just economic growth, but also cultural output?
Minister.
Thank you. Yes, we're at an advanced stage in relation to the international relations strategy. He will, of course, appreciate that there has been a number of global events that have taken place, not least the change of a president in the United States, and that brought with it a very different direction in terms of the global environment, particularly in relation to foreign direct investment and what we'd be targeting. We have to be acutely aware of those changes and make sure that our international relations strategy is therefore fit for purpose in that context. So we're taking all of those things into account. It's still a very unclear picture as to where we will land internationally in terms of the global trade situation and tariff situation. But of course, we will take all of that into account and will be shortly bringing forward our international relations strategy.
Thank you. I call John Stewart.
The Deputy First Minister for answers so far. Deputy First Minister, to return to the Troubles Permanent Disabled Pension Scheme, can you just confirm what is being done to promote that scheme in GB for either people who were injured here in Northern Ireland and moved across, or who were injured at the hands of terrorists while living in GB at the time? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. Yes, I'm pleased to say that there have been efforts made to promote that, including using online sort of social media messaging, targeting newspapers or other places where there is likely to be people from here or those that may have been impacted by the Troubles. In Northern Ireland, of course, in February of 2024, a leaflet was put out through every door to raise awareness of that. So we are confident that there's very wide awareness of that scheme here in Northern Ireland. But there have been a significant number of applications from GB. Indeed, as I understand, the last time I looked, I think it was just over 500 applications from GB. So I think it's clear that the message is getting through. But of course, we do encourage those that have been physically or mentally injured during the Troubles to come forward and make sure that they're getting the benefit of that scheme.
John Stewart for supplementary.
And thank the Deputy First Minister for that answer. You highlight a number there, Minister. I know in a recent question response between the 1st of February 2024 and the 1st of February this year, the scheme received 178 applications from people from England, Scotland and Wales, with 3,900 from here in Northern Ireland. I'm just wondering, do those figures bear out the fact that maybe more could be done to highlight the scheme in GB and try to make sure that everyone who was affected is aware of it and eligible to apply?
Minister.
Thank you. Absolutely. I think we would be keen for that. I think it's important to remember as well that this is a scheme that comes from the Northern Ireland Block Grant, and our block grant primarily is there to benefit the people of Northern Ireland. But we recognise that there are many, many hundreds, if not thousands, on the mainland that have been impacted both physically and psychologically by the Troubles. Many of those who served, for example, in the armed forces where that support wasn't there for them at the time. We have been in ongoing engagement with the UK government around a contribution, a financial contribution to this scheme. I believe very strongly that it makes sense that those based in GB are able to come forward to this scheme instead of GB having to set up a separate scheme with all of the administration cost that would bring. But if we are to do that and we're to increase those applications from GB, then I think the UK government should step up and make that contribution towards the cost of that, which is likely to be significant. Fundamentally, we want everybody to get the support that they need, but there is an important aspect of this which is about funding and funding fairness.
Thank you. I call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers today. In June 2021, the then First Minister and the Deputy First Minister made a public commitment at Lisnaskea High School site for the redevelopment, which would include capital build projects for Lisnaskea Health Centre, an Irish Medium School and Innocent Victims Group South East Fermanagh Foundation. We know the health centre is underway and we welcome that. So does the Deputy First Minister agree that these projects are important for the Lisnaskea area, and that there continues to be that commitment to these projects in Fermanagh.
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for an important question. Certainly I am fully supportive of that project. I think it's a fantastic project. It's a project that brings together some of the statutory services in terms of the health centre, the education in terms of the school, but also importantly that community sector, and really would breathe new life onto that site in a genuinely shared way. I think it is a fantastic project that perhaps in the past has suffered from the fact that there's not a dedicated fund there to support it, but there ought to be. These types of shared initiatives, opening up these spaces, giving them a new use, but a new use which is genuinely about every part of our society and community being able to come in and use that, I think is a great thing. Certainly the then First Minister and Deputy First Minister were more heavily involved in it than I was. I was a special advisor at the time. But we have been looking at trying to get a capital scheme as part of our Victims and Survivors Service, in recognition that many of our victims, fantastic victims and survivors groups, have capital buildings that were funded perhaps at a time through peace funding or other funds, but that's some considerable time ago. And I think there is a need to make sure that those premises are disabled accessed and now fit for purpose in terms of moving forward. So that is something that's under active consideration within the Executive Office at the moment. Thank
you. Deborah Erskine for supplementary.
And I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer there. She will know that it's not just about capital for innocent victims groups like SAFE, and SAFE do a vast amount of work in supporting innocent victims and helping them through the justice process. The justice process can be arduous and difficult, particularly for innocent victims. However, would the Deputy First Minister agree with me that access to justice is important for innocent victims? The door must not be closed to them, and we must ensure that justice is not denied, particularly that the system does not become a two-tier system.
Minister.
Look, absolutely. Far too many, thousands of people in this place have never had justice for the injury or death of their loved one. That is an absolute tragedy. It is those people who have suffered most during the Troubles, and it is those people that we need to really help and support now. Certainly, personally speaking, and certainly from my party perspective, we've always been very, very clear that we oppose amnesty, that everyone should have the right and opportunity for justice. And I do, personally speaking, feel very apprehensive that the message being sent to many innocent victims in particular is that there's a two-tier approach where one body is good enough for them, but it's not good enough for others. And I think it's incredibly important that there's not a hierarchy of victims, that two-tier approach does not continue, and that everyone has the right to access to the same justice. The death of their loved one, no matter who it was that killed that person, the death of their loved one matters just as much to that family. That person's life matters just as much as the next person's life, and therefore the opportunity for justice and the structures to get that should be the same for those victims and survivors. And for those who have truth, those people should come forward and give those people that closure.
Topical question 5 has been withdrawn. I call Peter McReynolds.
Deputy First Minister, what response has the Executive Office given to the National Audit Office report on asylum seeker contracts published in recent days?
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. He will be aware that the Prime Minister has made a statement this morning around a number of actions in relation to immigration, refugee and asylum issues. This is not a devolved issue, but he will be aware that the Executive Office liaises with the Home Office in terms of the distribution of funds and their activities in Northern Ireland, including in relation to hostel, hotel and other accommodation issues. There are concerns, I have to say, in terms of the way the likes of Mears or other companies have operated in Northern Ireland. We have articulated those concerns. I've certainly articulated those concerns directly to the Minister of State responsible for that. I understand that those concerns are indeed shared across the UK in terms of the operation of some of those companies. It is a challenge, there's no doubt about that, and we will continue to work on these issues and indeed to respond to a number of the meetings that we'll be having in the next number of weeks as we look into all of these matters.
Very quickly, Peter, for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. On that basis, Deputy First Minister, given the costs are 4 times higher than originally envisaged and broadly accommodation is unfit for purpose, what update do you have for us today in this House about the publication of the Refugee Integration Strategy and when that will be published?
Thank you. Yes, the Executive has agreed the refugee integration strategy. It will be very shortly published, but I can assure the member that there have been concerns that have been shared. I have particular concerns, I have to say, about the lack of transparency in terms of the data and the information coming from Home Office and from their organisations. That needs to change. People do need to know what is happening and exactly where it is happening, and we'll continue to push on that issue. I have raised it directly with the Minister of State.
To the Minister for Education, and we'll start with a list of questions. Question 6 and question 14 have been withdrawn. I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Question number 1.
Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The Education Authority submitted a business case to my department on the 4th of April of 2025 to facilitate the establishment of Causeway Academy. My department has never had such a significant capital requirement presented to it, arising from an approved development proposal, and it has never committed to such significant works to facilitate a DP as that proposed for the Causeway Academy, without the full rigours of a major works call for projects. So I've met with EA officials on the 8th of April to discuss the options in the business case, and I asked for the options to be reviewed and the business case resubmitted to my department, and this work is currently underway.
Thank you. I call Claire Sugden for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I appreciate that new information. The Minister will be conscious that the delay in announcing the new school site will have an impact on people applying for the new Causeway Academy, and we need that reassurance as soon as possible. So does he have a timeline of when we can expect that answer?
Well, I appreciate the comments and share them that the member has raised with me. I've met with the principals behind this school. I've also recently engaged with the newly appointed principal that is going to take forward the school, and those concerns have been expressed to me. So, as I said in the original response, I have met with my senior officials, EA, and they are reviewing these issues for me. So a number of issues, a number of options are being considered. This does include the operation of the school on a split site basis. It would be premature, though, to speculate on the preferred site option until all options under consideration have been progressed through the business case process, and that is what will identify the preferred way forward. So I appreciate the question around the timeline, but that is something that I have asked both EA and my officials to bring forward as soon as possible, so that we can give clarity to the school.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister provide an update on the identification of an agreed site for Mid-Down Integrated College and for the ongoing progress to deliver that project?
Minister.
Well, given this question is exclusively about the Causeway proposal, that's for, obviously, members can ask what they wish, but I don't have a response prepared for that one.
Members have been reminded already today that questions should relate directly to the original question. Maurice Bradley for supplementary.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers there, but having met with the education establishments for this new school for several years now, I am extremely disappointed that it's now back in the drawing board and that no clarity has been given. Can I ask the Minister to provide clarity, at least to the new Board of Governors, to where they're going to go in the way forward?
Minister.
Well, Deputy Speaker, Mr Bradley has been a very consistent and passionate campaigner for the progress to be made on this site, has made representation to me on a number of occasions. The challenge that has been presented was a significant major capital expenditure that was brought forward in order to facilitate the location on the site that had been identified, which the member will be familiar with. I have met with officials. I have suggested that they need to look at an approach that makes this a much more manageable when it comes to financial, but also my preference is that we do commence the work at the site, which is preferred. That is what I want the day one solution to be. That is what I am still asking my officials to work towards. So they are reviewing the process that have been brought forward. I have asked them to give me a solution that would meet what I know the member wants and the members who have made representation to me on this. But it is frustrating for me that I'm not in a position today. But I understand that for those involved, it's much more frustrating that we still do not have the clarity that is needed in order to make sure that we are able to make the progress that I know the member wants, and I'll continue to try and persevere on his behalf.
Call Philip Brett.
Question 2.
Sir.
Deputy Speaker, there's been very positive engagement with stakeholders in North Belfast through locality engagement events, focus groups, individual meetings and strategic area plan workshops. There has also been engagement with parents and children and young people led by Parenting Focus and Stranmillis University College respectively. And their findings will support the development of the North Belfast Strategic Area Plan. The North Belfast Locality Reference Group met on the 9th of May. That group comprises members from a range of educational settings, voluntary and community organisations and others with a valuable role to play in supporting children's learning in the North Belfast locality. The group is representative of the locality and open to those with a role in developing the strategic area plan for this area. One strategic area plan will be produced for the North Belfast locality, which will set out the range of needs of children and young people in RAISE areas in North Belfast and prioritise objectives that will support their educational achievement and aspirations. The North Belfast locality, alongside the other RAISE localities, will submit their draft strategic area plan for assessment and approval by an assessment panel led by my department, and organisations will then be invited to submit applications for individual projects to deliver against the priorities with the plan.
Philip Brett for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for that update on the work of his officials to roll this programme out quickly. Would the Minister agree with me that the work being undertaken by his department shows his personal commitment and indeed our party's commitment to ensure every young person in North Belfast has the best start in life?
Yes, sir.
Well, very much so, and I know the member has had me visit a number of areas within his constituency, and there is a clear desire for this project to be successful. So I am pleased that we've made significant progress in allocating the funding that's been provided through the Shared Island Fund, but we have been able to now allocate that funding, and each group have been given the figures that they have now to work with, and the work is now being taken forward in order that we can deliver, particularly around closing that educational attainment gap which very much exists within our communities.
And McAllister.
For his answer, the Minister will be aware that North Belfast contains some of the most impoverished areas in the entirety of Northern Ireland. So I want to ask, in the development of this programme in tackling educational underachievement, will any of the pilot projects actually be working hand in hand to also tackle the issues of poverty that do lead to educational underachievement, in particular working in partnership with parents as well?
Minister.
It's a really valuable point that the member makes. That is very much what RAISE is about. It is a whole community response. This isn't a school-led initiative, it's a community-led initiative, and it is therefore important that whether it be parents or community-based organisations or indeed schools, that as they develop the particular programmes, that it has that collaboration with all of the various interested stakeholders, and that can be community, it can be other statutory organisations, including those involved in the health service. This is what RAISE is going to be about, bringing forward those community-led initiatives that will have the most impact when it comes to raising that educational underachievement and helping young people reach their aspirations.
Pat Sheehan.
Minister, this Assembly and a number of councils have raised concerns about the design of the RAISE programme and how it may divert much needed funding away from areas that need it most. Has the Minister reflected on any of those criticisms?
Yes, Mr Deputy Speaker. Obviously, there were concerns that were raised. We provided transparency in respect of the data that was used for that. And again, just to assure the member that there was a wide range of indicators, including free school meal entitlement, and that was used to help shortlist those super output areas for potential inclusion within the programme. But the methodology that was used for the selection of raised localities reflects the findings and the recommendations from the A Fair Start report that was published in June 2021. So there was a very sound rationale for the methodology that was used. What I'm delighted with is that we do have a regional geographical spread. It's interesting that some councils that have made representation may well not have got any funding had we not taken the approach and methodology that was subsequently taken to it to try and provide a regional spread. But we now are in the place that, having reflected on that, for example, some settings or some areas that wish to include some areas that don't strictly fall within the kind of red line, if you want to call it that were clearly defined. They have the flexibility to do that, albeit it is still within the funding allocated to those particular areas. But if they decide that they want to include some other provision from outside of that area, if it's very close neighbour to that, then that does give flexibility, and that was part of the reflection of the concerns that have been raised to me. Now, what we need to see, having allocated the funding, are the programmes coming forward so that we can get this money out there in our communities being effectively spent, because having secured this funding, I want to be able to go back and will unashamedly do so to the Irish Government to say we need to have continued funding for this, so let's get on with the work.
Mr McNulty.
Can the Minister give detail of how the place-based partnerships are being established and what measures his department is taking to ensure that all relevant stakeholders are involved in this critical programme?
Well, in terms of the kind of approach that we're going to be taking, obviously within each locality there will be the delivery of this strategic area plan. That will draw together, in terms of the local reference group, that's going to draw together the key organisations that are going to be part of this process. So building the relevant people to be part of it, developing those plans, and then they will produce that, which ultimately will still come to the department for approval, and that will gain the widest possible collaboration and also ensure that where there's cross-cutting initiatives, that will be supported. So I'm very much excited about this. This is a really good opportunity to get into communities where there is the highest level of educational underachievement, and to actually make a real difference, and to do it in that localised context in order to tailor the educational programmes to have the maximum possible impact.
Call Mark Durkin.
Question 3.
Sir.
Deputy Speaker, as a result of funding being made available by the Executive Programme on Tackling Paramilitarism, Criminality and Organised Crime, a programme is in place providing wraparound education services to children and young people facing significant challenges within the Greater Shantallo area. This programme of flexible interventions was designed and implemented in partnership with experienced delivery agents and delivers against both my department and the EPOC programme objectives. This is managed by the Greater Shantallo Area Partnership. So while the EA Youth Service is not delivering any youth interventions physically in schools in the Foyle constituency, they are delivering several interventions outside the school environment to counter the increasing tensions between communities.
Mark Durkin for supplementary.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer. I'm not sure it answers the question that I asked. It was particularly focused on issues that have emanated recently and very publicly in and around the Waterside area in particular. We do, however, welcome any initiative to educate our young people on the evil of sectarianism and the dangerous and deadly destination it can lead to and has led to in the past. Would the Minister agree that we as elected representatives have a responsibility, and what we say and do here matters, and we should all focus on the common good? Of course, we can disagree, we should do so respectfully, but we should do so without whipping up fear and driving division.
Sure.
Well, absolutely, I agree with the member when it comes to political leaders within their own constituencies, and of course at a Northern Ireland level, we ought to give leadership in a way that does not inflame tensions, but that those tensions can be mitigated against. I think that's important. We have moved on so far within our society when we look back as to where we were many years ago to where we are today. Undoubtedly progress has been made, but much more progress still has to be made, and we need to make sure that we don't create opportunities for those more sinister elements within our communities to exploit opportunities in order to whip up that tension. So I agree with the member, it is important that we give leadership on these issues.
Colmore Bradley.
Speaker, can I ask the Minister, can he give more details around the interventions being delivered by the EA Youth Service to give us a better idea of what he has in place?
Minister.
Can I thank the member for that question, because there are a number of interventions that take place within the Foyle constituency. There's a local project funding opportunity, and that's been awarded to voluntary youth work providers working with young people, specifically from Irish Street and Top of the Hill, which is an interface area. This project funding will focus on early intervention support to engage children and young people from these areas with a view to building more positive relationships between the two communities. The Education Authority has also administered the Executive Office Planned Intervention Programme and the TBUC Programme, which is together building a united community for the 25-26 year, and I can confirm that a number of applications have been submitted from groups within the Foyle constituencies, and groups will be notified within the coming days regarding the outcome of their application. The EA Youth Service also is funding local youth provision to be delivered in the Waterside area over 6 evenings per week. This is through the DE funding and also from the Department of Communities, and these programmes are primarily focused on providing a safe space for children and young people to access universal services and to provide alternatives for young people. We also have the Connect project, which is for young men who've been victims of sectarian violence or paramilitary style attacks, and they're being supported in a one-to-one process. And there's the Engage project, working with young people in Waterside who are vulnerable to exploitation from criminal gangs, is currently in operation, and 2 early intervention programmes that are co-facilitated with the police service are currently at a planning stage for delivery within the city area. So I think that demonstrates that there are schemes that we are taking forward to try and help within this community.
Call Trevor Clark.
Question number 4.
Minister.
Deputy Speaker, it's been an eventful 2 months since I published the Transform Ed Northern Ireland strategy on the 11th of March. In April, I unveiled the delivery plan for the strategy. This translates the strategy's vision into actionable steps. It outlines key delivery partners, indicative timescales and costs. Last week, I held the first Transform Ed conference to explore what Transform Ed means for our schools. The conference was attended by over 500 school leaders, policymakers and education partners. The key speakers were members of the International Ministerial Advisory Panel, which I established in January. The conference was the first of its kind for many years and a fantastic event. The buzz, excitement and optimism from our school principals as they heard world-class insights about education was very clear. There has also been progress against a range of areas, including curriculum, assessment and teacher professional learning. For example, working with SIA, my department has introduced a new system-level sample assessment in literacy and numeracy for pupils at the end of key stage. I've also launched a new programme called Making Best Practice Common Practice, which aims to help bridge the gap between academic research and classroom practice. The programme includes funding for schools to support research-informed conferences, a monthly newsletter for teachers on the science of learning, and a quarterly Northern Ireland publication for teachers on wider education research. And over coming months, we will be accelerating our plans for literacy and numeracy strategies, assessment and qualifications reform and school improvement, as well as tackling teacher shortages in maths, science, technology and IT. Each of these steps is part of a coherent, evidence-based approach to build a system that doesn't just compete with the best in the world, but sets a new standard for excellence. I commend it to you.
Clark for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer and indeed congratulate him on the initiative with engaging with the schools directly, as you have said in your speech, about this first time in a long time. But can the Minister outline why those particular priorities in terms of this engagement, or why some of these things have been chosen as a way forward for the Department of Education?
Sure. Well, Deputy Speaker, because the research tells us this is the right thing to be doing. It's clear high quality teaching and learning are at the heart of driving educational improvement. Successful school systems ground changes in the classroom, focusing first and foremost on teachers and the content they deliver. Secondly, these areas have received limited focus or investment during the past decade and all need reflection, evaluation and improvement. For too long we've focused on structural issues in Northern Ireland, whether that be academic selection or the type of schools, and I believe to little avail. The heart of education lies in the classroom, and we need to focus on what children learn, how and for what purpose. I'm therefore embarking on a comprehensive approach that focuses on supporting teaching and reforming curriculum, assessment, qualifications and school improvement, and all are fundamental to educational excellence. So the next steps for education in Northern Ireland must be underpinned by a commitment to investment and reform in each of these areas.
Matthew Till.
Mr. Deputy Speaker. Minister, I'm keen to understand, clearly this is a comprehensive and ambitious plan that you have set out and have been working on for some time. Has it been discussed in detail at the Executive, and if so, did all the Executive parties and ministers agree to it?
This plan that we're taking forward is a Department of Education-led plan, because all of this has consensus. We are all in agreement that we want the very best in every single school. So this plan is being led by the Department of Education, and we are making significant progress. And what I took heart from was the number of principals who, not just at the conference, said to me how they felt very much enthused and optimistic, but also those who had low expectations, who didn't think it was going to be something worth attending, but now very much have got the vision, because this isn't my vision, it has to be our collective vision, that we make Northern Ireland's education system the very best in the world. That's what our children deserve.
Call Peter Martin.
Question 5, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
In light of the recent UK Supreme Court judgment, I've asked my officials to consider the Department's policy in this area. It's my intention to set out the Department's policy on this issue in the coming weeks. However, let me make it clear that regardless of the recent court decision, I do not believe that a boy who identifies as a girl should be participating in girls' sports, using girls' changing or toilet facilities.
Peter Martin for supplementary.
Thank you very much, and can I thank the Minister for his answer. Could I ask him what his assessment is of the potential implications of the recent Supreme Court judgment for Northern Ireland education settings and in particular schools?
Sir.
Well, can I thank the member for the question, and I've asked my officials to consider the implications of this ruling across the education system to ensure that the Department and all of its arm's-length bodies and schools are in compliance with the legal definition of sex and also balancing the rights of all of our pupils. So this is an important issue. It's one that the UK Supreme Court has made a ruling on, and it is important that I follow the law, all departments follow the law, and all those within the education system follow the law.
Holland.
Speaker, Minister, we obviously know that our schools should be safe havens and safe spaces for all young people. I know that you have said that on a few occasions. Given that 48% of LGBTQIA young people have admitted that they have been bullied in schools, we know that they are at more risk of suicidal tendencies and self-harm. What will be put in place in schools, and what is being put in place in schools to support our trans, non-binary and queer young people?
Sir.
Well, the member is right to raise the concerns that every child within our education establishments should not be bullied, they shouldn't be harassed, and where that takes place, there needs to be effective measures put in place within schools to address those issues. That should be applied irrespective of sexual orientation. We want every child to feel safe within our school settings.
Timothy Gaston.
Deputy Speaker, can the Minister confirm that the judgment by the Supreme Court did not change the law but merely clarified it? And can he tell me, has he ever sought legal advice on the issues I have raised with him over the last 8 months about the usage of toilets and pronouns in schools?
Well, can I thank the member for the question in respect of these issues? I think it's important that there is absolute clarity on this, and it is the Education Authority that provides the operational guidance to schools, not my department. And therefore, they first and foremost need to ensure that the guidance being provided is in compliance with the UK Supreme Court ruling. So I am clear in terms of the approach that needs to be taken in light of the UK Supreme Court ruling, and I've outlined in the areas in responding to the original question where we need to be on those issues, and that is something that, as my officials continue to review the implications of the UK Supreme Court ruling, we will have further steps to take in this regard.
Question number 6 has been withdrawn. Question number 7, Joanne Bundy.
Question 7, please.
Minister.
Deputy Speaker, the admissions criteria are set by preschool providers themselves, taking into account guidance provided by the Department. As such, the Department cannot amend them. However, legislation requires that providers must prioritise children from socially disadvantaged circumstances before others in their admissions criteria. I am of the view that this legislative priority does need to be revised. It was established at a time when preschool education was not universal, to prioritise those children who would benefit most from access to preschool education. Today, every child whose parents want it has access to a year of funded preschool education, so the original purpose for the priority criterion no longer applies. My department carried out a public consultation exercise in 2021, seeking views on proposals to amend or remove it. It was clear from the consultation and stakeholder engagement that overall there is no longer support for the indefinite retention of a statutory priority criterion in the context of universal provision of preschool education for every child whose parents want it. However, there was a lack of consensus in regard to when this change should take place, with indications that the removal of the criterion would only be widely supported when all children have access to 22.5 hours of preschool education per week. It's my intention to move to a position where 22.5 hours is the standard offer for all children, and the legislative criterion can be removed then completely. Work on the standardisation programme is well underway, and I've already approved the first 106 preschool settings to transition to the standardised session length from September of this year, and I want to transition a further 100 settings for September 2026. The full rollout of the 22.5-hour offer will, however, take some time to achieve and will require significant ongoing investment by the Executive.
Bunting for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm actually really grateful to the Minister for that comprehensive answer, because he well know that the current criteria is proving really detrimental to working families who struggle to get their child placed and end up paying for childcare or else get their child placed far from home. Credit to this Minister for providing financial assistance with childcare to thousands of homes across Northern Ireland, and he's given some indication of a timeline there, but can he tell us in the interim period how long it's going to take before everybody does have access to 22.5 hours, and what can be done to assist working parents in the interim?
So, Deputy Speaker, the child subsidy scheme which this party developed, executed, took forward is already helping to meet some of the costs for those families. The 22.5-hour standardisation is something that we can develop. We've already brought 106 online for this next academic year. I want to be able to bring another 100 online for 2026. The more resource my department can get, then I can accelerate this process. But I want every child to be able to get that full-time provision. But in 1998, which was when this criterion was added, there were 11,000 funded preschool education places, and that meant only 45% of children in their immediate preschool year could access a funded place. That was the basis on which the criteria came in. Now 100% of children can get a funded preschool place, but it is the inequality of some getting full-time compared to those who get part-time, which is now causing a lot of consternation within those hard-working families who do not get the benefit of full-time place. So I want that to be addressed as soon as possible, and we're working towards achieving that over the next number of years. But in the interim, this criterion exists. It's there by way of legislation, and that's something that would require a change at executive and assembly level.
That ends the period, members, for listed questions. We will now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Topical question 8 has been withdrawn. I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, what would you say today to the young people and their families who are deeply disappointed they didn't get into their first choice secondary school after years of what has been hard work and lots of effort?
Sure.
Well, I want to commend those young people who've come through their primary school education, and that period of moving to post-primary can be a challenging one, and for some, undoubtedly over the weekend there will have been disappointment, but don't allow that disappointment to define who you are. Every school that we have will give a child an opportunity to succeed, and we're ensuring that there is an education system through our approach in Transform Ed that every child will get the best possible opportunity. So I appreciate there will have been disappointment, but do not allow that to define you. There will be opportunity to continue in your education career here in Northern Ireland.
Supplementary from Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, will you commit to ending all forms of academic selection as part of your agenda for educational reform, just given that well-documented stress and anxiety that our young people do experience when sitting the test, for example?
So I've addressed this issue before in the Assembly, and indeed earlier during the question time. We can have a circular conversation around academic selection, which for over 20 years has taken place without any consensus being achieved. And it has its supporters and it has those who do not support it. I can engage in that debate and give my own view, but it's not going to change. And therefore, what we can do, though, is change every single school, irrespective of what sector they come from, through the support that we will provide to every school leader and to every teacher. That is what the core of Transform Ed is about, providing that support, teacher professional learning, and it is within the classroom that every child gets the best possible opportunity, and I'm determined to make sure that we do have a world-class education system.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister outline how the Transform Ed strategy will build upon the work of the RAISE programme in tackling educational underachievement within our communities right across Northern Ireland?
Sure.
The rollout of the RAISE programme within its localities across Northern Ireland, which is to invest in, monitor and evaluate the whole community and place-based approaches to raise achievement and reduce educational disadvantage, is key to my commitment within Transform Ed. More widely, narrowing the gap for educational disadvantage groups underpins every aspect of the Transform Ed strategy. And as in many international systems, there remains an extremely strong correlation between socio-economic disadvantage and educational outcomes in Northern Ireland. So there are significant disparities in outcomes between schools with pupils experiencing similar levels of disadvantage. So excellence in education is simply not possible without greater equity, and without addressing these inequities, education cannot reach its full potential for all pupils.
Stephen Dunn for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer and for his commitment and efforts to tackling this major issue of educational underachievement. Can the Minister provide a further update on the work of the RAISE programme within my own constituency, including within Donaghadee and Malile?
Since the first engagement event that was held in Malile and Donaghadee, which was November of last year, my officials have been working with key stakeholders to understand the context of the area and identify the key issues around educational underachievement. Children and young people from the Malile Primary School, Collard Special School and Malile Youth Forum have been involved in engagement sessions along with their parents. And a workshop was held on the 6th of May to support the development of a strategic area plan for the area, with key issues including improving transitions and attendance being some of the key issues that were discussed. And the locality reference group, consisting of a cross-section of all key stakeholders, will meet on the 4th of June to finalise the strategic area plan for Malile and Donaghadee, and it's expected that the plan will then be submitted to my department for consideration later in that month. So we have a potential investment of over £183,000 that RAISE will provide, which I believe is a fantastic opportunity for the Malile and Donaghadee locality, and I know it's one that the member has lobbied extensively for, and I know he will support when it comes to this programme being developed within his constituency.
Diana Armstrong.
Speaker. Minister, you will recall back in October last year I asked what progress had been made on the new build for Enniskillen Royal Grammar School, formerly known as Portora Royal. Following the recent granting of planning approval for this proposed new school, can you confirm if funding is in place to commence building within this financial year?
Sure.
So obviously, when it comes to capital investments that we seek to take forward, we pursue, which in this case in the school that the member has outlined, going through the various stages, and I welcome the stage at which the member has articulated. We then get to the point of, before we would enter into a contractual obligation, we need to make sure capital funding is available to do that. So that's something that we continue to keep under review. There is significant capital pressures within the Department of Education, to the tune of hundreds of millions of pounds, but I'm acutely aware of the needs of the particular school that the member has outlined, and that's something that, as we review our capital position, we will take into account in taking any decisions to make further progress.
Diana Armstrong for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his response, and I'm disappointed given that it is on a multi-site arrangement. Minister, could I ask you, looking to interim arrangements for pupils during any building process at Enniskillen Royal, can you provide greater clarity on the decant to the old Devonish College site, and when this and how the school can be assisted in funding any financial costs and burdens in that interim arrangement? Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, my team and within EA will continue to keep closely in contact with the school, because as we seek to make progress, those matters around any decanting and what support would need to be available, that is something that will be very well looked after when it comes to that. But we haven't reached the point, though, of being able to move forward in terms of allocating capital funding to it. That is something which, again, I would wish there was much greater levels of investment provided to my department for capital projects. Whenever you bid in excess of £500 million but only receive less than half of that, I think it demonstrates the financial pressures that exist. But the member is right to articulate the case for her constituency and for this particular school, but there are funding pressures that exist right across Northern Ireland. I'll certainly seek to do what I can within the limited funding that is available to me.
Paul Allen Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could the Minister provide an update on the rollout of childcare in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
So, Deputy Speaker, can I thank the member for the question? I am committed to bringing forward the early learning and childcare strategy in the autumn of this year, which will support child development, making childcare more affordable and enabling parents to work. But recognising that people needed immediate help, I secured £25 million in the last financial year, and we implemented a package of interim measures, and this investment has made a real difference to thousands of children and families right across Northern Ireland. It's vital that we maintain that momentum established last financial year to expand the existing services, to further roll out the Northern Ireland Subsidy Scheme, and to continue the standardisation of the preschool education programme. So I have secured £50 million with a further £5 million committed as part of the June monitoring, and that is in the agreed executive budget for this current financial year. The 50 million has yet to be allocated to my department, as this is contingent upon the Executive to approve my early learning and childcare strategy proposals for this financial year. I have sought Executive approval for these in a paper which I circulated to ministerial colleagues on the 8th of April, with a request that it be discussed and agreed at our meeting on the 30th of April. As this was not discussed, I have sought approval for the measures by urgent procedure, and I hope to be in a position to make an announcement on this shortly.
Robinson for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. Can he indicate whether the Department has sufficient data to inform its decision-making process?
Well, making sure that we had robust data was one of the issues that I wanted to ensure that we did have. So we made that commitment because we need to have reliable and comprehensive data, because we have to have an evidence-based policy. So the Department did commission NISRA, the Northern Ireland Statistics and Research Agency, to undertake a major household survey of parents' childcare requirements. This, and the administrative data being collected from the Northern Ireland Childcare Subsidy Scheme, will inform the next steps. The results of the NISRA survey were published on the 8th of April, and for the first time we now have data in this area, 8th of May, in this area, which have official authority of the NISRA. So I plan to engage directly with stakeholders on the findings later in the month, in a continuation of close engagement my department has held with key stakeholders. We're also awaiting the outcomes of the scoping exercise. The findings from this report are due at the end of May, early June, and that will inform the longer-term strategy.
William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could the Minister provide an update on the teachers' workload review?
Well, can I thank the member for the question. On the 1st of May, I was pleased to announce the appointment of the independent panel who will undertake the review of teacher workload. The panel will examine all aspects of teacher workload and will monitor the implementation of a series of workload commitments issued alongside the pay offer. They've been asked to report to me by the end of November of this year, and the appointments to the panel were Paul Sweeney to be the chair person of that, Larry Flanagan, who was the Northern Ireland Teaching Council nomination, and Liam Perry, who was the management side nomination.
Irwin for supplement.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister believe that his Transform ED strategy also has a prospect to reduce workload?
Sir.
Yes, I do. And it was a question that was asked of me by some principals at the conference. Given the challenges and the pressures that they face, where will we find the capacity to take forward this transformation with our education system? Of course, the answer to that is that if we continue to do what we're doing, the workload is as a result of the current inadequate systems that we have. So I believe, yes, it will. Curriculum reform is vital because that will lighten the load in the classroom. Too often in our current curriculum, teachers spend countless hours designing their class curriculum and preparing resources from scratch. Our reforms will support teachers in the classroom, reducing workload by providing high-quality resources and improved guidelines on the key concepts to be taught, whilst also allowing room for local context and innovation. In assessment, my department has announced the introduction of a new system-level sample assessment in literacy and numeracy for pupils at the end of key stage. These assessments will be administered and marked by SIA. The new arrangements are explicitly designed to minimise workload for teachers and remove the previously workload-intensive key stage assessment arrangements based on teacher judgment. The demands on teachers and school leaders have grown, and too often administrative burdens take time away from what matters most: teaching and supporting your pupils. So Transform Ed places unprecedented emphasis on investing in high-quality professional learning and is about giving teachers the time and space to focus on what they do best.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you. Minister, could you provide an update on the Pathway Fund, please?
Sure.
The Pathway Fund is subject and contained within the package of proposals that I put to the Executive on the 8th of April. There are 91 Pathway funded projects, all of which I wish to continue, all of which I have recommended for inclusion within that executive paper, and once approved will secure those projects that receive funding from Pathway. So not having the paper approved is the reason why there is uncertainty, and I know in the member's constituency uncertainty in one project in Killyleagh.
Kelly Armstrong for a very quick supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for recognising Little Stars in Killyleagh. I'm sure then you would understand the urgency for those settings who receive the funding. Once that is approved, have you any idea how quickly you might be able to get the offers out?
So the member will appreciate that, having tabled the executive paper, following it not being included on the agenda of the 30th of April, I then have subsequently sought urgent procedure approval. Now, we do have an executive meeting this Thursday, but I am concerned because for a lot of these organisations, they will need to put staff on protective notice. I think that would be detrimental and unnecessary, given that I want the funding to continue. But I can only allocate that funding once it is drawn down, because it is held centrally within the executive, not within my department. And that would be as soon as possible. I will be able to confirm that funding is being provided, and that will give that assurance.
And an encore, Minister, thank you. Members, time is up on education questions. Can I ask you to take your ease before we move to the next item on the order paper?
Okay, members, the debate into waiting times for cancer will continue. Our next speaker is the Minister for Health, Social Services, Meg Nesbitt. Thank you. And Minister, you've up to 15 minutes.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. A lot to get through, I think, in 15 minutes. Mr McGuigan, in his remarks, kindly referenced the fact that today is International Nurses Day, and I want to join him in thanking nurses for everything they do. He was too modest to say he was here on the Stormont Estate on Saturday, taking part in the Stormont Park Run, which was dedicated both to the International Day of Midwives, which was last Monday, and the Day of Nurses today. Mr Donnelly also took part in that park run, as indeed did Minister Muir, and I commend all three. For the avoidance of doubt, I agree. Cancer waiting times are completely unacceptable. And Mrs Dodds made the point that I think it's been this way since 2012. Now, I could start listing all the ministers who have been in post over the last 13 years. I could say let's have a witch hunt to see for lost opportunities, but I'm not going to do that, and the reason I'm not going to do that is because it would not improve the potential outcome of a single patient on a cancer waiting list today. So let's be future focused about this, and that's where my mind is. And I've been clear that in order to clear the background of patients, we need recurrent and sustained and significant effort, sustained intervention and sustained funding, and it will be required over a period of 5 years. And as I announced in the House last week, we made a start. I fully support the Executive's decision to prioritise waiting lists, and I welcome the ring fencing of up to $215 million for this year's budget for activities in waiting list reductions. This includes $50 million of additional allocation to the health budget. However, that of course means 165 has to be found from within the existing allocation. And as I've highlighted to executive colleagues, this will inevitably have consequences for wider provision. And being honest, that means my ability to both fund reform and balance the budget by the end of March. But as this was an executive-wide decision, which I fully agreed with, I hope to get the support of executive colleagues in managing all the challenges. The 215 breaks down into 85 million for red flag and time-critical care, 80 million for building up capacity to address long-standing mismatches, and up to 50 million to start tackling the backlog. As I promised last week, my department will provide an implementation plan for the elective care framework later this month. It will set out the details of how up to 215 million will be invested. The motion highlights grave concern at cancer waiting time statistics, and in particular the fact that in Q3 last year, less than a third of patients were seen within 14 days following an urgent referral for breast cancer. Those same figures also illustrated the wholly unsustainable levels of variations across the trust. The waiting times for breast cancer services have been a particular concern, and to address this, I announced a review in September of last year. This is considering how regional breast cancer services can be reconfigured and developed to deliver timely and appropriate care for patients. The first phase of this work was the creation of a regional waiting list for red flag breast cancer assessments to address disparities in times across the geographic trusts. I'm pleased to announce the new regional booking system went live across all 5 geographically defined trusts last Thursday, the 8th of May, for patients referred with suspected breast cancer. The new system will ensure everybody referred for breast assessment across the region experiences a similar wait. Most people will still be seen at their nearest hospital, but some may be offered an earlier appointment at another acute venue. This will equalise the waits, and I acknowledge there's still more work to be done to address the demand capacity gap and increase the number of breast assessment clinics across Northern Ireland, but I consider this a positive advancement. Trusts will continue to work with the Department to address the backlog of waits through the provision of additional waiting list clinics, and further capacity will be sought from the independent sector. I expect to publish the next phase of the breast review later this year. This will consider if changes are required to how breast services are structured to ensure that those who are referred for suspected breast cancer are seen quickly and that those who are diagnosed are treated in a timely manner. This will ensure we can deliver the best possible outcomes for those with breast cancer. I also want to acknowledge the profound impact of poor cancer waiting times on patients and their families, but I can do it no more eloquently than Mr Dixon already has, and regrettably, he knows what he is talking about. It's also important to be clear about the full extent of the problem. The most recently published cancer performance waiting times, which were for quarter ending December 2024, also reported 34.2% performance, and that was against a target of 95% for patients to begin their first definitive treatment within 62 days following an urgent GP referral. And again, I do join members in asking the question Mr Dixon asked, which is why? Well, the poor performance in general is due to several interrelated factors. Firstly, the regional red flag referral trends show a significant increase of approximately 39% in the 5 years from 2017-18 to 2022-23, without the required resource to meet that growing demand. The ring fencing of approximately 85 million will allow HSC investment, and that will be in core services which previously relied on non-recurrent waiting list initiative funding to help bridge that gap. There is a significant demand and capacity gap across elective care, across imaging and endoscopy services, which delays the initial diagnosis. The increase in unscheduled care has further strained the system. Additionally, the phased introduction of Encompass since November 2023, as expected, has had an impact, but it's now expected to deliver greater benefit as the system embeds and provides opportunity to work more effectively on a regional basis. And I welcome the fact Encompass is now live in all 5 geographically defined trusts. These challenges together have compounded the difficulties we face in providing timely access to diagnosing patients. To tackle these challenges, we must focus on improving the entire pathway from referral to diagnosis, including endoscopy, imaging and pathology, as well as treatment. If patients wait beyond 2 weeks for an imaging test, the chances of meeting the 62-day standard is reduced. Plans are in place within the Department's 15-year capital plan for a significant investment over the next 10 years to expand the equipment base, which includes additional MRI scanners, and again, this will be subject to funding approval. My department is aware that the imaging workforce in Northern Ireland is constrained. A costed workforce plan for imaging services, including diagnostic and interventional radiology, has been developed. A multi-professional imaging training academy for Northern Ireland will address the radiology and advanced practice radiographer workforce deficit. That imaging academy will deliver an overall increase in imaging capacity within HSC for the benefit of all clinical specialists and support the reduction of excess waiting lists for diagnosis and treatment, as well as meeting the demands for unscheduled care. In the difficult financial environment, we continue to tackle our lengthy waiting lists with the resources available to us, and we strive to improve the effectiveness and the efficiency of the service. In May last year, we launched the updated elective care framework, which outlines the strategic direction for the development and implementation of effective, sustainable elective care services within HSC over the next 5 years. So today, we have 2 dedicated day procedure centres at Lagan Valley and Omagh hospitals. These have increased access to endoscopy for all trusts, supporting the diagnostic part of the cancer pathway. We have 3 elective overnight stay centres. These are at Daisy Hill, La Mater and South West Acute. These centres have increased access to diagnostic tests and to procedures. We have 2 rapid diagnostic centres at White Abbey and South Tyrone hospitals, which will enhance regional CT and MRI diagnostic capacity. Service reviews into general surgery, urology and gynecology aim to set the direction for improvement in key tumour sites under significant demand and capacity pressures. And we have the introduction of mega clinics. These clinics are designed to maximise patient throughput and efficiency. We have the development of in-house HSC capacity and continued investment in staffing, building our internal capacity and investing in our workforce. This is essential for sustainable improvements. The rapid diagnostic centres aim to provide faster diagnosis for patients with suspected cancer. These centres currently offer the vague symptom pathway, with several other clinical pathways under consideration. To support a portfolio of diagnostic pathways, funding was secured for a CT and an MRI scanner at each RDC location. The MRIs are anticipated to be operational from the summer of this year, and this will provide an estimated 6,920 MRI scans during financial year 25-26. CT capacity is expected to provide an additional estimated 9,000 scans. These collaborative efforts aim to alleviate pressures on the cancer diagnostic pathways overall, ensuring patients receive the care they need as efficiently as possible. And I hope Mrs McAllister will greet that as good news, given her questions during her remarks. Now, while I recognise the fully unacceptable performance and do not want to understate this in any way, I note that once diagnosed, 88% of patients received their first definitive treatment within 31 days, and the overwhelming majority of patients received an excellent standard of care. And I must pay tribute to our medical and our nursing staff and all those who provide the service who have been working tirelessly to meet the increased demand. Workforce vacancies limit the system's ability to respond promptly. The reliance on non-recurrent funding and the need for substantial and sustained investment in both core service provision and equipment also contributes to the challenges. A recent report published by the Northern Ireland Cancer Registry, called Routes to Diagnosis of Cancer, reports that only 1/3 of those diagnosed between 2018 and 2021 presented via a GP red flag referral. Other routes included urgent and routine referrals, emergency presentation and screening programmes. Therefore, a whole system approach will be required. And Mrs McAllister mentioned too many people presenting through ED departments. The latest stats for those financial years 2018 to 2022 said the most common route to diagnosis amongst cancers, excluding non-melanoma skin cancer, the highest was 33.5%, but the next was an emergency presentation route, and that was 23.3%, far too high. The cancer treatment is one that is frequently and rapidly changing, not least new medicines, approximately 50 drugs per annum, emerging technological advancement, innovations in gene therapies, as well as earlier diagnosis and interventions. It makes it a very dynamic clinical space, one that requires a robust workforce strategy and training programs that keep pace with advancements and service demands. Investment in cancer services is required to enable transformation to more sustainable models of care that will be resilient to meet current and projected demand more effectively. I've always been clear that implementation of the strategy is a priority for me, and I expect in a few weeks' time to publish the next 3-year cancer strategy implementation plan for 2025 to 28. This will further the reforms needed to modernise and enhance cancer services. The level of funding, of course, will determine the speed and the extent to which these reforms are taken forward. Finally, the motion calls upon me to engage proactively with the Executive's delivery unit on how best to apply ring-fenced funding. Well, we submitted 3 bids to the Public Sector Transformation Fund, and one for multidisciplinary teams was successful. I welcome all opportunities to work with Executive colleagues and indeed the delivery unit, but of course, as Professor Bengoia reminded us, it's systems, not structures, that matter. Principal Deputy Speaker, a couple of other questions were asked of me. One was with regard to elective theatres in Belfast City Hospital. I believe there are a total of 7 theatres in BCH. Theatres 1 and 2 have been refurbished. That was 18 months ago, and the plan is to continue to roll out that refurbishment over the next 2 to 3 years. Mrs Dodds asked about skin cancer. The ongoing challenges are with consultant recruitment for dermatology, and that sadly has resulted in a very long wait for red flag outpatient appointments across most trusts. Western in particular is reliant on a single-handed consultant. Belfast has seen a significant reduction due to leavers, and recruitment exercises have been undertaken, but generally, I'm afraid to say, have been unsuccessful. Finally, I know Mrs Dodds is no fan of the waiting list reimbursement scheme. I think she's absolutely wrong to say it is not about providing additional procedures. It will provide additional procedures. I would imagine over 1,000 if all the money is spent. But she might like to get her team, her DUP team, in order, because since I made the announcement and she made clear she's not a supporter, one of her MLA colleagues has written to me asking for more detail about the scheme, as has her Member of Parliament, Mrs Lockhart, has written to me asking for more details about the scheme. And indeed, if I had time, I could quote Mrs Dodds in terms of her support for bringing in external help.
So you've run out of time, Minister. Okay, so I'm going to ask Colin McGrath to wind on the amendment and to advise you, Colin, that you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. The tone was respectful, compassionate and constructive throughout. I'll just remove those as we got towards the end of those last remarks from the Minister. But I think beyond that, we were generally respectful and compassionate about the issue and taking the opportunity to discuss what is a very important issue. I understand, appreciate and welcome what the Minister has detailed insofar as there's a whole range of various interventions that are actually taking place in the sphere of cancer treatment, which will hopefully help and assist people that's there. My only concern is that these things just didn't start in the last week or two. We've had these things for a while, and the figures don't seem to be being driven down. But I sort of am of the faith that they will, once they all align together, that they actually will enable us to chip away at those large waiting times and will allow us to see those times, those critical waiting times, start to reduce. I just feel completely that if you knew what your budget was, if you had the pot of money, nothing else could be taken away from it. It was there, and you knew that it was going to be there for a number of years, that would be something that would be helpful, that would allow all of those initiatives that you have to be underpinned with the financial security that they are going to be delivered. And given that broader waiting times are one of the 9 areas of the programme for government, I think that it should be an easy sell for the Health Minister to make to the Executive, and an easy thing for the Executive to grant, to be able to say, here is the money, here is this ring-fence money for you to go off and to be able to deliver speedier waiting times for those that are dealing with cancer. Because we know, and has been referenced right throughout the debate, how it is a scary, frightening time, how people feel like they're alone as they challenge the issue of combating cancer, and actually knowing that there is a speedy response there from the hospital services for people would be of use to them. I don't mean to detain. I think we've talked around all of the issues that are there. Our amendment is to try and support the motion that is presented today, to try and give the Health Minister all of the help and support that he can possibly get to be able to deal with these issues that we have all said is critically important. So I hope that the amendment can be supported in the way that it is presented, which is to help and assist with cancer times. But I'll give way to the Minister.
Well, I ran out of time. I should have made clear that I very much welcome your clarification that any ring-fence money for cancer treatment was to be additional and not coming out of the existing budget. So thank
Colin,
you.
you have an extra minute.
Yeah, thank you. And absolutely, because I think, again, as I've said, it does need to be a full executive support that there is for this. It is in the programme for government. There's no point in us putting things into a programme for government and then saying we're not going to give you the money to be able to deal with it. We're saying that it should come ring-fence so that people out there know that if they are going to face cancer, that they will be able to face it, knowing that there is a service that is funded and is available for them. And with all of the interventions that have been mentioned and the support from everybody across this House, hopefully it will see an improved service for people. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I now call on Alan Robinson to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. And to advise you, Alan, you've got 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I will say a few words of my own before I wind on others. The headline of less than 1/3 of patients referred urgently for suspected breast cancer being seen within the 14-day target during October to December of last year is half the story. You could say the real story is that 2/3 of those referred urgently with suspected breast cancer were not seen within the 14-day target. All local people, some of which we all know, waiting anxiously for answers, for clarity, and living in hope of a positive outcome. Just imagine the terror and fear of a woman who discovers that she has breast cancer and realises in Northern Ireland only 37.7% of patients are seen by a breast cancer specialist than the 14-day target. We need to say it as it is. It's shocking and it's shameful. Speak to any cancer specialist and they will say that this disease is a race against time. The earlier it's diagnosed, the more effective and less invasive cancer treatment can be. Indeed, this has been repeated by Cancer Focus in 2024, who said the earlier it is detected, the better the outcome. Quite clearly, the long waits for patients in this province, whilst frustrating, they're also dangerous. They can lead to later stage diagnosis, reduced treatment options, poor outcomes, and irreparable psychological damage. And we welcome the $215 million that has been allocated in the Executive's 25-26 budget for tackling waiting lists. All of us in this House ask that this funding not be diluted, not be redirected or delayed. It must be ring-fenced specifically for initiatives that both relieve the immediate pressure and allow it to build long-term resilience into cancer waiting times. That means investing in proven practical solutions, rapid diagnosis centres, mega clinics and service reviews that strip out inefficiencies. And we welcome the $10 million announced by the Minister for mega clinics, and we do look forward to seeing the detail. We have to think not just about firefighting the crisis, but also about preventing it from reoccurring. And to that end, we welcome the Minister's recent holding statement to this House on the investment plan to cut waiting lists. Madam Deputy Speaker, just sum up on a few comments from members today. Dan Dodds was in her usual feisty form, where she detailed the appalling stats on cancer waiting times. She says the stats for breast cancer is letting women down. It needs repeated again. The 25,000 youngsters are on a waiting list to see a paediatrician. And the Belfast Trust and Southern Trust. None of us could not be shocked by those figures, which add to the figures in the main body of our motion here today. Colin McGrath spoke on the theme of fear. It's cancer, he said, and he said it can land like a hammer blow. He is correct, but when you add the huge waiting list times, then you only add to the cruelty that's happening in this province. Philip McGuigan, the Health Committee Chair, talked of the importance of catching cancer early, which obviously reinforces why this motion was raised. He too welcomed the waiting list investment plan, but called for clear targets. Nuala McAllister referenced how these issues have been debated before, and I share her frustration, and I am on record in this chamber in that regard. A new mandate is fast approaching, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I suspect those in the new mandate will have quite the challenge ahead waiting for them. But I do hope that I am proved wrong. Alan Chambers acknowledged how breast cancer waiting times are awful. He described it. He expressed his disappointment and wanted to know if, as he described it, Mrs Dodd's negativity about the forthcoming cross-border scheme was DUP policy. I would just say to Alan, I think the comments that Mrs Dodds has referenced in the previous debate with regards to her concerns about health inequalities has been backed up and reinforced in recent days by the BMA Vice Chair. Ciara Ferguson talked of the importance of young people and cancer and spoke of the importance of clinical trials for women. She acknowledged and praised local organisations who are at the forefront of this disease. Paul Frew talked of his colleagues in this chamber, and we can all think of some of them no longer with us as a result of cancer. He used a term about those diagnosed with cancer. He says the clock moves faster. I'm sure those listening to this debate will agree entirely. Danny Donnelly spoke of the cancer strategy and how it is underfunded. That is indeed reflective of a number of strategies. He called on the investment plan to deliver, and we certainly agree on that. He called on the Minister to increase the age for bowel screening, and again, we very much agree with that. Stuart Dixon talked of his own diagnosis, and I've said on here before, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I will say it again and again, personal experiences breathe life in debates in this chamber. And forgive me if I picked this up wrong, he called the current waiting figures a disgrace. Not one of us in this chamber and not one member of the public out there would disagree. Claire Sugden talked of having to wait 12 weeks for a cancer investigation, and I'm sure all of us in this House will wish her well. I know she's not here, but I hope she is listening. She also referenced regional waiting lists, and it is welcome that the Minister has announced that a regional push just today to red flag cancer assessments going live. And that, I suppose, leads me nicely on to the Minister. And I suppose, given his announcement today, or the press statement that we have got sight of today, I suppose begs the question, does it take debate such as this to force that change? I will, absolutely, I will. I really hope not.
I thank the member giving way. Just to be absolutely clear, the reason for the timing was the fact that Encompass went live in the final two of the geographically defined trusts on Thursday, the 8th of May. That is the reason for the timing.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for clarifying that, and it is good that Encompass is live in all trusts now, and I do hope that there are benefits that flow from this. The Minister also touched upon workforce, and we have said in here in the past, without a workforce then we don't have a health service. We also welcome the increase in CT capacity that he referred to, which will allow for 9,000 additional scans, if I stand to be corrected here. I have to say, though, I expected the Minister to come out fighting today, but he certainly kept it within the tram lines, other than a few spicy moments near the end of his contribution. We can only hope that on the back of today's debate that we see some further impetus to this critical topic, Principal Deputy Speaker. But I thank everyone for their contributions here today. We are all united that we want to see waiting lists improved.
Thank you, Alan. So the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Colin McGrath, Daniel McCrossan and Patsy McGlone be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, could you take your ease? Do we change top table, please? Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia and Transphobia. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That this Assembly recognises International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia and Transphobia, affirms its commitment to equality, diversity and human rights, believes that every citizen should be free to live free from discrimination, violence or harm, agrees that it is unacceptable that the sexual orientation strategy has not been published more than 10 years after the Executive committed to it, notes the recommendation of the LGBTQI+ strategy expert panel and calls on the Minister for Communities to publish an LGBTQI+ strategy without further delay.
Thank you, and I call on Kelly Armstrong to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Kelly. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. 2 amendments have been selected and are published on the Marshall list. So the Business Committee has agreed that 30 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. So Kelly, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise today to propose this motion and to reaffirm our commitment as a democratic assembly to the values of equality, dignity and inclusion for all. This week, as we mark the International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia and Transphobia, we are reminded that our words must be matched by meaningful action. It is not enough to simply acknowledge injustice, we must eradicate it. The motion rightly points to a failure in leadership, a failure that stretches back more than a decade. In 2006, this Assembly first committed to developing a sexual orientation strategy. Nearly 20 years on, and more than 10 years since that promise was reiterated in 2013, in this Assembly, we still have no strategy. We cannot keep telling LGBTQI+ people that their rights are a priority while continually failing to deliver the policies that ensure those rights are realised. This delay is not just a political oversight, it is a betrayal of trust for the LGBTQI community in Northern Ireland, a community that continues to experience higher levels of discrimination, poorer mental health outcomes, and increased vulnerability to violence and exclusion. Principal Deputy Speaker, the Alliance Party has long been a champion for LGBTQI+ rights. We believe that every person, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, should be able to live freely without fear of discrimination or harm. Alliance has long advocated for comprehensive equality legislation, inclusive and affirming education, building a united community where diversity is celebrated, and the mainstreaming of LGBTQI+ disability and all rights across all areas of government. We support the creation of a robust, cross-departmental LGBTQI+ strategy, not as a token gesture, but as a fundamental mechanism for social justice. In 2021, the Department for Communities convened an LGBTQI+ expert advisory panel, composed of individuals with lived experience and professional experience. Their work culminated in a comprehensive set of recommendations that offers a clear roadmap for government action. Some of the expert panel's recommendations include immediate development and publication of an LGBTQI+ strategy, a cross-departmental stakeholder forum to embed lived experience into decision-making, inclusive relationship and sexual education in all schools, comprehensive protections against hate crime and discrimination, and a monitoring framework to ensure transparency and accountability. This isn't a wish list, it's a plan created by the expert panel engaged by communities to deliver, that is grounded in evidence, lived experience, and a shared desire to build a better society. Why does this matter? Because LGBTQI+ people in Northern Ireland continue to face unacceptable disparities. The facts are LGBTQI+ youth are far more likely to suffer from anxiety, depression and self-harm. Trans people face long delays and poor treatment in our healthcare system. Older LGBTQI+ individuals face isolation and invisibility. And in schools, workplaces and even public services, too many still experience discrimination and exclusion. Without a strategy, there is no coherent, coordinated approach to addressing these issues. Departments are left working in silos, and too often those in need fall through the cracks. But, Principal Deputy Speaker, the benefits of such a strategy go far beyond the LGBTQI+ community itself. When we embed inclusion into our institutions, everyone benefits. In schools, inclusive education leads to less bullying, better mental health and improved learning for all pupils. In the workplace, inclusion drives productivity, innovation and well-being. In society, diversity strengthens resilience, community cohesion and civic trust. Principal Deputy Speaker, it is also important to reflect on the responsibility we each hold as members of the Northern Ireland Assembly. The Code of Conduct for MLAs and the Nolan Principles of Public Life. Integrity, honesty, accountability, openness, leadership, objectivity and selflessness must guide our actions, not just our intentions. We are elected not to serve just some, but all of our constituents, and that includes LGBTQI+ people in Northern Ireland. The principle of objectivity calls us to make decisions based on fairness and evidence. Leadership and integrity compel us to stand up for marginalised voices, even when it is not easy. Excuse me. By supporting this motion and by urging the Minister for Communities to publish this strategy without delay, we fulfil our duty, not only to the LGBTQI+ community, but to the wider public and to the principles that underpin this Assembly. Principal Deputy Speaker, today's motion is not controversial. It's long overdue. It reflects the voices of those who have waited too long to be seen, to be heard and to be protected. Let this year's International Day against homophobia, biphobia and transphobia be more than symbolic. Let it be a turning point, where this Assembly finally delivers on its promises and takes real, concrete steps towards inclusion. Let's honour the values we claim to uphold and act. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I call on Brian Kingston to move amendment number 1. Thank you, Brian. You'll have 10 minutes to propose amendment number 1 and 5 minutes to wind. So please open the debate on amendment number 1. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The Democratic Unionist Party believes that unlawful discrimination, violence or harm perpetrated against anyone in society on the basis of their gender or sexual orientation is wrong. Every individual should be treated to respect and dignity, and fundamentally there can be no room for harmful or coercive practices. So we have no difficulty with the first half of this motion, though I would add it is difficult not to view today's motion as a desperate effort by the Alliance Party to mitigate the fallout from their corporate exclusion from Pride marches. Anyway, our amendment recognises that progress is being made across a range of social inclusion strategies, which are being developed through a process led by the Minister for Communities and his department before being brought to the Executive Committee as a whole. This includes the Gender Equality Strategy and the Sexual Orientation Strategy, which are both progressing, and we acknowledge the important input of the expert panels and co-design groups which have contributed to the development of these draft strategies. Our amendment also references the significant recent Supreme Court ruling. This ruling has brought clarity to the debate that existed around sex-based protections, affirming that the legal definition of a woman is based on biological reality. The Equality and Human Rights Commission in England has since stated that if a space or service is designated as women only, a person who is born male but identifies as a woman should not be permitted to use that space or service. This is a fundamental and common sense clarification which emphasises the need to respect and protect single-sex spaces, services and categories, especially for women and girls, including in changing rooms and toilets, sports categories, and where segregated accommodation exists, including in prisons. It should also inform what is appropriate when it comes to intimate work duties, including body searching and intimate care. It is sad but true to say that common sense on gender realities had been hijacked by a small yet extreme ideological minority, aided and abetted by parties such as Alliance, Sinn Féin and the SDLP, which pressurised businesses, civil administrations and the wider public into accepting a version of reality, their version, that denied all common sense. Women who dared to speak out about their concerns were branded bigots, hounded out of their jobs and silenced in the public discourse. For years, women have been insulted by those in complete denial of reality. Fears around the safety of women and girls have been trampled on. Although the Supreme Court judgment deals with how sex-based rights apply across England, Wales and Scotland under the 2010 Equality Act, the Equality Commission of Northern Ireland has provided its initial view that the judgment is likely to be deemed by industrial tribunals and courts in Northern Ireland to be highly persuasive and consequently is likely to be followed in cases where similar issues arise. There should be no attempt to prevaricate or stall on full compliance with this ruling across executive departments, and any gender equality strategy must reflect the common sense ruling of the Supreme Court. And I commend the Education Minister for providing clarity to schools today. Regarding the alternative amendment from People Before Profit on the topic of puberty blockers, we in the DUP are clear that there should be no backsliding on the part of the executive parties in terms of showing the leadership and clarity to protect children from undergoing these irreversible and life-changing treatments, including in the absence of parental consent. The independent review of gender identity services for children and young people, chaired by Dr. Hilary Cass and commissioned by the previous UK government, raised significant concerns about the use of puberty blockers on children. We're used to Mr. Carroll regularly espousing positions that fly in the face of economic and fiscal reality. Today he wishes to foist puberty blockers on more children against the professional and scientific evidence. Should we be surprised? In closing, we recognise that the Communities Minister did recently bring forward the draft anti-poverty strategy to the executive table. We look forward to that being formally published and to the other social inclusion strategies following the same path to publication: the gender equality strategy, sexual orientation strategy, the disability strategy, the disability in work strategy and the active ageing strategy. We called for continued and timely work to complete the development of those draft strategies, and we commend our amendment to the House.
Thank you. I call on Jerry Carroll to move amendment number 2. Thank you, Jerry. So you should note that the amendments are mutually exclusive. So if Amendment 1 is made, the question will not be put on Amendment number 2. Jerry, you will have 10 minutes to propose Amendment number 2 and 5 minutes to wind them. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. So please open the debate on
Thank you,
Amendment
Deputy
number 2.
Speaker. I think it's important that this motion is being brought today and heard. There's obviously some omissions from the original one, hence the amendment, but I think it's important that this House takes a stand against raising transphobia and other forms of hate and division. And despite a crisis in our health service and education system that sees people stuck in unfit and unsafe accommodation, an onslaught on PIP and other welfare support systems, we see an attack on the rights of trans people by most of the political establishment and particularly the unionist quarter of this House. Despite talk of standing up for the concerns of parents or whomever else, we see these parties tailing and following the agenda of Trump, Elon Musk, McGregor, Farage, Starmer and whoever else has decided that a small but marginalised community in our society is worth sticking the boot into. It is disgraceful, Deputy Speaker, and it needs to be called out. The only time the DUP ever mention women or pretend to give a damn about women's rights is when they are using it to stick the boot into another oppressed minority. The DUP are fundamentally opposed to the bodily autonomy of women, and we're happy for the state to prosecute women who sought abortion. Don't fall for the fake concern about women or women's only spaces. The women's movement, certainly in this island, Deputy Speaker, has been clear on where it stands in relation to the rights of trans, non-binary and bi people. They are welcoming and they don't fall for the traps set out for them. The real threat to women and women's groups is the underfunding of them by the state and the lack of support for women who want to break out of violent and dangerous situations. The real danger to women, as is often reported, is usually from partners, ex-partners or family members, not from the trans community. We obviously have the amendment which focuses on puberty blockers and reversing the Executive's previous decision to ban puberty blockers for the trans community. But there have also been other blows, Deputy Speaker, inflicted on the community which need to be addressed. Most recently, of course, as was being... maybe later on. Most recently, of course, has been the Cass review. Much has been said already about it, but something not yet honed in on is the report, how the report was biased. The report refused to hear from or have the input of trans voices in the review, leading many to conclude that it was a stitch-up. It also excluded hundreds of reviews and research into how the medication is an essential part of puberty blockers, an essential part of gender-affirming healthcare for some young people. Evidence also shows that in many cases, Deputy Speaker, puberty blockers are life-saving. The journal Paediatrics found that trans people on puberty blockers, hormone therapy or both were 73% less likely to report suicidality. So there's evidence for people who want to listen to it. Poland's guidance on trans youth healthcare describes the Cass review as having low scientific value and credibility. A limited and incomplete review should not be used to justify an attack on the trans community. The Supreme Court decision, Deputy Speaker, was a continuation of this attack, and while sometimes in this place we often hear of calls of listen to the experts, well, in the case of gender-affirming healthcare, the people who provide it, the experts, if you will, have spoken. The BMA have came out and slammed the ruling, Deputy Speaker. They said it was biologically nonsensical and scientifically illiterate. I know parties to my right laughed at that earlier on. If they want to laugh at our medical workers and their views, then that's on them. The Women's Policy Group highlighted that the judgment violates their right to privacy, ignores the existence of intersex people, and in some cases will effectively force trans people to withdraw from public life and the workplace. I suspect that's the intention of some in this House. But some local councils and others, and now seemingly the Education Minister, are using the British Supreme Court judgment as carte blanche to implement politically motivated attack on the trans community under the guise of protecting women and young people. We actually need to listen, Deputy Speaker, to the voices of women who tell us that they do not want to be defined by their biology or by any court or legislative body. We need to listen to the voices of young trans people who tell us that denying access to gender-affirming care and refusing to invest in timely, holistic healthcare is destroying the non-binary community. Brackenburn, the only gender identity clinic in the north, has a waiting list of up to 7 years to be seen by the clinic's only doctor. I'll give away, yeah.
I want to thank the member for taking the intervention. Puberty blockers are powerful drugs with unproven benefits and significant risks, and that's why I recommend they should only be prescribed following a multidisciplinary assessment and within a research protocol. Those are not my words, those are Dr. Hilary Cass, which the member just cited. Does the member accept that puberty blockers can have serious long-term and irrevocable effects on young gender dysphoric teenagers?
I've referred to the member to some of my points about the Cass review. I wasn't endorsing it if he wasn't listening, but also I say to the member that all forms of medication can have side effects. We saw a report in the news last week saying about some medication actually being the prescribed medication being the main reason that people are in A&E. So the member is not a medical expert, and I refer the member to the views of the BMA, who he and his party laughed at and are laughing at again. So that's my answer to the member. The Brackenburn Clinic, Deputy Speaker, the only gender identity clinic in the north, like I said, has a waiting list of up to 7 years to be seen by the clinic's only doctor, and these services have been consciously underfunded and ran into the ground. Young people under 18 are being directed to the Known Our Identity service, where waits are so long that they'll be referred to Brackenburn once they turn 18, without ever being seen by children's services. Trans and non-binary people exist, and they deserve to live in dignity with the healthcare and economic security that we all deserve. Reversing the ban on puberty blockers won't end that oppression, Deputy Speaker, and discrimination experienced by trans and non-binary youth, but it would be an important first step in pushing back against this disgraceful campaign of hate. I urge members to back the amendment in my name and to support the motion. Thank you.
I call Emma Sheeran.
Uramagat, Priu Lash Concordia, and I rise today to support the motion. I think it's an important motion to support as we mark International Day against homophobia, biphobia and transphobia later on this week. We should be celebrating annual progress towards a more progressive, accepting and compassionate society, and sadly that's not a position that we find ourselves in. I think it's important to reflect on the fact that the wider LGBTQI+ community represents an entire cross-section of our community, people we all know and love. They are our family and friends, our co-workers, our constituents, health workers, teachers, civil servants and so much more. And they are young people who hear these debates and have to carry that language with them. They come from all faiths and all backgrounds, all countries and all political persuasions, and there should be no doubt in anyone's mind that this Assembly would rally in opposition to any sort of discrimination, homophobia, biphobia, transphobia or any other type of marginalising behaviour in our society. It's, yes.
Accept, just as members of the trans community come from a cross-section of our community, to put live to what the member for People for Profit said, that also women who are worried about protection for women's only spaces also come from a cross-section of our community, from different backgrounds, faith backgrounds, political backgrounds.
As a woman,
Member, sorry, Emma, you have an extra minute, thank you.
I accept that women are worried about lots of things. I am a woman. It's a sad reality that for too many people, experiences of homophobia, biphobia and transphobia in particular appear to be growing, and some voices have been heightened following the recent Supreme Court decision last month, and that's not something that should be seen as an opportunity, because it's caused great concern amongst the trans community in Britain, and that is growing here in the North and felt by our trans community. So we should wait for Equality Commission guidance on the impact of the ruling locally, and there is an onus on all of us in the interim, particularly the people on these benches who are leaders within our communities, to remember that we are talking about human beings and that compassion and empathy should underscore all and any comments. As elected representatives, we all must lead on showing compassion and embracing all sections of our communities as we look to build a new and united society, and we should not be dehumanising anyone. We should listen carefully to the voices of those who are impacted by these decisions. Nothing about us without us, as the Rainbow Project reminded us today at the start of LGBTQIA+ Awareness Week. Over the last few months, Sinn Féin has met with a range of stakeholder groups, such as the Rainbow Project, Pride, Car Friend, Here and I, to name just a few, as well as our own members who identify as part of the LGBTQIA+ community. And I would ask all political parties here, do you meet with people? Do you speak with them? Do you listen to their concerns? Do you hear the very real fears from people who see hard-won gains and progress being challenged by regressive and increasingly aggressive sectors? We should all agree that all forms of hate should be extinguished and stamped out, and you have to call it out in order to do so, and that requires leadership. There can be no going back on acceptance, and there can be no going back on issues of equality and respect.
Thank you. I call on Sinead McLaughlin, please.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today in support of this motion, which recognises the International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, Transphobia, and reaffirms the Assembly's duty to uphold equality, dignity and human rights for all. But I also rise in deep frustration. Frustration at how little progress has been made and how often that failure stems from political choices made in this very chamber. The LGBTQI+ strategy expert advisory panel laid bare the scale of the challenge. The community in Northern Ireland still face systemic inequalities in healthcare, education, housing and safety. And yet, more than a decade after the Executive first committed to sexual orientation strategy, we are still waiting. The LGBTQI+ strategy has been delayed, been deferred, and has been deprioritised. Instead of working to resolve that failure, members opposite have tabled an amendment that seeks not to move us forward, but to stoke division. Let's be honest, the DUP's amendment is not about thoughtful policy making. It's not about safeguarding anybody's rights. It's a deliberate attempt to weaponise identity and to pit communities against one another for political gain. And what is most regrettable is that once again, trans people are being dragged into this toxic culture war. Trans people are not a debate. They are human beings with hopes, with feelings and with families. They deserve respect, not to be used as political punching bags. This kind of distraction politics is not just cruel, it's downright dangerous. While the DUP obsesses over wage issues, the real crisis is our commitment to our communities that grows deeper. Children are going hungry. Families are struggling to heat their homes. Poverty is rampant. Yet here we are debating an amendment that does nothing to address those urgent needs and everything to disturb or stir division. Yes, we acknowledge the Supreme Court's recent judgment, but let's not pretend this amendment is a reasoned response to it. The Equality Commission has not yet published its guidance that is essential to understanding how that ruling should be applied in a way that protects everyone's rights. But instead of waiting for that clarity, the Education Minister has chosen to press ahead with new policy on single-sex spaces in schools. That's not leadership, it's preemption, no. It's an attempt to shape the political narrative before the facts are even on the table, and to insert a culture war into the classroom, rather than focus on the well-being of all of our children. Speaker, as a member of the Executive Office Committee, we have taken extensive evidence on the gaping holes in our equality framework. Let me be clear, Northern Ireland is falling behind. We are the only part of these islands without comprehensive protections against age discrimination. We lag on protections against based on race, on sex and on disability. While other jurisdictions move forward, we are left standing still, debating whether equality should even be a priority. This Assembly should be delivering serious, inclusive, evidence-based legislation that raises standards and ensure no one is left behind because of who they are or who they love. That requires mature politics, not distraction, not division, and certainly not stunts dressed up as amendments. Progress in rights has never come easy. That requires thoughtfulness and respect. But when we exploit complex issues for political point scoring, when we sow fear instead of understanding, when we fail the very people who depend on this Assembly to act in their interests, we also undermine trust in politics and shrink the space for honest dialogue. And we show the public that division still trumps delivery for some in this chamber. And finally, on the amendment by Jerry Carroll, I'm a bit concerned about the wording of the amendment, which seems to be advocating unregulated selling of drugs. The wording of sale and supply is a bit ambiguous, and as the member will appreciate, that is something that could cause us concern. Healthcare for trans people is woefully underfunded, and waiting lists are over 8 years long. It is important that members of our trans community are given appropriate and evidence-led healthcare. So I would urge members to reject the DUP amendment and their attempts to start a culture war.
Thank you, Sinead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm mindful of what we say today will have an effect on many different sections of our society. Therefore, I hope we do remain respectful. As somebody who has supported the LGBTQ+I community in the past, including bringing forward the first motion on ending conversion therapy, supporting same-sex marriage and attending various events to promote the community, I have always tried to ensure my language has been respectful, even when there has been difference of opinions. And difference of opinion is not homophobia, transphobia or biphobia. It's difference of opinion. When I spoke at the Pride Talk back in 2023, as I did on multiple occasions, those differences came to the fore. My belief that the IRFU were right to ban transgender women from women's rugby based on expert safety advice was not popular. But I accept the dissenting voices with respect, even when they asked for the mic to be taken away from me. It is worth remembering that it was an Ulster Unionist, Geoffrey Dudgeon, who in 1981 successfully brought the UK government to court in order to end the criminalisation of homosexuality in Northern Ireland. But that was only the start of a long road to equality, which now sees the LGBTQI+ community a protected group under equality legislation. The LGBTQI+ community exists. They cannot be washed away or wished away. Without a doubt, they have suffered through bullying, particularly at school and in the workplace. The inability to be accepted for who they are has an adverse effect, and widespread discrimination, which at times has led to violence. None of this is acceptable. And I see nowhere in this Assembly anybody advocating that the rights of the LGBTQI+ community be undermined. However, there is a reality that at times individuals' rights conflict with other rights. But this can be dealt with in a comprehensive manner with a sexual orientation strategy. And that leads me on to the DUP amendment, which is a statement of fact. Again, I will say, women wanting their own space, sport, or language associated to them is not and should not be viewed as controversial. Women wanting privacy, safety, and dignity is an absolute minimum of what we should be providing, be that through service delivery, sporting bodies, or the advice and language used by public bodies.
I appreciate the member giving way. He talked about the importance of having a strategy, a sexual orientation, gender equality strategy, but he also effectively seemed to kind of endorse the DUP amendment, but that specifically removes the compulsion to produce that strategy. It just says we'll continue to work on a strategy.
Member has an extra minute.
Well, it's not, and we don't have every single word which is exactly meets what we want to say. But I take from working on that strategy that there's an end game to that, and that is a strategy is going to be produced. But I don't speak for all women. I don't pretend to. But I do know that a large number of women have contacted me on this issue, and I am representing what they said. The DUP amendment goes to the heart of women's rights, and while this motion is not about women's rights, it does have a direct effect given the recent Supreme Court ruling. This is a challenge. How do we support the LGBTQI+ community without the demonisation of women's rights? It can be done. Indeed, legally, it should be done. And anyone ignoring both the rights of women and the LGBTQI+ community has simply failing both. I will be supporting the motion as amended by the DUP. The amendment from People Before Profit ignores medical advice and the potential serious risks associated with puberty blockers, including reduced bone density, fertility, and changes in adult height. Therefore, I cannot support it. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to see the LGBTQI+ community treated any less than anyone else in our society. I want to see a no-tolerance view to homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia. While at the same time, I do not want to see women's rights trampled all over, just for a vote or to get yourself invited to Pride. Let's look at both. Let's come up with a practical solution instead of sucking our teeth and giving not an inch, even if that inch is where we're going to end up anyway. There are solutions. There's people in this House know there's solutions. There's been solutions put on the table and people have ignored them. Let's find the solutions. Let's not just trade angry words across this chamber when we know there's things we could have done, certainly in this place, in this building, which could have accommodated both the LGBTQI+ community and women's rights. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Nicola Brogan.
I shall be speaking in English and in Irish.
I would hope that today's motion is a fairly uncontroversial matter. Surely there can be nobody in this House who is opposed to equality, diversity and human rights.
Or the idea that every citizen should be able to live free from discrimination, violence and harm.
An unremarkable position to take in 2025, but the truth is that, to our great shame, that for generations the LGBTQ+ community were treated shamefully in Ireland. It
wasn't until 1993 that homosexuality was decriminalised in the South, and I'm sure we all remember the elation following the 2015 marriage equality referendum.
Equality was only recognised in this part of Ireland in 2020, a mere 5 years ago.
How many of our national heroes and notable figures over the years went to their graves feeling that a core part of their being, who they chose to love, was something that they felt they had to hide due to our narrow-minded ignorance?
We need not pat ourselves on the back. In
2024 saw around 330 reported homophobic and transphobic hate crimes take place across Ireland. Not just an increase on the previous year, but worryingly an increase for the second year in a row after a long period of such attacks declining. Another uncomfortable statistic for this House is that 88 of those attacks took place in the south, while over 240 were recorded in the north, despite the population being almost a third of the size.
The Wellbeing of the LGBTQI+ communities in Ireland, published last year, found that 45% of the people here feel unsafe holding hands with a same-sex partner in public, and over half of trans and non-binary people feel unsafe expressing their gender identity in public. The research further found that 1 in 4 members of the LGBTQI+ community have been physically attacked due to their sexuality, while 72% have experienced verbal abuse. This is simply unacceptable, and it illustrates why motions such as the one before us today continue to be important. Carja, it's our duty to lead from the front in these issues, to set examples, to be clear and unambiguous when it comes to supporting human rights, not to evade or delay. And with that in mind, I again call on the Communities Minister to publish the long-promised sexual orientation strategy, which has been talked about in one guise or another for some time. And in developing such a strategy, I would remind the Minister of the slogan popularised by disability and Irish language groups: "Nothing about us without us." Fuac Fuin Gan Cade Uin. Ní féidir strategy and sort.
Such a strategy can only be developed with the input of those who will be mostly affected by it, our LGBT community. There must be a marked improvement in the lack of communication between the department and the various stakeholder groups that work on behalf of the LGBT community. And I would further hope that the Minister doesn't display the same antipathy and hostility to LGBT co-design groups that he has shown to the Irish language ones.
Within it is overlooked. For example, there are specific challenges faced by the LGBTQ+ people who live in rural areas where support systems and organisations tend not to be centred. And additionally, the needs of LGBTQ+ people living with disabilities who will require cross-departmental support should be taken into account when creating this strategy. Pre-Las and Corla, we can and must do better. And as we approach Pride Month, it would be wonderful if we could do something to make our LGBTQI+ community feel seen and heard and to feel proud of us. Garmiagat.
Thank you. I call on Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And as we debate these issues, each one of us in this chamber has a duty to be mindful of the impact of our words. Because whilst this is just one of many debates that we will have in this chamber, for young LGBTQ+ people out there listening, what we say is everything. For them, this is not a debate about political hypotheticals. It's not a culture war. It's about the real challenges they face as they seek to go about their day-to-day lives. It's about the 2/3 of LGBT people in our society who fear holding their partner's hand in public for fear of negative reaction. It's about those who have suffered verbal abuse or physical assault because of who they are. It's about those who have experienced discrimination in the workplace or faced barriers in accessing public services. It's about the more than 40% of LGBT young people who have experienced bullying in schools. It's about the fact that LGBTQIA+ people are more than 1.5 times more likely to experience depression and anxiety than the rest of the population. It's about the fact that gay and bisexual men are 4 times more likely to attempt suicide in their lifetime, and that 46%, almost half of our trans community, have thought about ending their own life. So I plead with members. Of course, it's right that we debate these issues. They're sensitive and they are complex. But we must approach these debates with the compassion and the empathy that we require, and this has been referenced by other members. In debates about Section 28 and other issues, we failed a generation, and I have no doubt that people in our community died because of the way they were treated and because of toxic public discourse. So of course we must come to these chambers and debate these issues, and of course people are entitled to different views. But I would ask members to be mindful of how they approach these issues. And that is exactly what an LGBTQ+ strategy is about. It's about addressing those issues and making life better for a small and marginalised group within our society. And it is a sad indictment on this Assembly, Principal Deputy Speaker, that today's debate is even necessary. A consultation on a sexual orientation strategy was first launched in 2006. Indeed, this is the second time my party has brought a motion calling for progress, the first being 11 years ago. And as we stand here almost 2 decades on from that commitment first being made, we are the only part of these islands never to have published a strategy to advance the well-being and equality of our LGBTQ+ community. And as so often the case with equality and inclusion in Northern Ireland, we are falling desperately behind. Some have been more interested in frustrating progress, be it wielding vetoes in this chamber to block marriage equality, or frustrating and delaying efforts to lift the ban on gay men donating blood. But I'll say this, Principal Deputy Speaker, some will seek to weaponise these issues and to pit marginalised communities against one another. But rights and equality are not finite. By expanding protections to one section of our community, it does not necessarily follow that we must take them from another. And none of us in this society will be equal until all of us are equal. And those of us in this chamber have a responsibility to represent all of our constituents, those who vote for us and those who don't, those who email us or contact us on social media and those who don't. We now have the expert panel report, which was published 4 years ago. It includes a range of practical recommendations across health, education, safety and employment, which would improve the lives of LGBT people. And instead of making progress on those issues, Principal Deputy Speaker, the Communities Minister has actually refused to meet with LGBT organisations since taking up office over a year ago. That speaks from where I'm standing to a wider disregard or disrespect to sections of our community, and I would ask the Minister to reflect on that. For my part, however, I am proud that Alliance is taking forward measures where we have the power to do so, because in the absence of action from the Communities Minister, I have recently completed a consultation on proposals to end so-called conversion practices, cruel and archaic practices which send a message to LGBT people that they are ill and in need of a cure, or that their identities can and should be changed, and which we know are deeply damaging to those subjected to it. I'm also proud that my colleague Naomi Long is committing to...
Time's up, Owen.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I hadn't initially planned to speak, but having heard my colleague and others, Shane McLaughlin, I just wanted to give some of my own reflections on this important subject, given the level of public interest. I've spoken before, but I think it's important that we all speak up when we get the opportunity. I welcome the fact that we are speaking to this motion on the International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia and Transphobia. It's important, first of all, to acknowledge the historic context which has been talked about by others. The historic context is that Northern Ireland was a laggard internationally and in the UK when it comes to, first of all, abolishing outdated sodomy laws, and secondly, when it came to questions of equal marriage and basically esteeming people, LGBTQIA plus people, in a way that looked at them as human beings and not simply as categories to be othered. We tolerated, indulged, and indeed celebrated homophobia and other forms of prejudice based on sexual orientation or gender orientation for far too long in this society, and that, I think, is frankly impossible to deny. Some of those who are debating today and talking about the question of trans rights are in parties, bluntly, who spent decades trying to save Ulster from sodomy, I believe was the phrase, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. So that is part of the historic context that we should reflect upon and have in our minds. The motion itself calls for the speedy publication of an LGBTQIA strategy by the Department. I think that is sensible. Indeed, it's been awaited for some time. The previous Minister began this work. It wasn't published. I wish that it would have been published in the previous mandate. I think this is a consequence of not doing these things quickly, because we now have a Minister from a different party who appears to be, but perhaps he can update us on that, less enthusiastic about actually getting on with it, as it were. It's impossible to have this debate, which is about the broader question of homophobia, biphobia and transphobia, without acknowledging the particular context here today, and indeed over the last number of weeks, around the question of trans rights and the related issues that have been thrown up by the Supreme Court judgment. As we speak, I think still we have upstairs in the Long Gallery people from the Rainbow Project, other trans rights activists, and people who aren't necessarily activists but are just trans people going about their ordinary lives, living as productive members of society, trying to get on with their day, basically live their lives, use the loo when they have to, get dressed, go out in the morning, have jobs, have relationships, all those boring things that the rest of us have to do. And our debate here has really, I fear, fallen into a trap where we not just other those people, but treat them as something to be talked about as if their lives were a kind of a science project, or as if they're a weird species who need to be put off to one side and talked about as if they weren't ordinary human beings. About 10 years ago, when I was still a civil servant in London, I had what I guess my first proper encounter with and getting to know someone who was trans. It was a colleague of mine in the civil service department. Now, this was someone who was middle-aged before they began the formal process of transitioning, and it was someone whom I happened to have a lot in common with professionally, and our lives and our professional lives intersected purely because we were talking about a lot of the same things on a day-to-day basis. And in getting to know someone who was trans and was going through the process of transition, you do something that I fear we don't do enough of in this society, which is acknowledge and treat these people as ordinary people. Now, let me also say that for many people, questions about gender identity are relatively new. I think sometimes perhaps some of us have been a little too quick to not take the time to explain to people for whom questions of gender identity are new what some of these things mean, and to reassure people the questions of safety and sport can be dealt with in a way that is sensible, humane, doesn't jeopardise safety, but nor does it stigmatise people. That isn't impossible. It's not impossible, particularly because trans people are a tiny, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, proportion of the population. We don't need to trade off one set of rights or one set of opportunities in order to esteem and treat trans people properly. That will be the position of me and others in my party. So not just only do I stand with them today, I do my best. I'm afraid my time has run out. Mr Buckley's entitled to lots to say on this subject in this chamber. What I'm saying now is, if you're trans out there, you will be treated with respect, dignity and courtesy as we proceed through this policy debate. So I welcome today's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Timothy Carson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise to oppose the motion and indeed the amendments before this House this afternoon, because behind the soft-sounding words of inclusion and affirmation lies a hard reality: the erosion of women's rights, the undermining of parental authority, and the silencing of common sense. No man, regardless of how he identifies, has the right to enter female-only spaces. Whether it's in a changing room, a prison, or a domestic violence shelter, women and girls have a human right to privacy, safety, and dignity. To deny that right is not progressive. It is regressive, it is dangerous, and it is wrong. In Scotland, a rapist was housed in a women's prison. That is where this ideology leads. No man has a right to take part in a women's sport. Not now, not ever. It is not banning anyone to ask them to compete in their own category. It is fairness, it is science, and it is a basic equality for women. shaming the BBC for suggesting otherwise, for claiming that transgender people are banned from football and cricket, when in fact they are simply being asked to play in the correct category. I won't stop at just opposing the motion. I also oppose the DUP amendment. Personally, I believe the Alliance motion is unamendable. In order to leave it so that someone with my political and religious convictions can support in any shape or form. The amended motion says this Assembly recognises International Day against Homophobia, Biphobia and Transphobia. I looked at the official website for that movement, may17.org. It contains a trans right map which tells me that the UK hasn't yet lived up to the goals of the campaign because it hasn't banned conversion therapy. Are the DUP happy to support a campaign calling for preaching on Corinthians 6 to be banned? Furthermore, on the basis of available evidence today, the Department of Communities cannot be trusted to produce gender and sexual orientation strategies. Today, the information on the Minister's departmental website says, in October 2020, an expert advisory panel was established with knowledge and expertise of the LGBTQ+ sector, which allowed them to make effective recommendations on the themes and key actions the strategy should address. Who are the members? Transgender NI, the Rainbow Project and Here NI. Here NI put their name to a document just last week attacking the Supreme Court ruling. We know what Transgender NI's position is, and indeed the Rainbow Project is having an event in this very building as we speak, calling for the ruling of our Supreme Court to be ignored. The report on the Department of Communities website today attacks the Supreme Court ruling in terms of its recommendations on single-sex spaces like toilets on page 48. It champions gender-affirming care on page 16. It affirms Education Authority's transgender guidance on page 37. Guidance which belatedly, 8 months after I raised the issue with the Education Minister, he seems now prepared to act on. I'm not saying for one moment that Minister Lyons is going to swallow all the ideology in the report that's produced. But in a situation where all I can go on in terms of what a sexual orientation strategy is likely to contain, I am unable to support the amendment. I wonder if the proposers of the amendment have read the Expert Advisories Panel report. This Assembly should be protecting women's rights, not rewriting them. It should be supporting parents, not sidelining them. It should be standing with the Supreme Court, not attacking them. Because I believe I will be voting against the motion, and I will be voting against the amendment. Go on ahead, Sinead.
Would the member, thanks for taking the intervention, would the member support that people should be allowed to enter the toilets in this building without being photographed? Both to men and women's toilets?
Sorry, Mr. Gosson,
what you're referring to is somebody taking a photograph showing that a ladies' toilets is indeed a ladies' toilets. And what we have in this building, what the policy we have in this building is that anybody can go into the toilets that they want.
Order. Mr. Gosson, take your seat. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Mr. Gordon Lyons. No, you are finished. Okay. Mr. Gordon Lyons is our next speaker, the Minister for Communities. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on the motion. When I took up office in this department, I said that I would support and champion a safe and welcoming society, and this requires a commitment to true equality and freedom for all. So let me be unequivocal. There is no place for discrimination in our society. Every individual, regardless of their background, identity or beliefs, deserve to be respected and to have the opportunity to live free from hatred or exclusion. This principle is non-negotiable and lies at the heart of a just society. Let me turn to the sexual orientation strategy. Members will be aware that work was commenced in 2020 by the Department for Communities on behalf of the Executive on 4 social inclusion strategies: anti-poverty, disability, gender equality and sexual orientation, in order to progress the options proposed in the New Decade New Approach Agreement. The motion notes the work of the Expert Advisory Panel. The panel was established in October 2020 with the objective of making recommendations on the themes and key actions that the sexual orientation strategy should address. Their report was published in 2021. Following consideration of the work previously carried out to develop each of the social inclusion strategies, alongside unprecedented pressures on resources across executive departments, I decided to move forward on the development of the strategies on a phased basis, and work is now well progressed on anti-poverty and disability. It's true to say that much work has been carried out to date on the sexual orientation strategy. However, as this was undertaken under the previous mandate, it will be necessary to review and update this work before seeking approval from other departments and ministers. Now, we are all aware of how the budgetary and legislative landscape has changed since the last mandate, and this includes the recent Supreme Court judgment, which I will come to later. And of course, final decisions on the content of the strategy will be subject to executive agreement. But I intend to make an announcement shortly on when work will commence on the further development of a sexual orientation strategy, including a timetable for bringing this to the executive. I understand the calls to bring forward this strategy. However, we need to ensure that any potential strategy is properly thought through. This motion calls for an LGBTQI+ strategy without further delay. What is a delay? Is this to be done with...
Not acknowledge that almost 2 decades is sufficient time for consideration and proper scrutiny, and that perhaps a little bit quicker than that would be good.
Moving on to that point, and I'll deal with it in more detail, but are you saying that this should now be published today? Is it today? Is it next week? Is it a few weeks? What does that actually mean? It reminds Mr. Honeyford is in his place when it comes to Casement Park. He always says, just get it built, just get it done. But of course, we can't just say we're getting on with it and getting done, because there are questions that need, just give me a second to explain. Just let me get the opportunity to explain what I am saying, because these are not inconsequential proposals. Some of these that came from the Expert Advisory Panel report are exceptionally controversial and divisive. And it will be very, very difficult to get political agreement on some of these. So let me give an example of some of the issues that were mentioned in the Expert Panel's advisory report. That there should be gender-affirming healthcare services for all ages, that conversion therapy will have ended in Northern Ireland, that all young people will have access to age-appropriate relationship and sexuality education, inclusive of LGBTQI+, which is universal and not dependent on school ethos, that there should be access to sports inclusive of all gender identities, or that gender recognition legislation needs to be fit for purpose. Each one of those, you will have difficulty defining exactly what some of those terms are, exactly what the implications are. You're talking about changes here that will be felt across health and education and other aspects of our society. So no, I'm not prepared to take what the Expert Panel advisory report has produced and put that into a strategy, because that's not going to be realistic. That's not going to get executive approval. In fact, and it's one of the reasons why Mr. Carroll has put down his amendment, is that there isn't agreement in the executive for the approach here, which talks about so-called gender-affirming healthcare services for all ages. So all of these demonstrate why it's simply impossible to immediately produce a strategy that would get support from all executive colleagues. I will give way to Mr. O'Toole.
So giving way for the purpose of having the debate. Is the upshot of what he's saying that he can't produce any strategy until there is complete agreement on all aspects? I'm asking if he's willing to clarify, that would be helpful. He seemed to indicate that there is not consensus on certain aspects of the strategy of the panel recommendations. So it would be helpful if he could clarify, is he willing to bring forward a strategy of sorts, or does it have to have complete agreement from his perspective?
That's exactly what I'm coming on to, because I do want to see what is possible, what is sensible, what is actually going to make a difference. But I hope that members, more sensible members of this House at least, would be able to understand how significant and contentious some of these issues are. Very briefly.
Thank the Minister for giving way. Men were able to be given way to before a woman. But, Minister, can I just say that the recommendations of the expert panel have been live for 4 years. You've been in position as a Minister for over a year. Why has it taken so long to bring the concerns about the recommendations forward? That's just delaying the strategy.
I have to say, I find that a despicable comment. I gave way to Mr. O'Toole because of the specific point that we were on. I believed that I was answering. I anticipated the question that I believed that the member was going to ask previously, and I gave that answer. And I said, if she will give me time, and I think it's absolutely disgraceful what she is insinuating. What she's insinuating
point
about me, and I think we should lower the tempo.
Excuse me, Minister. I hope this is a real point of order, Kelly.
Actually, it's under Standing Order 65. The language is being used in this House. I feel like being chastised by a minister directly across the floor rather than the Speaker is something that should be investigated, and I would ask the Chair if you would look at that.
Really? Okay. I'll take that away and look at it.
Thank you.
I just want to remind members that we just need to watch our tone because everybody's watching. And just, you know, please just be, everyone, respectful. Not to try and throttle the cost and thrust of any debate, but we just need to be civil. So I'll take your point of order away, Minister.
Well, Deputy Speaker, I'm happy if we lower the tone, but I will not have my integrity impugned. I treat everybody in this House with the respect that they are entitled to, and that's regardless of gender. And I hope the member would have known me well enough at this stage to know that that is the case. Let me turn to the amendments tabled to this motion, the first of which highlights the recent Supreme Court ruling on the definition of a woman. And first and foremost, this is a judgment that I welcome and I believe brings clarity. Therefore, I've tasked officials to analyse the areas within my department's responsibility that will be affected by this judgment, and in due course I will announce how this will manifest itself. And the second amendment tabled concerns the supply of puberty blockers to those aged under 18. And the proposer of this motion knows that it will not succeed following unanimous support at the Executive on this matter. Let me turn now to some of the comments that were raised, which I believe are worthy of addressing. The proposer of the motion, I will agree with her when she said that this should be based on fairness and evidence, and that is absolutely right and absolutely the way that we want to approach these issues. And Mr Kingston made an important point that I will return to later on, which is there were many people who were mocked and denigrated by holding the view that has now been confirmed by the Supreme Court ruling. And that takes me on to another issue that has been raised by a number of members today. Mr Carroll had said that we are simply following the lead of other political leaders, be it Keir Starmer or Donald Trump or Nigel Farage. That is an attempt to demonise people that disagree with him. And unfortunately, we had the same from Sinead McLaughlin as well. Very, very disappointing comments. Let me read exactly what the amendment in the name of Mr Kingston, Mr Bradley says. We note the recommendation of the report. We note the recent Supreme Court ruling that a woman is defined by biological sex, further believes that future policy development in Northern Ireland should respect this ruling. That's what the amendment says. And what do we hear from people in this chamber today, including Sinead McLaughlin? This is stoking division. This is a culture war. I think that is inappropriate language. There should be the ability in this place to disagree on some of these issues without some of the accusations that were flying towards this side of the chamber. I think there has been compassion and empathy as we have conducted this debate largely today. I don't think, in the words of Mr Tennyson, that there has been an attempt to weaponise these issues. The words in front of us today simply say that we should recognise the ruling of the Supreme Court, which of course does have implications because it recognises the need to distinguish between gender recognition and biological sex when it comes to anti-discrimination legislation. I think that's fair, and I think that that is straightforward. And there has been, as Mr. Kingston has raised in the past, there has been an attempt to mock and to denigrate and to demonise those who hold a different view, and we should move forward in a different way. I'll give way to Mr. Buckley.
It talks about denigration and mocking of positions. Some members have quoted the DUP's record in terms of being anti-women. Obviously reference to the proud pro-life position that we take alongside many in our community. And would the Minister accept that for many of those young unborn children, many of them have been unborn young girls?
Of course, and that's something that's often missed by those that take a different view on this. I am proudly pro-life, and I see that as supportive of women and children. That's why I hold to those views. I want to pick up on another comment that was made by Mr. Tennyson. He said I had refused to meet any LGBT groups. It's not the case. I've taken a similar approach when it comes to all of the expert panel advisory groups in relation to my meeting with them. I've had criticisms across this House when it comes to anti-poverty and disability and other issues. I'd be more than happy to meet to discuss these issues, and I hope that he would recognise that on some of the issues that we're talking about directly, I have offered to meet with him because I am genuinely interested and concerned about the issue of what was previously called conversion therapy, now been extended to be called conversion practices. I've offered him meetings in the past. We're going to meet again soon to discuss these issues. So I think it's disingenuous to suggest that I'm not willing to engage or that I'm not willing to engage and meet people on these issues. And I can assure, I will give way
for that, and he's right. We have met on one occasion and have another meeting in the diary in relation to my private member's bill, but surely he would accept that engagement with me is not tantamount to engagement with the LGBT sector organisations, and that should be prioritised over a year into your tenure as Minister.
Just to be clear, I wasn't saying that's what I was meaning. I'm stating on the specific issue that is an issue of significant concern and that needs to be handled properly. I have engaged, but I've taken a consistent approach on all of these strategies and engagement with those that were involved in the expert panel reports. Also, just in response to Mr. O'Toole, who told us that we all need to treat people like people. Well, that's absolutely what I do. And I have worked in many government departments. I have met many, many people, and I think you'll be hard-pressed to find anybody that feels that I haven't acted in the appropriate way and engaged with them in an appropriate way. He says that we have a need to talk to people and to try to understand where they're coming from. And I hope that extends to people of all backgrounds and people that would disagree with him on some of the issues that we are talking about today. And finally, just to take up Mr. Gaston's point, I'm disappointed that he doesn't feel able to support the amendment in the name of Mr. Kingston, Mr. Bradley today. I think his concern comes from the fact that we are recognising that it's International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia and Transphobia. I don't know all of the details of everything that's involved in those particular campaigns. I'm sure there are some things that I probably would disagree with on that as well. But recognition should not be taken as full-throated support or in any way an endorsement of that. I think that we can recognise certain things without meaning that we're fully supportive of that. So I hope that he would, in light of that, reconsider his vote today, and I hope that he would give support to the recognition that the Supreme Court ruling has been made and that we should follow the outworkings of that to their logical conclusion. So, in conclusion, Principal Deputy Speaker, as I've already said, I am supportive of the commitment within this motion to equality, diversity and human rights, and of course that every citizen should be free from discrimination, violence or harm. I am very aware, however, that the aims, objectives and content of any potential strategy must be carefully reviewed and considered across departments in light of the PFG and human rights considerations and funding which is available, and I intend that this work is carried out effectively and properly before any potential strategy is presented to my executive colleagues.
Thank you, Minister. I call Jerry Carroll to wind on amendment number 2 and advise you, Jerry, that you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, despite what the Minister tried to say, the inhumane ban on puberty blockers is mainly motivated by right-wing transphobia, and some executive parties who indefinitely extended this ban on gender-affirming care are openly hostile towards trans and non-binary people, like the DUP are. Other parties talk a good game, but then they cave to political pressure from an increasingly reactionary Labour government. Yesterday it was trans people, today it's migrants. Who knows where else Keir Starmer is going to go. I have to say, Deputy Speaker, I think it's a shame that the opposition is not opposing the executive on this. They're siding with the executive on this matter. The party of so-called civil rights that tries to hold the mantle of civil rights just basically say that trans rights don't matter, and I think we should reflect on that. No thanks. Restricting access to puberty blockers, Deputy Speaker, for under 18s is a flagrant violation of the human rights of trans and non-binary people. As I outlined previously, the decision also flies in the face of actual evidence about puberty blockers themselves from medical professionals, not the DUP, but from medical professionals and the trans and non-binary community. Access to this medication is only being blocked for trans use. If puberty blockers were inherently dangerous, Deputy Speaker, they'd be banned for everyone under the age of 18. And in an answer to a written question I tabled earlier this year to the Health Minister, he said that young trans people will be supported by CAMS, the Knowing Your Identity service and existing gender identification services. As anybody who knows anything, our health service is under collapse. Our mental health services simply don't have the capacity to give trans and non-binary people the support they need now. And they've been cruelly denied access to basic health care. Make no mistake about it, Deputy Speaker, this decision has caused a huge amount of distress and anxiety for a community that's already at a higher risk of mental ill health and suicidality, as I said earlier and others have pointed to. The Minister also promised access, the Health Minister, to clinical trials for patients from the north, but there's absolutely no sign of clinical trials beginning anytime soon. No thanks, anytime soon. Putting aside the point that it's fundamentally unfair that the only way to access puberty blockers will be through a restrictive clinical trial. Has a single young person from the north been prescribed medication as part of a clinical trial since last year? I doubt it. The Executive, Deputy Speaker, has also refused to publish the clinical evidence that informed the decision to ban puberty blockers despite freedom of information requests and pressure from the wider sector. If this was a good faith decision, motivated only by clinical evidence and expert opinion, maybe the Executive would be more open and honest. But this looks like a cover-up. Executive parties are keen to table and support non-binary motions that express vague, warm sentiments towards LGBTQ+ communities, but when it comes to action, to investing in health and social care for trans and non-binary people, to challenging the application of the British Supreme Court's decision-making in the North, to granting access to gender-affirming care like puberty blockers, the Executive is silent and found wanting. It's not too late to do the right thing, including for the opposition. It's not too late for Executive parties to admit they capitulated to Westminster and bowed to political pressure from the right and the far right. It's time to do the right thing by the trans community and immediately reverse the decision to deny trans youth the health care they need. The member for North Antrim talked about common sense and safety of people. I hope he agrees with me that people shouldn't be photographed getting into toilets, be they trans women or cis women, and I hope he will condemn that if it happens in this building or anywhere else, and if someone in his party was guilty of doing so, I hope that he would take swift action against them. And unfortunately, from the Minister, Deputy Speaker, we heard prevarication and basically, from my reading of what he said, a litany of excuses of why there won't be an LGBTQI strategy. Left to their own devices, this place and this Minister could be waiting another 20 years for an important strategy. The most important thing coming out of this building, the people watching this debate, is the activism in communities and on the streets. This is an important aspect of standing up for trans rights, and I would encourage everybody to attend upcoming pro-trans rights. The pace of change is slow from this building. The only rights that we've ever won and we've ever achieved, given to those in power when people get active through the marriage equality, abortion rights campaign, and I encourage people to get involved in that activism in the months, weeks and years ahead. Thank you.
Okay, I call Maurice Bradley to wind on Amendment number 1, and the advisor Maurice, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I am not going to reopen the debate in winding, only to urge executive parties to show leadership and clarity in protecting children from irreversible treatments and to ensure the safety of women and girls through strategies or policies that reflect common sense and scientific evidence. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I am a man. I'm proud of it. But I will be defined by my actions, my respect for others, irrespective of their background, their class, religion, gender or skin colour. Respect is earned, not demanded. And I will look around the House here today and ask everybody here to earn the respect of their colleagues, not demand it. But I will not wear a label, any label, that's assigned to either myself or my party by any other person or party in this chamber. I will not do it. We are committed to treating every individual with respect and dignity and condemn any form of unlawful discrimination, violence or harm on gender or sexual orientation. However, we stress the importance of protecting the right to express general views on sexuality and gender, as protected under Article 9 of the European Convention on Human Rights, even if these views are deemed offensive by others. It has already been stated our support for the recent Supreme Court ruling, which affirms the legal definition of a woman based on biological reality and the protection of sex-based rights. I would also criticise the pressure from certain ideological groups and political parties that have pushed for a version of reality that denies common sense and has led to the silencing and marginalisation of women who express concerns.
Would the member give way?
Yeah.
I thank the member for giving way, and would he agree with me that it is regrettable that not once during the contributions from the Alliance, the SDLP and Sinn Féin did we hear a recognition of the huge hurt, anxiety and concern that many women face in today's society that biological men can enter their personal spaces.
Maurice, you have an extra minute.
I thank the member for his intervention, and he's quite right. It flies in the face of reality. So we would, addressing the use of puberty blockers in children, we would reference the independent review chaired by Dr. Hilary Cass and criticise efforts to promote these treatments without sufficient professional and scientific evidence, as alluded to by my colleague, Mr. Martin. Therefore, in sum and winding up, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I ask for support for our amendment. Thank you.
Maurice, I call on Sean Mulholland to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and the advisor, Sean, you've got 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I just want to start by saying that I am really glad that we had the opportunity to speak today as we mark International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia and Transphobia. Today is a day to affirm our commitment to equality and to say clearly in this chamber that everyone deserves to live in safety and dignity, to be free and seen and to be respected for who they are, ideals that my party has had at its heart for decades, regardless of votes or invitations. But first I want to say to every young trans, non-binary or queer young person who may have watched this debate or parts of it, I want you to hear this clearly. You're loved, you're valid, and you are enough. I know that some of what was said in this chamber today and recently elsewhere in the media may have felt hurtful, maybe even dehumanising to who you are as a person, and I am so sorry for that. I hope you will know that many of us across this chamber and across our communities who see you, who stand with you, and who will keep fighting for a society where you are safe, where you are supported and you are celebrated just as you are. And I think that's important for those words to be said in this place and on this day. So I want to focus some of my comments on one group in particular within this, and that is the trans and non-binary people who face some of the most extreme, sustained and institutional forms of discrimination across every aspect of life, and they are disproportionately discriminated against within an already marginalised LGBTQI+ community. And that the Strategy Expert Advisory Panel's report highlights that trans people experience more profound barriers in safety, healthcare, mental well-being and education compared to their LGB+ peers.
Member,
of course.
The member for giving way as my colleague and as my friend. She will know that I seldom refer to my personal circumstances in this chamber, but she'll know also that I was an openly gay representative in the 90s and the noughties, and I had all the snide remarks, the gossip, blatant harassment which ended up in court and as a matter of public record. So can I ask the member if she agrees that those who did that then would simply not get away with it now against the gay community? And they know that, except I expect if they thought they would get away with it, they would try, but they would not get away with it today. And for them, does she agree that trans is simply the new target and they cannot be shamed in that regard?
I wholeheartedly agree, and I also want to pay tribute to my colleague and friend for the bravery that he showed just to be himself in a world where he was admonished for such. So thank you, John, for your contribution. So let's start with safety, and I want to make just a quick comment in reference to Mr Gaston's comments. In the last decade, not one trans person has been convicted of a femicide. Not one. And yet, when we look at our violence against women and girls strategies, what are we looking at? What are we trying to work against? A trans person is more likely to be a victim than a perp. If a man wants to make a woman feel unsafe, and I'll go back to your comment, Mr Buckley, if a man wants to make a woman feel unsafe or enter their safe spaces, the crime statistics say there's not an awful lot that's going to stand in their way. They don't have to be trans to do so, or pretend to be trans, which is the media story of the day. According to the expert advisory panel, 67% of transgender people in Northern Ireland say they avoid being open with their gender identity for fear of abuse. That's 2/3 of that community silenced and shrinking themselves to stay safe, and still more than half, 53%, have experienced at least one hate-related incident. And the abuse starts early, in school corridors, at home, and sometimes even in care. And for some, this leads to homelessness, with a shocking 25% of trans people experiencing homelessness in their lifetime, according to research, something that is within the wheelhouse of the responding minister. Principal Deputy Speaker, we also can't ignore the alarming scale of online abuse directed at transgender people. And it's not just harassment, it's not just bullying, it is a form of targeted, sustained violence. In a Brandwatch report, it analysed 10 million social media posts from the UK and the US over a 3.5-year period, and they identified 1.5 million transphobic posts. That same report found that transphobia was politically driven, and there were clear spikes in abuse when political leaders proposed restrictions on trans rights or made comments about the rights of, I have a lot to get through, I'm really sorry. That data leaves us no doubt. Online spaces have become battlegrounds for trans people, and what we say in this chamber and the actions we take as political representatives matter. We have to acknowledge the toxic public discourse that surrounds trans communities for today, as my colleague pointed out. As highlighted by the advisory panel, growing media hostility, particularly targeted at trans individuals, is not just harmful in the abstract or the intangible. It actively discourages LGBTQI+ people from entering or remaining in public life. When the headlines are filled with dehumanising language, when television debates treat people's identities as opinion fodder, and when political discourse regularly undermines or seeks to push out trans existence, it sends a clear message: you're not safe here. And the consequences of such abuse is that 8 in 10 trans people have reported anxiety, more than half have reported shame, fear, isolation, and mental health issues experienced by trans individuals are higher. 40% have self-harmed, nearly 43.5% have attempted suicide, and they're not just numbers. They are a crisis in motion, driven not by trans identity, but by rejection, marginalisation, neglect, and the narrative that continues around them. In terms of education, schools should be a refuge, they should be a safe haven, but fewer than half of our LGBT plus pupils feel safe at school. 61% of trans pupils report difficulty accessing appropriate toilets. Over 60% are negatively impacted by sports policies. 48% of pupils have been bullied due to their identity, and of those who report, 54% feel unsupported within their school environment. In my previous role as the manager of youth projects in the arts sector, I worked with a wide community of facilitators and young people, including but not limited to those who were trans, non-binary and queer, and I want to put forward a bit of a human aspect. On one occasion I had a parent contact me in relation to the project that I was delivering, and they wanted to thank me for providing a truly diverse and inclusive experience for their child. It was the first time, they said, that it had opened up really interesting conversations at home, and they had demystified the process of actually meeting someone with that identity, had demystified some of the tough questions they had. And on another occasion, I had a young person come to me on work experience, and on completion of their week, they came back to volunteer because they'd loved it. Before their first day of volunteering, they took me aside and very anxiously asked me, would it be okay if I called them by another name? Because when they came to work experience, their school banned them from telling me the name that they had chosen and the fact that they were transitioning, and they apologised and said they felt dishonest with everyone they had met that week. What kind of world do we want to create for young people who are not encouraged or supported to be their genuine selves? So in terms of this strategy, which is what this motion is about, not the Supreme Court ruling referenced by the DUP amendment, on the 13th of March, the Rainbow Project's Alexa Moore gave evidence to the Communities Committee and described the failure to progress both the gender equality strategy and the LGBTQI+ strategy as a missed opportunity to ensure equality across government and across society in Northern Ireland. It was emphasised these equality strategies were designed originally to be brought forward together. They were interlinked, and the current piecemeal approach is not sufficient. Serious gaps in data collection were referenced. The lack of inclusion in the programme for government of LGBTQI+ voices and the absence of progress on issues like IVF access for LGBTQ+ people. These concerns should not be ignored. The Executive made a promise under New Decade, New Approach, and it's time we deliver on that promise. Being trans or non-binary or queer is not the problem. Discrimination is, injustice is, delay is, silence is. And back to the words of our motion itself. Why would anyone in this chamber not want to affirm their commitment to equality, diversity and human rights? Surely we all believe that every citizen that we govern in this place deserves to live a life free from discrimination, violence and harm. So why hesitate to bring forward a strategy that reflects those values? Again, I say, this is not some intangible policy area that we are debating here. It is the lived reality for individuals living in our communities, and it is our duty, as my colleague Kelly Armstrong pointed out, to represent all, not some, all in our society, and we need to do all we can to commit justice in law, equality in care and dignity in every corner of life, because every person deserves to walk this world as who they are, freely, safely and proudly, and I commend this motion to the House today.
Thank you, Sian. So before I put the question on amendment number 1, I just want to remind members that if amendment number 1 is made, I will not put the question on amendment number 2. So the question is that amendment number 1, standing in the names of Brian Kingston and Maurice Bradley, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, noes. Okay, okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Okay, members, close the doors. Members, just when you get a chance, resume your seats, please. Thank you. So, amendment number 1 in the names of Brian Kingston and Maurice Bradley be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Can't we have any noes? No. Okay. Do we have tellers? Okay. Approach the table. So tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes. Tellers for the ayes are Maurice Bradley and Brian Kingston. Tellers for the noes are Danny Donnelly and Andrew McMurray. The Assembly, clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right and noes to my left. Hello, can you secure the doors? Thank you. Order, members, could you please resume your seats? Order, members. Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the result?
80 members voted, 32 members voted aye, 48 members voted no. The amendment therefore falls.
Amendment number 1 falls. So the question is that amendment number 2, standing in the name of Jerry Carroll, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. The noes have it. The noes have it. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. In accordance with Standing Order 27 1A brackets B, that there is an agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to division. So can I now call for tellers? Do we have tellers? Okay, members, order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Donny Donnelly and Andrew McMurray. Tellers for the noes are Maurice Bradley and Brian Kingston. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Okay, members, order. Would you please resume your seats? Clerk, would you please read the results?
80 members voted, 54 members voted aye, 26 members voted no. The motion is carried.
So the motion is carried. The next item on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.